machine, angry kid, bad at every level, calling out the kings and the fish and lady devils. Paradise is burning down, words of paradise, burning down the town. He talks, he fights, he stays up through the night. Paradise is burning down, words of paradise, he wears a digital crown.
Welcome back to the Sunday special stream. How are all you vital idols doing? You know what it means. We hit tier 3 on Friday. Actually, we blew past it because y'all made me eat that absurdly disgusting gummy bear. It was a great time. But no, shout out means the absolute loyal to me. And you know how the Sunday special stream goes. No politics, no culture war nonsense. Well, maybe a little bit of culture war nonsense, but it's always indirect. We just break it down, talking about video games, talking about just whatever videos seem interesting, fun, random. We got some cool stuff on the docket today. We're gonna talk about Devil May Cry, Adi Shankar's Devil May Cry. We're gonna do one of those could XYZ characters survive. Those have been fun. 10 best things about the 90s. Can't wait to get into that. So talk about video game graphics, whether it makes stuff good. All in all, there's a lot of interesting things here. And maybe, just maybe, if you guys have some interesting ideas for videos to react to, we can do those as well. What about those oranges? All right, who we got up in this bitch? Free Expression Warrior. Man, best of luck to you on the oral surgery. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. So hopefully it goes well for you. Yamato is here. Saint Hugo up in this bitch. Cal's Warborn Misfits. Clip 420. Matt Stanford is here. Nicholas Patton. Patton questioned everyone. If retro games that currently exist, what is your top 3 favorite? Oh man. You gotta give me a time limit on retro first. You gotta give a time on which retro, what that means. Because when I hear retro, I'm thinking like 8-bit, 16-bit. Some people consider the fucking PS3 retro at this point. Eagle Lord's here. Shout out. Dylan B is here. Rabnad Skubla. Melphis Sky. Yo, Crow Vulcan. Thank you for the sub. Means the world to me. Draconic is here. Silver Angelics. What is up? Over on the kick side, I see Lithium. You'll love to see it. As you see, Sleeping Nova is here. Appreciate Sleeping Nova. Jake motherfucking Martin is up in this bitch. Appreciate you, Jay. Straight Sith Male. USA. USA. Facts, my man. Tiger King Rex Carter says, sup, Grifter? You got goddamn right. I'm a kid. You think I'm a Grifter now? I'll just wait until my mixtape video drops. If I can get 8 hours of editing done tonight, it might even drop tomorrow. Shout out to I'm Akira. You'll love to see it. Hayden Waynes, what up, Queen? What up, Kang? The true Aztec warrior is here. Crow Vulcan, shout out. Piplup, how you doing, Piplup? I clicked straight to the mail because the fucking chat changed on me. Glad to catch the stream today on a day off. I'm glad to hear it as well. Junebug is here. Jake motherfucking Martin with a 5-banger. Happy Mother's Day to all you based women who love your children. We love you back. Yes. Happy Mother's Day to all the women that ain't dumb hoes, broads, and sluts that be getting abortions and shit. Yeah, shout out. Happy Mother's Day to you. Thank you for the 5-banger, Jake. My man with a plan. I haven't played this in a hot minute. I got to make a new one for you, but starting off, this is for you.
Chip, you know what? You just made the list.
Oh, no. Oh, here we go.
Weed Jones, the PS3 is 20 years old. I know. Retro Kane, Sevy Love. We got Sevy with the heavies. How you doing, little lady? I think that's everybody. Happy Mother's Day to your Asian stepmom too. Yes, I sent her a text message earlier. Sent her a Happy Mother's Day text message. I didn't want to call her because I didn't know what she'd be getting up to or whatnot. And Asians, their weekends, it gets weird. But no, you'll love to see it. Thank you so much. And again, yes, a very happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Real moms, by the way. Real moms. Like, none of this all like, oh, I'm an older sister and I raised my little brother. Fuck you. Go have an actual fucking kid. You'll have to see it every time. Shout out to my ninja Shippy. I don't know where that dude went. But shout out to him. Hope he's doing A-okay. There's no USA flags, but there are gay-ass flags. No, there should be US flags. Who was it? So yeah. Straight Sith Mail used the American flag in his. You're saying my cats don't count? I am saying that the way you take care of your cats have proven that you will make a lovely mother. There's no good way to answer that without getting in trouble later. So, yeah, I walked right into that one. Shit. I may or may not have made a mistake. Mother's Day, corporate holiday, blah, blah. You sound like me, Hayden. You sound like someone who doesn't have a good relationship with their mother. And I understand completely. Nice save. I'm in trouble. Yep. I'm going to be hearing about that one tonight. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. How about we stop talking about Mother's Day? How about we stop talking about Mother's Day and let's go into today's first topic. With all the talk about mixtape going around, I actually thought maybe we could get down on some real 90s nostalgia, some actual 90s nostalgia. 10 best things about the 90s. Let's see if we agree or disagree with that. Now my mom and I are tight. I just think the day is dumb. Oh, okay. Fair enough. All right, let's see about our top 10 favorite things from the 90s.
What was your starter Pokemon? Are you going for Charmander, Squirtle, or Bulbasaur?
There's only one correct answer here. I want to know everyone's Gen 1 starter in the chat right now. Everyone's Gen 1 starter in the chat right now. And if your answer isn't Squirtle, you're wrong. If your answer is Bulbasaur, all right, fine, whatever. There's no Squirtle, but fine. If your answer is Charmander, fuck you. Use a hoe. Just saying.
I mean, we completed the game with each one at some point, but there's only one right answer here. Pokemon that was my favorite cartoon of the 90s. Every Saturday morning, I was sat with my Cocoa Pops 2 inches away from the TV watching Pokemon. I never missed an episode. At the time, it was annoying, but I now miss my mum shouting at me to move back from the TV as she said I was going to get square eyes.
Charmander would always be your starter, hun. Get mad. I chose hard mode even as a kid. Flying lizards. He's not even flying. He is flying. He's not dragon type. That's right. He's flying type, not dragon. The point is, fuck. Charizard sucks. Okay, Charizard sucks. Ash's Charizard was a dick. Ash's Charizard was an absolute dick. Charmander, he's got the least cool design. Now I will say, in the anime, the episode where they meet Charizard, but with his owner abandoning him and his flame going out and he's gonna die. Great episode. But then Ash gets Charmander. Brock is the one that does all the work to save Charmander. Brock's the one that nurses him back to health. And Ash gets the fucking Charmander? Shit's rigged.
We weren't wealthy growing up. We didn't get pocket money, but I remember building up the courage at the off-license counter to ask my dad for a pack of Pokemon cards. I mean, it was a pretty smart move to ask him at that exact moment in front of the shopkeeper. And £2.50 in 1998, well, that was a lot of money. But he said yes, and I couldn't have been happier. Who can remember the smell of opening your first pack of Pokemon cards?
I can, because unlike any other kid in my class, in my grade, whatever, growing up, I was like the only kid that actually knew how to play the game. I was the only kid that actually knew how to play Pokemon, how to build decks, how the rules worked, how the prize cards worked. I did teach all my other friends because I just want to collect the cards. I just want to look at them. Fuck that. It's a game. Play the fucking game. So yeah, I did teach people to play Pokemon. I'm an absolute tourist when it comes to Pokemon. I like what you did there. Well done.
I'm sure this is just nostalgia talking, but I will remember that smell forever. I also remember the first big hit I got. It was a Dug Trio from that pack. I was all excited. I took it to school the next day where I traded it for a shiny Hitmonchan. I remember feeling gutted a few days later.
Nah, Hitmonchan's fine. Hitmonlee's superior. Hitmonlee is the superior Hitmon. Now, Hitmonchan got the better name because his name is based off Jackie Chan, and Jackie Chan is, in fact, better than Bruce Lee. Sucks to suck, Cass.
Dug Trio really meant something to me, but I was a kid, and I was a sucker for shiny things. Pokemon cards of the 90s were for kids. We didn't have scalpers, or at least I don't remember them, and Pokemon cards were always available at the local store. We also didn't...
I love the term proto-autistic behavior. That's incredible. Proto-autistic behavior is great. I asked him to play as one as a competition, maybe. Hold on, what am I missing here? Are you talking about me? I don't think I can force Leon to do anything Leon doesn't want to do. Correct, you can't, but you gotta force Leon to play a team consisting only of Charmanders to show how good it is. No, it's first of all, I don't really care for fire type in general. I don't particularly care for fire type in general. My favorite types when it comes to starters, for Gen 1 and 2, water. I go Squirtle and Totodile. Every generation after, from Generation 3 onward, always grass. Every single time. Now, my favorite type in general, all Pokemon, flat, electric type. Shout out Devil in Red. Leon Fun Fat, I don't know if they exchanged it, but Pokemon Go had Hitmonlee's spawn on Bruce Lee's grave. For a while, that was true. I don't know if that's still true or not, but for a while, that was true. Yeah. Chrissy's chat's already going absolutely nuts. It started at 9 p.m. Oh, that's funny as fuck. How you're scared of water. Okay, being scared of water doesn't mean I can't enjoy water-type Pokemon.
Put cards in a sleeve. I put my Charizard in a Velcro roller to show my best mate. Cards were meant to be felt, touched, showed, and played with. They got banned in our school. People kept losing their cards in Pokemon battles, or they kept getting stolen, so teachers banned it. They also confiscated my friend's Charizard, which miraculously got lost.
Not Pokemon.
This was a common theme with Mr. Andrews. We had Pokemon meetups where we trade Pokemon, the Pokemon movie, which is just iconic. To the
very first movie my father actually took me to in theaters. Now, I'd gone to see movies in theaters prior to that, but the first movie that my dad specifically ever took me to see in theaters was this movie right here. And he fell asleep in the middle of it, and his snoring was so obnoxious, I was so embarrassed because he's just like in the middle of the fucking theater.
N64 Pikachu console and the stadium game. Pokemon Mania was here and here to stay. The show itself gave us a different type of emotion.
I agreed to do a hot dub stream for a grift if we hit a certain dollar amount, and you'll be doing it with me. Totally different.
From Bye Bye Butterfree to Charmander's Flame Nearly Going Out to Pikachu becoming Ash's best friend. It transported us to a different world, a world we wish that we could have lived in. But for us kids, when childhoods were tough, it taught us how to feel. It taught us emotion. It taught us excitement. It taught us that the world didn't just have to be tough. It taught us love. It's why millennials today still love Pokemon. We don't care how much a card is worth. We care about what it meant to 8-year-old me. And after all, we are just grown-up kids. The year is 1998. You got home from school, you went out to play with your school friends, and you're still in your uniform. You get back and start playing on your PlayStation. Mom comes home from work and says the magic words. Do you want to go to Blockbuster?
No. Blockbuster always sucked. I'm tired of this revisionist history. All right? I'm tired of people hyping, I miss the days of Blockbuster. Blockbuster fucking sucked. It sucked then. It sucks now. You go in, they're all like, oh, it's super expensive. They put the mom and pop shops out of business. They're like, oh man, this is a new release. A new release came out like 8 fucking months ago. No. Blockbuster was corporate sanitized bullshit, and it put our local pop and go video out of business. Fuck Blockbuster, dude. Fuck Blockbuster.
The large sign as you approach, the big blue and yellow storefront, the smell of popcorn as you enter, and you rush
renting a Sega Genesis game for $6 cool. $6 in 1994. Let's do some quick currency conversion here. Hold on. $6 in 1996 or today. That is the equivalent of $12.67. You are paying the equivalent of almost $13 fucking dollars to rent a game. That is not cool. That is criminal.
The new release section to grab a copy of the movie that you wanted to rent. You look behind the box and there was nothing there. That was a heart-wrenching moment. Now, if you weren't fighting with your siblings about the movie or game you wanted to rent, your mum would say the magic words to you. You can get a game, movie, and snack. Now, in life, this is the ultimate trifecta. Then you get home and you watch the movie several times, eventually being kind to rewind when you were finished. And, well, you did your best to complete the game over 2 days.
No, you didn't. If you grew up in my neck of the woods, you rented from Blockbuster or whatever your local video store of choice was. And then you just never return the movie because your dad is terrible about keeping deadlines. Like, dude, I remember renting a VHS tape of the Star Wars Ewoks cartoon. Love that cartoon to this day, by the way. Love the Star Wars Ewoks cartoon. I watched those same 3 or 4 episodes on that VHS tape over and over because we never returned that bitch. We moved 3 different houses to 3 different towns. That fucking, to be fair, it wasn't Blockbuster. It was Hastings at the time. We rented it from Hastings. But yeah, we would just, oh, well, we can't go back to this Blockbuster or whatever because we owe like a gajillion dollars in late fees. Time to move to the next one and rent from them and never return it. Time to move to dude, Goosebumps, Night of the Living Dummy, stole that. Yeah, plenty of stuff was stolen from the various video stores.
Which, let's be frank, we never actually ever achieved. And then you promised your mum you took the game and movie back, even though you hadn't. But that was a problem for a month's time when you went back to Blockbuster and the assistant told your parents about the fine. Blockbuster Friday nights and Friday nights in general in the 90s were elite. We look forward to it, and I never once been excited to scroll through Netflix catalog like I did at Blockbuster.
We have to know.
True story. We were in different country and I didn't return a movie. They brought it up when we tried to leave the country. What? No way. That's incredible.
For the first generation to grow up without, then with social media. Before social media, our lives would look a little bit like this. We'd wake up on a Saturday morning in 1999, head down for some cereal and hopefully grab the cereal.
All right, so saying no social media. I have mixed thoughts about this. I want to hear his opinion. I have mixed thoughts on this. Niat, who is streaming right now, and you should all be watching him. Hail, I miss renting physical media from Blockbuster and Video Easy. Video Easy? Never heard of that. That must be an Australian thing. Similar times, better times, less gay times. Fucking facts. Wasn't a fan of the $50 late fees when I forgot to return something for 2 weeks, though. And there's the strat. There's the pro gamer strat, Niat. You just don't return it. You just don't return it. You just move on to the next video store. Shout out. Thank you for the 10 banger. This is for you. Niat got his own dedicated clip. I just need to find it. Here it is. Alphabetical order FT dubs.
You one ugly motherfucker.
Shout out to Niat. Thank you so much. And yes, guys, he will be streaming in about 40 minutes. And you should all watch him instead of me because I may or may not have accidentally been stealing his time slot the last several months. Shout out Genty Maxi. How you doing? It's the mystery milk you get for eating those kinds of cereals that I used to question. I never really cared for cereal growing up, but I loved the milk afterwards. So I would eat the cereal so I could get the milk. Also, Jake was talking about being proto-autistic earlier. I'm proto-autistic. When I ate Captain Crunch, when I ate Lucky Charms, like I would eat all the berries first and leave the barrels, or I would eat all the barrels, leave the berries. When I ate Lucky Charms, I would eat all the hard pieces and I would leave the marshmallows for after. Lo and behold, our boy Gooch still does that. Gooch in his like 40s, 50s, I think he's in his 50s, still does that with Lucky Charms. But yeah, no, anyway, he says no social media. I have mixed opinions of this. Let's hear his argument.
We'd walk over to the TV and turn it on manually to watch our cartoons. And once we were finished, we'd get up, hit the TV button again, and the static from the TV would hit us. We'd then go outside and there was a smell of freshly cut grass with the faint heat of the early summer glaze. We got our bikes out.
Someone flexing that he lived in the suburbs, not the inner city.
The shed and jumped on them, and we could hear the sound of the smoke notes hitting the wheels of each pedal.
Hayden Wayne with a 10 banger. Hastings was top tier. Dude, Hastings, absolutely better than Blockbuster. Absolutely. Didn't realize it got that far north. I always had one around until they shut down. I bought a pallet of random shit from the warehouse for $120 when they closed. That's sick as fuck. Yeah, our Hastings shut down here in like 2001 maybe, but there was a Hastings about 2 hours even further north from me that stayed open until like 2010, 2012, something like that. And then True Asset Warrior, Dial, thank you so much, homie. Appreciate you, absolute legend. This is for you guys.
Plan B! This is for everyone you've killed! England murderer!
Hold your fire! This man isn't black!
Don't remember Hastings and Cali. Didn't you guys have Suncoast video? Because we didn't have Suncoast where I grew up. I think Suncoast was only a West Coast thing. I mean, which makes sense given their name.
We'd meet our friends at the Green Electric Box and we'd just go out and play. Now, if your friends weren't at the electric box, we would just find the bikes which were dumped on some grass verge somewhere. Sometimes we get this summer rain which just smell amazing. And we didn't realize it then, but these were the greatest moments of our life. And in general, we didn't even think about the internet on a daily basis. You have to keep...
See, I did think about the internet on a daily basis, but I grew up in a very tech-savvy household to begin with. My grandpa did IT. My dad did IT. I grew up to do IT. We had internet in the house as early as I could remember, playing like Flash games on CartoonNetwork.com in like the mid-90s and shit. Neopets was a huge thing. So, yeah, I did think about the internet on a daily basis. So maybe that's why the whole social media thing doesn't quite ring the same for me.
In mind that we went from circa 40 million internet users in the mid-90s to 250 million home internet users. Now, that might sound like a lot, but the global population...
Hayden Wayne for a 10 bangers as Hastings as a company shut down like 2012 or something. It was basically just Texas and Oklahoma thing that kind of reached into a couple other states. I guess that makes sense with Texas, Oklahoma. I was being in Missouri. I'm right next to Oklahoma. So yeah, we definitely had Hastings. Our Hastings was... So we lived in an apartment complex right behind the mall. And like 2 streets over from the mall was the Hastings. So we could just walk to the mall, walk to Hastings. We could walk to a little dollar movie theater. It was like $2.50 a movie or something. And it was movies that were ending their theater run. So let's say you had let's just use Pokemon the movie as an example. It came out in like 1999. Let's say that had been in the movie theaters for 2 months, right? It would do its final like 1 month run in the $2 theater. And so that was how we saw a lot of those movies. Shout out for the 10 banger, homie. Thank you. Let's give you this one right here.
I know now that it could never work between us. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
Thank you, homie. I appreciate you. And then the fuck is sent turn it up? Jake Martin sent turn it up. I don't know what that means. It's giving me a little purple thing, Jake, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I wish I knew what that was. Is that one of those like Jules things or something? Either way, thank you. The $2 theaters were fucking goated. Cheap seats, cheaper snacks. Yeah, dude, the snacks were also cheaper. Absolutely. Oh, okay, they were Jules. 800 Jules. Shout out. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you, homie. I don't know what Jules equivalent what would equate to, but either way, I'll give you something anyway because fuck it.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
And then Twisted Jat for 300 Jules. Commie gobbledygook. Anyway, thank you.
Hit 6 billion as of October 12th.
And then Carlos Batista coming in with a 5-banger. And the early 2000s was better, in my opinion. We had all the 90s stuff with things like reruns, and the internet still was the Wild West with the forums. I was big into the forums, dude. Resident Evil forums, anime forums. I kind of agree with this sentiment now that I think about it. Like, everyone that praises the 90s, in all reality, you should be praising the, like, early 2000s because it did have the best of the 90s, but still with that start to move to the Fruger era, digital era flair.
1999, we had no social media, no external social comparisons for sure.
Shout out to Piplup Stars Commander. I used to love Pokemon, but when I was a baby, but now since it's considered the symbol of greed, I don't love it anymore. Switched to Digimon. So Digimon's interesting because I never played the Digimon games growing up. I know apparently a lot of people didn't love them. I loved the Digimon anime. I liked the Digimon anime more than the Pokemon anime. Absolutely. Like the first 3 seasons of Digimon are fucking goated by comparison. I will watch early Digimon after early Pokemon any day of the week. I feel like I missed out by not playing the Digimon games, so I need to go back and play them. Hayden Wayne gifted me Digimon Storytime Stranger back when it came out like 5-6 months ago. So I can't wait to get down that. Shout out, thank you, absolute legend. This is for you.
I know you've done absolutely nothing productive today, but who gives a shit? You're just a weird little gay boy doing the best you can, and I'm proud of you for making it this far in life as a gay little weirdo. Keep shining.
Keep shining. Gay little weirdos, the people that prefer Pokemon over Digimon.
We envied the rich kids in the neighborhood who had it all, but in general, we just used to support each other through the good times and the bad, and we had each other's backs. Part of this charm was complete freedom. We could be ourselves with our friends. You acted how you wanted to be. Well, you were just being yourself. Since we just didn't have to worry about going viral on the internet.
I agree with this sentiment right here. The greatest time to be alive was the year and 8 months between the new millennium and the beginning of 9/11. Like, people, especially if you weren't born yet or were too young to remember it, because I remember 9/11 like it was yesterday. At least for American kids, it cannot be understated how much the world changed after 9/11. So yeah, I from the year 2000 all the way up to September of 2001, absolutely agree with this, Jake. 2000s were great because we still properly shame people for being deviant weirdos. That too.
Being goofy and not being recorded is one of the things kids today really do lack. For me, this comment
See, I don't like this argument, being goofy and not being recorded, while showing recordings. Like, yeah, we weren't recording on cell phones. Dude, my dad brought the fucking video camera everywhere. My dad recorded our soccer games and shit like that.
Being goofy and not being recorded is one of the things kids today really do lack. For me, this comment really summed it up. The 90s was the last decade of the individual using technology rather than the technology using the individual. The late 90s and early 2000s had a different...
The Y2K attitude era. This was definitely a different time. I do miss the fuck out of this. Like, the term edgy was not a thing yet. It was extreme, and that's different.
Energy. Everything felt more rebellious, like we were given permission to push the boundaries. At the center of it all was Stone Cold
I've heard that name
Steve
a long
Austin.
time.
The Texas Rattlesnake with his bald head, leather jacket, and as he walked to the ring, he was talking to himself, and he had so much swagger. We had beers flying everywhere. Austin 316 just kicked your ass, and that's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so. They weren't catchphrases, they were part of our normal school conversations. Austin was living our dream. He was the first guy we saw properly stick it to the man, flipping the bird, hitting the stunner on bid.
Nah, you not had to be rich to have one of those, by the way, because let me tell you, we certainly did not grow up rich. Not in the fucking slightest. I don't know how my dad got one, but I don't know. We had ways. We had technology in our homes, so...
Doing everything we wish we could do to our teachers, bosses, parents, and getting away with it. The Monday Night War wasn't just wrestling. It was attitude. It was our life. And we'd argue over which side we were on. Now, Stone Cold Steve Austin was the center point. Jackass
Kalika Gamer becoming a member. Shout out, becoming a vital idol. Kalika, I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen you around. Appreciate you, homie. Now, you know what being a member to this group of degenerates and vagabonds means. Shout out, Kalika. Thank you, homie.
Was the amplifier. This came out in the year 2000, so we can't really talk about it as part of the 90s.
Catch you later,
but it has to get an honorary mention when we talk about the Y2K attitude era. We did have shows like South Park and Family Guy come along in the late 90s, and they made Bart Simpson look
yeah, so I was in the WWE, then stopped being in WWE, sort of got into MMA. Like, I didn't get into it real deep. My dad did. My dad was a big fan of Pride, back when Pride fighting was a thing. By the way, back when Pride wasn't a bunch of homo shit, Pride fighting before it bought out, before they got bought out by UFC. And so I would watch the Pride fights with my dad, but I couldn't really name anyone aside from maybe Kung Lee.
Bit time. No disrespect to Bart, he's still a legend. All those t-shirts he got banned in the early 90s, but Stan, Cal, Cartman, and Kenny were on a different level. We're all singing Chef's Chocolate Salty Balls, laughing at Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh, and shouting, "Oh my God, Kenny," like it was normal. It pushed humor way past what anyone thought was acceptable at the time. The music was the same. Bands like Korn were Freak on the Leash, Limp Bizkit with the whole Woodstock saga. It was loud, aggressive, and full of energy. Even seeing The Undertaker walking out to Limp Bizkit just felt like everyone was colliding all at once. But the one person who parents feared the most, well, especially here in the UK, was Eminem. Everyone had kids of all backgrounds.
Well, I guess that answers your question about where this guy's from, Tiger King.
Bleaching their hair, wearing baggy clothes, and rapping every lyric as if it was their own. Parents and schools tried to ban him. They just didn't get him. I remember one kid in our school dyed his hair blonde, brought a lighter into class, and just started lighting it up in front of the teacher. The teacher tried to kick him out, and he just stood there like, what are you going to do? You can't touch me. I'm not moving. This was the influence. It pushed rebellion to a level that we just hadn't seen before. And then we had films like American Pie. I mean, we're all now basically the same age as Stifler's mum, which is mad to think about.
I never cared for American Pie. I was talking about this. I think it was on Enzo's stream last week. I was talking about it somewhere. I don't know. Movies like American Pie, like the teen sex comedies, there's ones out there that I like. I saw Porky's for the first time a few months ago. Porky's was fucking great. But American Pie just never really did anything for me, man. All the jokes seem like low-hanging fruit.
Jimmy This Pie saw the most iconic scenes ever, and it was a theme again, pushing boundaries, saying things you shouldn't say, doing things you definitely shouldn't do. From Monday Night Wars to Jackass to South Park, Eminem, American Pie, everything collided all at once. It was loud, it was chaos, it was out of control. I felt all of it. I lived it, I loved it, and it was so good. Every moment was a boundary push, and we were just seeing what we could get away with. Today's kids will never understand this, but in the 90s, we didn't make plans. We just...
knocking for friends. Now, we did make plans. They just weren't like meticulous and thought out. It was more like, hey, you're sitting in class, and you're like, hey, I'm going to come to your house after school today. So there was making plans. But yeah, sometimes you would just go out, knock on your friend's door, and see if they're there. He is correct.
Walked or cycled around the neighborhood, knocking on for friends' doors to see if they were coming out to play. And when I say friends, I mean the neighborhood regulars and that one kid you spoke to for about 15 seconds who had the really cool bike. It was absolute magic, going on mad adventures across town. Nobody had a phone, and our parents were at work, so they had no idea where we were or what we were doing. We learned valuable life skills, which is how we learned to get ourselves out of trouble. Because let's be frank, we got ourselves in a lot of trouble. We'd buy stink bombs from the store and throw them into shops and run away. Throw snaps on the ground as people walk by to scare them. We went knocking running until one friend got caught. Now,
Bro, the Slim Shady ICP beef was fucking great. Like, they released a track called Slim Shady's a Wigger. That shit had me fucking dying back in the day. Because, yes, I did, in fact, listen to St. Clown Posse. I absolutely should not have been.
I remember doing this with my friend Sam in the neighborhood. And instead of running away, he decided to pull a Mooney and literally got his ass whooped. When we got hungry, we shared our money for some Freddos, a can of Coke, and we made sure that everybody ate. And then we just carried on climbing trees until your one friend fell off and broke his arm and ended up in the cast for summer.
I literally watched that happen to a kid who to this day I don't even remember the name of outside my grandma's house. Like, we were climbing trees, and he wanted to see how high he could go, and he fell out, and he broke his arm, and he had to get ambulanced away. No way I'm going to have to look that up. Yeah, dude. Yeah, look up Slim Shady's a Wigger. It's fucking hilarious. King Demon Wing giving them 5 Words of Paradise memberships. You absolute fucking legend. This is for you.
I'm on HIV medication, and I want Leon to rail me.
And I agree, Jake. There's something about the design of that. There's absolutely something about the design of that can of Cherry Coke. 100%.
A cast. Do you remember the last time you saw a kid today in a cast? I really can't think of one. We jumped in the creek and shivered about how cold it was. And then we just made up games like Kirby, Block You Off, and we lived life without any concerns. No bills to pay, no jobs to work, just living life. As soon as the streetlights came on, this was the universal time for all kids to go home. It doesn't matter what country you lived in, this was the bat signal. We all knew exactly what to do. And in some cases, if kids like me tried to get extra 5 minutes, the TV had an advert asking our parents where their kids were.
This one wasn't something I really experienced. Like, I've heard all the like, hey, be home when the streetlights come on and whatnot. But I lived out in the country, so there weren't streetlights. Like, you just, hey, come home when it's dark, or come home whenever your friends' parents send you home or whatnot. Because growing up out in the country, there weren't streetlights to go out.
For me, this is something I miss to this day. I saw 2 kids today bouncing a football, walking to the football field. And as adults, well, we just don't even think about doing that. We don't think about seeing if somebody's free spontaneously. It's all scheduled for 3 months' time. And well, the beauty of being a kid was having a clear diary every single day. The toys of the 90s were different.
So, I made a joke the other day. Where are you, fuzzy little bastard? Why can't I find my Furby? So my Furby is not in his usual spot, and that's concerning me. Why is my Furby missing? I made a joke on, I think it was Saturday Night Hypnosis yesterday, about how, you know, only homos use bought Furbies. But I actually do. Should I be concerned about having a fucking haunted Furby? Yeah, look behind me. Nope, he's not behind me. It's actually quite concerning. I don't know why my Furby is not in his usual spot.
They were built to last, and they really did mean something. My favorite Christmas ever was 1997. I came downstairs still believing in Santa, and there it was. A PlayStation with Tekken 3, FIFA 97, Gran Turismo, and F1 97. I just stood there staring like it wasn't real. This wasn't just a gift. This was everything as a kid. The following year, I got a Game Boy with Pokemon Yellow, and that was it. Christmas was over. I didn't speak to anyone. I didn't eat. I didn't move. My parents couldn't prize.
The coolest Christmas gift I ever remember getting around this era was a Buzz Lightyear, but it wasn't the typical Buzz Lightyear like in the white and green. He was all decked out in silver. He was a Buzz Lightyear all decked out in silver. I thought shit was the coolest, dope alternate outfit ever.
Away from it, even for Christmas dinner. I had a Stan South Park plush that I carried everywhere like it was glued to my hand. The consoles were absolutely elite during this time. The year after my
Carlos Batista with a 5-banger. Remember you could get 2 family-sized bags of snacks for $1? Remember hanging out with the boys in the lot, screwing around our BMX bikes? So I remember the second part, not the first. 2 family-sized bags of snacks for $1. I don't really recall that. We didn't really do a whole lot of snackage and whatnot in my house. But yeah, hanging out with the boys behind the lot, screwing around with the bikes? Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out. Thank you for the 5-banger. This is for you.
You can't keep getting away with it!
brother got a Sega Dreamcast, and I was so envious.
The greatest console ever made. I mean, this dude's gay because he's in the UK, so I had the blue version. We Americans had the sick-ass orange little spiral here. But yeah, the Sega Dreamcast, greatest console ever made.
The sound of that console, by the way, when it turned on was absolutely magic. It wasn't spoken about enough, and Crazy Taxi was absolutely elite.
One of my favorite
It might
games.
sound like we had a lot, and that was a lot for back then, but we didn't have loads all through the year. I remember my granddad giving me £20 for my birthday and Christmas combined. We went to Toys R Us, and I bought a WWF wrestling buddy, Diamond Dallas Page. I also remember my dad promising a pog making machine for one of my birthdays. I didn't get it, and I was about 6, so Logic had left the building by then. Full meltdown, kicking off in the car.
I remember
screaming.
3DO, but I never played one growing up. I didn't even know anybody who had a 3DO. Like, I knew they existed from like game magazines and stuff, but I don't know anybody that had a 3DO.
Crying. And my dad just left me in the car while he went to quick save with my siblings and came back half an hour later. One toy could make or break your entire day. And then you had...
My mother was obsessed with these dumb sons of bitches. My mother was fucking obsessed. She got like the Princess Diana one after Princess Diana died. Like, my mother was obsessed with fucking Beanie Babies, dude.
things like Beanie Babies. People had safes for them, actual safes. Queuing up thinking this was their future pension. We had price guides and everything. It was basically the Bitcoin of the 90s, and it turned out to be more like a meme coin, if we're being honest. Toys back then weren't necessarily about the value. They were about attachment. We didn't keep them in boxes. We didn't sleeve them. We destroyed them. We carried them everywhere and showed them off and traded them.
My sister had one
Played
of
them
those.
until they fell apart. Talk Boys, Pogs, Pokemon cards, Skip It, Moon Boots, Super Soakers. These
Had all three: Skip It, Moon Boots, and Super Soakers. Had all three. By the way, Skip It, don't knock it if you're a dude. Skip It was awesome.
things weren't collectibles. They were our childhood. And because we didn't have loads, that's what made them special. One toy could last you years, and for that time, it was your whole world. Gaming in the 90s wasn't global like it is today. It was your street, your friends, your basement, your garage, or your best friend's living room. If someone had Super Mario Kart with 2 controllers, they were absolutely worshipped. Gaming in the 90s was life, but
He's not wrong, dude. There's a gal named Brooke. There's a gal I grew up with in like elementary school. Her name was Brooke Crawford. I'll drop the whole name, Brooke Crawford. Bro, we used to all flock to Brooke's shitty fucking trailer to play Mario Kart on the Nintendo 64. Because I didn't have a Nintendo 64. I had a PlayStation 1 and eventually a Dreamcast. She had the N64. We would flock to her place to play that shit, dude.
not your whole life. You would end up at your local neighborhood kid's house who had multiple controllers and a console. Usually you'd be in a smelly garage or on a couch fighting over who got that good controller. That sticky button was always the reason you lost, or in my case, we had a chair we named the bugger eating chair. In the middle of an intense 1v1 and Tekken 3, the thing would just collapse. It'll leave you in an impossible position to even see the screen, let alone win. While my best friend Kit would just sit there laughing his head off as he snatched victory. Gaming in person was special. We made gaming partitions so our enemy couldn't look at our screen. This was peak gaming innovation with cardboard and tape. When we did claim the victory or loss, we learned about how to glow and how to lose. The winner got the bragging rights. And well, for me, Kit, who I mentioned before, was amazing at FIFA. So when you finally get that one win after the 25 games, you'd retire, go home, as you were the last person who won. Gaming wasn't complete about snacks and drinks, which we had to take with us unless you were at the rich kid's house. We gamed in person for hours and then we'd leave the console on pause for 2-player game missions and go out and play. We never had a save game cartridge, and we had to hope that Mum hadn't turned it off by the time we got.
Dude, the most painful experience of my life, one of the most painful experiences of my life. Got a GameCube, right? Finally got the GameCube. That was the console. Everyone, like, the PS2 was great, the Xbox was great, but the GameCube, man, that was my shit. Now, my dad, because remember, I'm a divorced child, so like sometimes I say my dad, I mean my biological father. Sometimes I say my dad, and I mean my stepdad, my real dad, Papa Idol, the one I always talk about, right? And so my stepdad didn't realize that you needed a memory card. So when he got me the GameCube, no memory card. So a couple days later, he took me up to the game store, and I think it was vintage stock, and I bought the cheapest used GameCube memory card I could, not knowing that it was sold, like someone had resold it there because it had a problem. It would format every time you turn your GameCube on. So it was basically like not having what a format is. Basically, you would have to delete all the data and restart from scratch. So it was effectively the same as still not having a memory card.
We got back. Today's kids sit in the dark with their headsets on, alone in their room, playing with kids all around the world. Back then, we just played with neighborhood kids, and if there wasn't anybody better in the world than that one person, it was an absolute elite time to be a gamer. POV, the year is 1997.
It wasn't Mad Cats, but it was a third-party brand. Yes, it was a third, because I had to spend my own money on it. I had to spend my own money on it, and this used memory card, I specifically remember it was $4.99 at the vintage stock, when all the others were like $15. So yeah, it was definitely a third-party one.
Parents are in bed and you turn on your PlayStation. You chose not to look at the TV to ensure it loads. As you know, if you look, the PlayStation will crash. 20 seconds go by and it moves to the next image on the screen, and bam, you are hit with the loudest PlayStation loading noise in history. Your mum comes in, shouts at you, and you turn the PS1 off. And then turn it back on 2 minutes later with the noise on mute. There is a reason why millennials are so patient. We had no skip buttons on our adverts, and our TV programs, we had to sit through the...
By 1995, my granny had a proper PC, so I played a lot of games on PC. Doom, Duke Nukem, several of the Sonic games from the Genesis had been ported to the PC by that point. Chex Quest, bro. Motherfucking Chex Quest. Yeah. Star Warped, which was a Star Wars parody game.
Breaks running back and forth to the toilet in between them.
I've not seen a whole lot.
Dialogue was a different beast. The sound is something I would take to my grave, but Jesus, it was slow. I used to get bored logging on, end up playing on my Game Boy and forgetting I was even online. And don't talk to me about trying to download something. A JPEG picture would take hours, a song, days, and a game about 30 years. In the UK, we had to wait for TV shows, music, and movies. The US got most TV shows 6 to 9.
I do too. Straight to the mail. I do too. It's you see it, right? Well, my boom arm's in the way. Yep. Got a Smash Bros. Edition GameCube signed by why am I blanking on his name? Voice of Mario. Fuck. What was his name? Y'all remind me in the chat.
Months ahead of us. They were on season 3 by the time we were just starting season 2. And if you missed a show, well, there were no reruns. You were absolutely cooked. Unlike today's world, we didn't get everything now. Social media provides real-time updates.
Ron,
whether that being the truth
Charles
or
Martinet,
not.
thank you.
Whereas one of the greatest millennial achievements is that millennials spread a rumor that Marilyn Manson removed 2 ribs to pleasure himself. We spread this via school hallways to your random cousin across the globe. The UK, US, Australia, Spain. It reached...
I believed this shit until like 8th grade, dude. That Marilyn Manson had 2 ribs removed so he could suck his own dick. I remember that shit, or I believed that shit till like 8th grade.
Everywhere, and we believed it.
And honestly, you want to know what ruined the illusion for me? The reason I stopped believing it? This gal in my class, name was Stevie. She was a big Marilyn Manson fan. And she's like, you know that's bullshit, right? I was like, no, how could that be bullshit? She's like, if you could suck your own dick, would you ever make another album again? Oh. Bro. Shattered the illusion. Complete. She's right. Why would you be in the studio making music when you could be sucking your own dick? She's right.
Waiting for birthdays and Christmases to buy the latest game, waiting for the VHS to rewind to watch it. This is all part of the anticipation, all part of patience. It's what made things better. Some things that I really do miss about the 90s is the music, movies, and entertainment from that period. Music in the 90s went through a mad transition. In 1990, music still felt like it was from the 80s. And then out of nowhere in 1991, Nirvana.
And then out of nowhere, the worst era of music until modern music happened, and that shit was called fucking grunge. It's not even that grunge is bad. It's not even that grunge is bad. It's that Nirvana is bad. Nirvana fucking sucks.
Never mind, and everything changed. The grunge era was here. It was raw, loud, real, and Kurt Cobain was just something that we hadn't seen before. As we progressed through the 90s, we saw Tupac versus Biggie, two of the greatest to ever do it, both taken way too soon. And towards the end of the decade, we had Eminem, who changed the game completely. Rock was everywhere as well. Blink-182, Green Day, Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay, you cannot call Blink-182 and Green Day rock. To be fair, I actually do like Blink-182. I hold on to that bit of my commercialism 90s kid, right? Like, I do like Blink-182. Fuck Green Day. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Flea is one of the greatest bass players of all time. I will always get down. But the thing is, Red Hot Chili Peppers, their 80s and early 90s stuff is actually their best work. Like Blood Sugar Sex Magic, one of the best albums of all time. Blood Sugar Sex Magic is a fucking banger album.
Korn. They weren't just bands, they were all personality. And well, most of these songs are still on our playlist to this day. For me personally, Blink-182.
I see. A fellow man of culture. A My Chemical Romance hater like myself. I appreciate you.
Is my favorite band of all time. But back then, until Napster arrived, music just wasn't instant. You spend £15 or dollars on an album based upon that one song that you heard, hoping the rest of the album was actually good. And then along came Autotune, and most of us heard this for the first time when we heard Believe by Cher. For me, movies were exactly the same. They weren't just something that you watched, they were something that you lived.
Dude, I was such a big Rage Against the Machine fan. I remember the first time I had ever heard Rage Against the Machine was how a lot of us little white kids first heard Rage Against the Machine. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. You turn on Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 and you're immediately inundated with Guerrilla Radio. It's like, that shit was awesome. I immediately went out, dude. I bought Battle of Los Angeles. Loved that fucking album. And now, all these years later, I'm so disappointed, so disheartened. Like, knowing what Rage Against the Machine would become would absolutely keep me from, like, young me from giving a fuck. Heard that song on the radio earlier today. It's a good song. A lot of their songs are good. But it's one of those separate the art from the artist things. I have trouble doing it. I do. I have so much trouble separating the art from the artist when it comes to them because they are such fucking pussies. They're such bowing, kowtowing losers. Weird Al's much. I love Weird Al. I'm going to see Weird Al next month, actually. I was seeing Weird Al in concert for the second time next month.
Going to the movie theater in the 90s was unreal. The smell of popcorn as you walked in, getting the Tango Ice Blast, and then eventually finding your seat. It just felt big.
Oh, Believe by Cher.
I remember my first trips, we watched Flubber, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, and The Lion King. And what my mum would do is drop me and my brothers off, then literally go into town for 90 minutes and come back. They were really different times. And the films themselves were on a different level. 782, Judgment Day, Jurassic Park, Toy Story. Films didn't just come out and disappear. They stayed with us to this day. We're still watching them now with our kids and still trying to make remakes of all these films. And then you had the Titanic, one of the most successful films of the 90s, which came...
Not one of the most... At the time it came out, the most successful film of all time. I won't lie. I like it. I like the Titanic.
With 2 VHS tapes. Yep. You had to get halfway through the film, take one out, and put a second one in. That's how big the film was. It wasn't background noise. We weren't scrolling through our phones whilst we were watching movies, TV shows, or listening to music.
Yeah,
it was
Avatar,
absolutely everything to us back then.
Unless you adjust for inflation. If you adjust for inflation, Gone with the Wind is still, I'm pretty sure, the highest grossing film of all time. I don't like that version of Romeo and Juliet. I agree with you. I don't like that version of Romeo and Juliet. I hate hearing the Titanic. Oh, Titanic music. I thought you said Titanic Museum. I was like, I actually went to the Titanic Museum a couple years ago. It was really, really cool.
Snacks and drinks in the 90s hit differently. And it's not even nostalgia talking here. They tasted better. And of course, the ingredients were different then. And
these Gushers commercials, dude, were amongst my favorite commercials. With everyone's heads turning into the fruits and shit. I thought this commercial was awesome. This and Airheads. Airheads, where they would just keep stretching it out and they would go like blocks and blocks. Then one would let go and it would stream back and like fucking like decapitate statues and shit. Tang, also great commercials. Like the fucking monkey. Tang, those were really cool.
Definitely more snack innovation. Everything was a treat. The portion sizes were magnificent. A Curly Whirly was like carrying around a ladder on your shoulder. A wagon wheel felt like it was coming from a Scania Arctic truck. And a gold bar, well, that actually looked like gold. Going to the shop itself was an experience. Walking and seeing that mad wall of sweets behind the counter at the corner shop was crazy. Or the pick and mix in Woolworths, where we'd stack 101 penny sweets and then be charged 50p. The shopkeepers knew what we were doing. Then we had drinks. The innovation of drinks was insane. Crystal Pepsi, Surge, Orbit. It was dareish, it was brave, it was full of sugar, and we loved it. Capri Suns were a lunchtime staple where we'd miss the straw hole every single time and go straight through the back. Sunny Delight had us all believing it would turn orange.
No, Sunny D sucked. Sunny D has always sucked. It wasn't good in the 90s. It's not good now. Sunny D is disgusting.
We drank too much. In the UK, we got bottled soda delivered by the milkman, Iron Brew, Dandelion Burdock, and Keg Shandy, where we all acted drunk from the shandy. And of course, a cold can of bottle of Coca-Cola on hot left been out for hours. That first sip was absolutely unmatched. And snacks and drinks tied into everything else. Blockbuster Friday nights, snacks. Gaming at your mate's house, snacks. Out all day playing football, snacks. These weren't just food, they were part of our everyday routines. And again, we didn't have loads. Now, we had no Deliveroo, we had no DoorDash. We couldn't get everything instantly, but none of it hits the same as walking out of a shop with a full bag of sweets, a drink in your hand, and your mates next.
I disagree. I disagree that Saturday morning cartoons would peak in the 90s. I actually think Saturday morning cartoons peaked in the early 2000s. Now, I'm not knocking Saturday morning cartoons in the 90s. We had some bangers, right? You had Batman the Animated Series. You had Superman the Animated Series. You had Animaniacs. Like, we had some bangers. But you roll into the early 2000s. Dude, you got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 03, the greatest rendition of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles since the comics. You had fucking Sonic X. You had the revival of Ultraman, the Japanese kaiju classic Ultraman, right? What else? What else did you have? There was the He-Man 2003 reboot, which is the best way to fucking experience He-Man. It's way better than the 80s version. Cubix was the shit. Cubix, and there was also Metabots. Metabots was incredible. Was born in the 90s. Memories. I miss it so much. Shout out, Piplup. Early 2000s Adult Swim was the best. Airheads, turn people's airheads and balloons in the commercials. Yep, I remember that. And here's the thing, Shadow Buster. I also grew up with the 87 Ninja Turtles. The 87 Ninja Turtles cartoon is my favorite. The 87 Ninja Turtles is my favorite Ninja Turtles. This is what I grew up with. But the 03 Turtles are the best Turtles since the comics. Absolutely. Yeah, Metabots the shit. Teen Titans was pretty good. I wasn't like as hype on Teen Titans as other people, but I did like it. Only woke up on Saturday for cartoons. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed.
You register on the curb somewhere and ask each other who your third favorite Power Ranger was. Simple times, but honestly, these were the absolute best.
Alrighty, that was cool. That was a nice little trip down memory lane and whatnot. Like I said, I just figured, here's the video if you want to give it a like. I figured with Mixtape trying to relive the 90s nostalgia, we would do some actual legitimate 90s nostalgia for people that know what they're talking about. And the channel called I Love the 90s or My 90s Life or whatever probably is going to do a better job of it. X-Men Phoenix Saga was peak Saturday. Honestly, so I think the Batman animated series was the better show between the two. But let me tell you, X-Men fucking slapped. That intro is one of the hardest intros of all time. One of the hardest intros of all time. Jackie Chan Adventures is underrated as fuck. Jackie Chan Adventures is underrated. G.I. Joe, I wasn't huge on G.I. Joe. Like, respect to those that were, but G.I. Joe was never really my thing. Now, the toys were. I loved the G.I. Joe toys. My dad would buy me all sorts of G.I. Joe toys. But I never, because he got them when he was a kid. So it was one of those things when it got rebooted in the 90s. Like, oh, cool, I can get my son to something I was into. But yeah, I never got into the show as much. Max Steel, on the other hand, Max Steel was the shit. Super Robot Monkey Team Force Go. I have not thought about that in ages. Oh yeah, the intro music for Gargoyles was also ridiculous. Yeah, Jackie Chan Adventures, watched shit as a kid. Yeah, thought that was a great one. Batman Beyond. I like Batman. Batman the Animated Series is better. I liked Batman Beyond more though, for sure. Catch you later, Lord Dragneel. Have a good rest of your night. Super Robot Monkey Team Force Go was my fave. Static Shock. Now, Static Shock was the 90s. I was trying to think of stuff in the 2000s. Static Shock was the 90s, but I did like Static Shock. Spider-Man the Animated Series, awesome. Yeah, that's my favorite anime version of Spider-Man. Is Spider-Man the Animated Series. Darkwing Duck. Now, my favorite cartoon of all time is actually an 80s cartoon. My favorite cartoon of all time is DuckTales. I love Darkwing Duck. I've got the first season of Darkwing Duck on DVD. I love Darkwing Duck. My favorite cartoon of all time. American cartoon. Anime don't count in this. My favorite American cartoon or Western cartoon, DuckTales. 100% DuckTales. Interesting fact, 12 TMNT did a remake for one of the episodes. 12 TMNT? Oh, I think you're saying interesting fact 12. TMNT did a remake of one of the episodes. I don't know what you mean by did a remake. Yeah, Samurai Jack was goated, but that wasn't a Saturday morning cartoon. That was Saturday in the evening. That was in the evenings. Bucky O'Hare and Toe Wars. Actually had toy of Dragon Talisman. Nice. Rescue, yeah, Chippendale Rescue Rangers was also good. Fifth Gear, I don't remember that. Dude, Reboot was a good one. Yeah, Pinky and the Brain, Justice League Unlimited was a banger. I don't remember. Wasn't the theme the same as the regular Justice League theme? It just had updated visuals, like with all the new characters. And yeah, Gargoyles came up, Rebel Overlord. No, we did not know how good we had it. We did not know how good we had it. I loved the Earthworm Jim game. I never never saw the Earthworm Jim cartoon, though. Never saw the Earthworm Jim cartoon. Owned the DuckTales game on NES. Legend. Absolute legend. Almost done with my prediction video for Death Battle upcoming. Yuji versus Denji. Want your thoughts on the winner? I don't know who Yuji is, and I don't like Chainsaw Man, so I don't actually have a thought on that one whatsoever. I have a thought on that one whatsoever because I don't like Chainsaw Man and I don't know who Yuji is. Beast Wars was godlike. Beast Wars was absolutely godlike. Mighty Ducks, that cartoon went hard. I forgot Mighty Ducks had a cartoon. You never know you're living in the good old days until the days are over. Yeah. G1 Transformers. Transformers had a reboot in I think like 2002, 2003, something like that, called Transformers. I think it was called Transformers Armada. I think it was called Transformers Armada. Also a Batman Animated Series, but the Batman is a banger. Thanks for the comment. Yeah, no problem. Sorry I wasn't able to give you my, additional thoughts. Conan had a cartoon in the 90s? I don't remember that. Now, I played a lot of the Conan games, but I didn't. Pirates of Dark Water. I haven't thought of Pirates of Dark Water in fucking years, dude. Also, y'all remember that the Mummy, like the Brendan Fraser Mummy movie, had a Saturday morning cartoon in the early 2000s? Okay, Transformers Armada. That's what I thought. But yeah, the Brendan Fraser Mummy movie got a cartoon in the early 2000s. It was good. Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber, and the Mask. I knew about the Mask. I didn't know about Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber. I don't like Ace Ventura and Dumb and Dumber. Never have. Never. I've never liked Ace Ventura or Dumb and Dumber. I'm actually very hit or miss on Jim Carrey in general. Very miss. Gotta go. Getting my stream ready. Hey, sounds good, Trauma Tuna. Have a good rest of your stream, homie. One of my great memories from the 80s was my mom taking me to the OG Transformers movie the day it came out. That's legendary. Do you remember Reboot? I brought up Reboot like 10 minutes ago. The shitty Matt Broderick one. Oh, yeah, the shitty Matt Broderick Godzilla movie got a show. Yes. Yeah, a lot of them got dumb cartoon spinoffs. Absolutely, they did. SWAT Cats was a banger. See, people love Street Sharks. People love SWAT Cats. To me, they felt like Ninja Turtle ripoffs. I know Cassie loves SWAT Cats, but to me, they felt like a Ninja Turtles. I was a Ninja Turtles purist, bro. Yeah, Astro Boy got a reboot in 2003. That's true. Men in Black got a cartoon and got a fucking PS1 game based on that cartoon. And the PS1 game was awesome. At least in my memory, it is. I don't know if it holds up, but in my memory, it was awesome. All right. Let's switch gears. The last couple of Sunday specials, we've been doing these right here. You know, could Batman take on Wesker? Spoiler alert, by the way, they were wrong. He can't. They got that wrong. We did could John Wick survive Raccoon City? This one is, could Leon Kennedy survive Jason Voorhees? So I want to know at the gate, in front. Could Leon Kennedy survive Jason Voorhees? I'm going to say yes. I don't know that he could beat Jason Voorhees because Jason Voorhees is unkillable. But Leon could survive him. With the caveat, there is a caveat. Leon would not survive half of the events of Resident Evil 2 and 4 without the assistance from Ada. Ada saved his ass multiple times. So maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he could. Let's see.
Dead quiet. No crickets, no wind, nothing. Leon S. Kennedy backs up slowly, boots catching on wet roots. And the only thing in front of him is 7 feet of rotting muscle and a machete that's already got blood on it. His hand goes to his silver ghost, but something stops him. His biometric scanner is screaming. Not a ghost, not a legend. A viral signature so dense it's pushing the meter into the red. This.
Why viral? Jason Voorhees is not a bioweapon. Jason Voorhees is not a bioweapon. If anything, he's a supernatural monster. And yes, I know that as well. Wee Jones. Terrible trigger discipline. The real Leon would never. Video is much louder than me? Okay, cool. I'll turn the video down.
Isn't a horror story. This is a bioweapon. And today, we're going to find out if Leon Kennedy can survive it.
That's
investigating the Crystal Lake anomaly. 3 days earlier, Leon got a single-page field assignment. No agency header, no case number, just GPS coordinates for Camp Crystal Lake and a note that read, multiple casualties. Pattern matches Raccoon City pre-outbreak behavior.
All right, that's a good setup for this. Whether Jason is a bioweapon or not, this is a good setup because the things that were happening at Crystal Lake are very akin to what would have been happening in the Arklay Mountains prior to the events of Resident Evil 1.
Investigate and report. That was it. So he packed standard issue. His silver Ghost 9mm, a pump-action shotgun with 8 shells, 2 flashbangs, and a combat knife. Practical, efficient, exactly what he needed if this turned out to be a standard containment call. It was.
That's a pretty fair opening loadout for a Resident Evil character.
It's not a standard containment call. He reached the camp just before sunrise, and the first thing that hit him was the smell. Copper, heavy and wet, coating the back of his throat. It didn't fade. The camp,
which is a very nice way of saying blood. Leon driving no hands, badass. That's a pretty Leon move, yes.
Camp had 6 structures, 4 cabins, a mess hall, a maintenance shed, and every single one had its door open. That's never a good sign. Leon moved methodically, clearing each
Happy Mother's Day,
building,
Raza.
cataloging what he found. The bodies were wrong in a very specific way. In a standard animal attack, you get chaotic, scattered wounds. In a human attack, you usually see hesitation, inconsistency.
These don't show either, I assume.
These wounds were neither. The machete strikes were clean, deep, and delivered with a force output that didn't match any human profile Leon had on record. He crouched next to one of the victims and did the math in his head. The kinetic energy required to drive a blade that deep through the shoulder joint, through the clavicle, through the scapula, into the wooden floor underneath puts the attacker somewhere above
you're right.
Class 103 Tyrant strength output.
I like that this breakdown is actually showing that Leon's using his brain as opposed to just like his survival instincts. Like, yeah, he's doing the math. He's sitting here, he's figuring everything out because Leon is an investigator at the end of the day. So real good, like, character description that we don't often get to see when people talk about Leon.
Ballpark. That's not a human number. That's a bioweapon number. But the damage wasn't even the strangest part. Leon started noticing gaps. Specific tissue samples were missing from each victim. Not randomly, surgically. Someone, or something, was harvesting biological material with a consistency.
Can Jason get hurt by bullets? Does Jason feel pain? I know he can't really be killed, but does he feel pain? I'm not entirely sure if he does. I would need a Friday the 13th lore. I'm the Resident Evil lore expert. But I would need a I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. So yeah, I mean the impact of like, you know, shotgun blasts and whatnot will definitely slow him down. But I don't think he feels pain.
That suggested programming, not instinct. Whatever did
It
this
depends
was
on if you're
being
talking the early movie. So that's in Friday the 13th 5, I believe, is the one where he gets like struck by lightning and resurrected. So from that point on, he's effectively a zombie. I know he doesn't feel pain then. Drop you a link to YouTube dump the old Conan cartoon episodes. Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you. Sweet. I appreciate that. Yeah, more or less. It depends before or after the part is it part 6 where he becomes a zombie? That's okay, it's 6 I was thinking of. Okay, 6. Thank you. Appreciate that.
monitored, maybe even directed. He tagged the evidence, pulled out his scanner, and swept the perimeter. The viral readings were highest near the water's edge, dropping off as he moved toward the tree line. The source was somewhere in or under the lake. He marked the coordinates and started walking back toward the mess hall to cross-reference his notes. That's when the ground shook. Not an earthquake, footsteps. Slow, massive, deliberate footsteps coming from the tree line to the north, each one snapping branches like they were toothpicks. Leon pivoted, hand on the silver ghost, and the trees at the edge of the clearing just parted. Jason Voorhees stepped into the open, and the first thing Leon registered wasn't the mask or the machete. It was the size. 7 feet, easily 300 pounds of dense, degraded muscle tissue wrapped in necrotic flesh that had clearly been decomposing and regenerating on a cycle for decades. The second thing Leon registered was that his only exit route, the access road to the south, was directly behind Jason. Survival tier for this phase, tier B. Leon came prepared. He's cautious. He's reading the scene correctly, but he has zero data on what this thing can actually take. He doesn't know yet that bullets are a suggestion to this target, not a threat. He's about to find out. Jason didn't slow down. The machete came up, and Leon drew his weapon. The first engagement, Leon put 3 rounds into Jason's chest before the gap closed. Center mass.
See, Leon would probably go 2 for the chest, 1 for the head. Like, they say Leon puts 3 rounds center mass. Leon is used to dealing with biohazards. He knows, or bioweapons, I mean. He knows to go for the head, knows to destroy the brain. He'd probably do 2 to the chest to test its resilience, but he would go for the brain. He would go for the headshot. So I think that's inaccurate. Scrap Gamer for a 5-banger. 2012 Demon D did a remake of one of the Super Robot Monkey Hyper Team Force Go episodes. Like almost 1 point. I didn't know that. I've never seen the 2012 TMNT show. I didn't know that. Shout out. Thank you.
Ass. Tight grouping.
Depending on Jason
exactly
Moore,
where you drop a human target. Jason didn't flinch, didn't stumble, didn't even register it. He just kept coming. And Leon had maybe half a second to throw himself sideways before the machete came down and split the cabin door frame clean in 2. Not chipped it, split it. A 4-inch pine frame straight down the middle like it was cardboard. Leon rolled to his feet and fired again. This time going for the head. The round connected. He saw the impact. And Jason turned toward him slowly, like someone had tapped him on the shoulder. That's when Leon understood the first real problem. This wasn't about accuracy. The bullets were going in. They just weren't doing anything meaningful on the other side because the tissue was closing behind him faster than the damage could accumulate.
Does Jason have a healing factor? Yo, what up, Zax? How you doing, homie? This is the first time I'm hearing about this, about Jason having like a Wolverine-style healing factor. Lithium says kinda. When did that come into play? I don't remember Jason ever having a healing factor. Okay, not true. And Jason X he does, but that's totally different. That's like a sci-fi movie. Necrotic tissue. In a sense, yes, he does. He does, but not at this level I know of. In the comics and novels. Interesting. Huh. All right. Good to know.
He'd seen something like it before. in the files on advanced G virus anomalies. Cellular regeneration so aggressive, it
I love
treats
Jason X. Fuck
ballistic
you.
trauma like a minor inconvenience.
Well, we were talking about Blockbuster earlier. Jason X was the very last movie I ever rented from Blockbuster.
Knitting muscle fiber back together in seconds. His silver ghost wasn't a weapon in this fight. It was a noise machine. He switched tactics and went mobile, putting distance between them and using the cabin structures as cover. Jason moved through them. Literally, through them. A corner wall, a support beam, a wooden table. None of it slowed him down.
Is this Jason infected with one of the viruses from the Resident Evil universe? We don't know. He's setting it up as if he is, because, you know, when Leon was like checking his biomechanical or bioweapon sort of reader thing, he said it was giving off levels of bioterrorism. So maybe he's infected, but so far hasn't actually specified.
Because at his mass and strength output, solid objects were just friction. Leon ducked under a swing that would have taken his head off, and the machete hit the exterior wall of the mess hall and kept going, punching straight through the timber and out the other side. The kinetic force behind that strike was enormous. We're talking about a physics problem here.
I can tell you guys exactly what image of Leon he used right here to make this. Hold on a sec. Leon RE4 2005 jumping. Where is it? Come on. All right, hold on. I might be able to just not even put jumping there. It'll probably come up. It's one of the most famous images of Leon. Why can't I find it? I hate the fact there's a remake, because now it makes stuff from the original so hard to find on Google. It's going to show you the comparison of what image he used, but it's... God damn it. Now, I might not end up showing you guys. Resident Evil 4 2005. Well, the internet has failed us. More than anything, Capcom failed us by making these fucking remakes. Because I'm not seeing the fabled image. Damn. It's literally shot for shot like the one he used for the AI here. Just instead, it's just at the castle or the village, one of the two, instead of it having this Friday the 13th style aesthetic. Oh well.
Force equals mass times acceleration. And at 300 plus pounds moving with that much drive behind it, that machete was hitting like a small vehicle. One clean connection and Leon was finished. He got a partial connection instead. Jason's forearm caught him across the ribs during a grapple attempt, and Leon went airborne. 4 feet, maybe 5, and hit the exterior cabin wall hard enough to crack the planking behind him. He landed badly, felt something grind on his side, and had about 2 seconds to decide his next move before Jason was on him again. He grabbed a flashbang off his vest and...
Why would Leon grapple? Because Leon is, when he fights... I was going to say human opponents, but he does it with undead a lot as well. Leon does a lot of sort of like jujitsu, ground and pound style grapple tactics. Yeah, Leon does a lot of mixed martial arts stuff.
Hooked it for 1 second before throwing it directly at Jason's face. The burst was blinding. Leon looked away, heard the crack, and when he turned back, Jason was standing completely still. Not staggered, not disoriented, still. And that was the second real problem, because a flashbang works by overloading optic nerves and disrupting the inner ear simultaneously. The sound component alone should have caused, at minimum, a balance disruption in any standard physiology. Jason showed zero acoustic response. No head movement, no postular shift, nothing. His auditory system wasn't processing the concussive wave the way a biological system would, which meant his sensory organs weren't standard. They were mutated, changed, turned to something other than normal stimulus ranges. Leon used the pause anyway. He wasn't going to argue with a window and sprinted hard toward the northern edge of the camp. away from the access road into the tree line. Jason followed. Of course he followed. But Leon had maybe 40 seconds of separation.
What up, Toby?
And he used all of them. Survival tier for this phase, tier D. Standard ballistics are completely useless. Close quarters combat is a death sentence. And his best disorientation tool did essentially nothing. Leon is alive because he's fast and he got lucky. That's a tier.
That is Leon's biggest superpower. He is the luckiest motherfucker in all of Resident Evil. There's no getting around. Like, Leon survives on rule of cool and luck in just about every fucking game.
D situation. But the thing that saved him wasn't speed. It was the cave. He almost ran straight past the entrance before his boot hit the edge of a metal grate buried in the hillside, and he looked down. The umbrella secret. The grate wasn't.
All right. So in this, Jason. All right. Here's my theory. So if in this version, Jason is a bioweapon creation by Umbrella, I assume he's a failed experiment. He's kind of like Lisa Trevor. I think they're going to build it up to where Jason is very much akin to a failed Lisa Trevor. Like, because remember, Lisa is one of the most unkillable creatures to ever come out of Resident Evil. She was the definition of fucking bulletproof. I kind of like where we're going here.
Locked. It was heavy, industrial, the kind of steel you use when you want something to stay buried for a long time. But the hinge mechanism still worked, and Leon was through it in under 4 seconds. He pulled it shut behind him and dropped into a concrete shaft that smelled like stale air and something chemical. Bleach, maybe, or a close industrial cousin of it. The footsteps above him got louder, then stopped. He didn't move for 30 seconds. Then the footsteps started again, slower, moving away. He breathed. The shaft opened into a corridor. Not a cave, a corridor, metal grating for a floor, concrete walls, overhead strip lighting that flickered once and then held steady. Whatever power source was running this place had been on standby for a long time. Leon moved forward with his knife out. Silver Ghost holstered because if something was in here with him, he'd hear it coming before he saw it. The corridor turned once, then opened into a room that stopped him cold.
That would be awesome.
It was a lab, or it had been. Rows of stasis tanks lined the walls, most of them shattered from the inside, with thick frost still clinging to the broken glass, even after what looked.
Is Resident Evil Origins for the Nintendo Switch worth getting? Even though, for the I have it on Switch. I have a lot of the games that I play over and over on Switch, just like I have them like for travel. So yeah, I have Resident Evil Origins 0 and 1 on this, and Resident Evil 4 actually. That way I can play it when I travel.
Like years of abandonment, decaying medical equipment, biohazard storage lockers hanging open and empty. And on the far wall, half covered by a collapsed ceiling panel, the Umbrella Corporation logo, red and white, rusted at the edges, unmistakable. Leon stared at it for a moment. Then he said, out loud to nobody, of course. He moved to the data terminal in the center of the lab. The screen was cracked, the interface corrupted, but the storage architecture was old Umbrella standard. He'd cracked worse. It took him 6 minutes to get into the core files. What he found was a project designation, N.E. Voorhees, initiated decades earlier. The intake logs described a juvenile male recovered from the lake, clinically dead on arrival, showing spontaneous.
I'm digging this. I'm liking the lore drop for how they're putting Jason into this and having it work. I will give credit to the fan theory machinations that came up with this. I know that a lot of people have issues because it's AI, but I feel like he comes up with the script idea and then lets AI go from there. So all in all, this is pretty interesting.
Cellular activity consistent with early-stage viral exposure. The water had slowed down the mutation cycle dramatically, keeping the subject in a kind of biological stasis between death and full transformation. Umbrella's assessment at the time was straightforward. The truth is, they didn't see a victim. They saw a test bed. The follow-up logs were worse. Umbrella's team had gone back in and made additions.
Well, Ada works for Wesker, so the answer is inherently yes. Ada's the one that saves Leon from Wesker's machinations in Resident Evil 4.
They bonded an early prototype of a neural parasite, a Plagueis precursor, rough and unstable, directly into the subject's central nervous system. The stated goal was aggression control, a field deployable bioweapon that could operate autonomously in a contained geographic zone.
It's very similar to the Nemesis, is what I mean. If they're using a proto-parasite pre-Plaga, it's very similar to the Nemesis Tyrant.
Eating and cycling without requiring direct management. Local folklore would mask the evidence. The lake would mask the biology, and Umbrella would collect behavioral data from a distance. They called it a free-range, persistent threat trial. Leon had to put the terminal down for a second after he read that. He went back in and pulled the biological architecture files. This was the part that mattered. Jason wasn't running on a single viral system. The Plagueis integration had created 3 distinct parasitic clusters anchored into his tissue.
Agreed.
One embedded in the chest cavity behind the sternum, one at the base of the spine, and one hardwired directly behind the frontal plate of the mask.
So he's going to need to take it out like he takes out the regenerators in Resident Evil 4. He's going to need to get a thermal scope so he can eliminate each parasite to stop the healing factor.
Cluster was functioning as an independent regenerative node, keeping the necrotic tissue active even as it continued to decay. Remove one, and the others compensated. That's why nothing Leon threw at him in the field had stuck. You don't kill the host, you kill the network. Behind him, the blast door started shaking. The regenerator physiology breakdown. Leon didn't panic. He pulled up the biological architecture file again and read fast. The 3-cluster system Jason was running wasn't new science to him. Not entirely. Back in Spain, during the Salazar mission,
What
he'd
I
gone
tell
up
you
against the
guys?
regenerators. Plaga-infected hosts that could
Do I know my fucking Resident Evil or do I know my fucking Resident Evil? The moment he said 3 clusters of parasites, like, regenerator. Okay, I'm well done.
rebuild tissue in real time, absorbing gunfire like it was rainfall. The only way to kill them was the thermal biosensor scope. You couldn't see the parasites with the naked eye, but under infrared, they lit up like signal flares against the cold, dead host tissue. Same principle here. Jason's necrotic flesh would read as near ambient temperature, cold, low output, basically invisible to standard optics. But the parasitic clusters were biological engines running hot. They'd be generating significant heat structures just to sustain the regenerative cycle. On a thermal scope, they'd stand out like 3 burning coals sitting inside a block of ice. The problem was destroying all 3 before the remaining nodes could compensate. The lab files were specific about the regeneration speed. A single cluster could sustain full tissue repair across the entire body in under 90 seconds. 2 clusters could do it in under 40. So if Leon hit 1 core and gave Jason even 30 seconds to breathe, the remaining 2 would push the biology back into full repair mode and he'd be starting from 0. The window between hitting the first core and getting to the 3rd was the entire fight. Miss that window and the whole sequence resets. He needed a thermal scope. He scanned the lab lockers. Most of them were open, stripped, or corroded shut. The 3rd one, along the back wall, was locked with a 4-digit Umbrella standard code.
I love that they're even incorporating the game mechanics into the story. How, like, you can't search every locker or whatnot. Some will already be open. Obviously, there's going to be nothing in those. Some will be, like, corroded shut. You'll get, like, there's nothing of interest here. Like, I can't interact with this or whatnot. But then you find the computer entry that's got the code, or you find the fucking scrap of paper diary that's got the code. Way to work game mechanics into your storytelling. I've not seen it done this well since SD Perry.
Leon tried the default override sequence he'd memorized from the Raccoon City files. It worked on the first attempt, which told him this facility was old enough that nobody had ever updated the security credentials. Inside was a thermal biosensor scope, still in its original case, designed to mount to a standard issue shotgun rail. His shotgun had a rail. He grabbed it. If you've ever tried to calibrate optics under pressure with a door shaking behind you, you understand why Leon's hands were moving faster than his breathing.
You couldn't have redone that image, though. You couldn't have
understand why
regenerated
Leon's
this.
hands were moving.
I mean, I get that AI ain't perfect, but that's a pretty egregious one that I feel like you should have done something about.
Moving faster than his breathing. He snapped the scope onto the rail, powered it on, and looked through the lens at the wall in front of him. The concrete read flat and dark. His own hand read warm. The system was working. Could you imagine standing in a collapsed underground lab, knowing the thing that just walked through the cabin walls is 30 seconds from ripping your exits off its hinges and having to stay calm enough to calibrate scientific equipment? That's the Leon Kennedy operational profile. That's what Raccoon City does to a person. It removes the panic response and replaces it with pure procedural thinking. Survival tier for the planning phase, tier A. He has the science, he has the tool, and now he has a viable kill strategy. The odds shifted the moment he opened that locker. Not in his favor exactly, but at least they're on the same side of impossible. The blast door stopped shaking. Then it came off its hinges entirely. The final stand. Jason stepped through the empty frame where the blast door used to be, and the lab immediately felt half the size it was a second ago.
Which, I mean, this is harkening back to the very first Resident Evil game when you do that tyrant fight after he kills Wesker, and you're in that incredibly small laboratory. Like, this is why you always take the bad ending run if you're speed running. You kill him here, you don't fight him when it comes to the fucking rooftop. Yeah. Again, good setup, good callback.
Leon raised the shotgun, eye behind the thermal scope, and the world went cold and dark in the lens, except for 3 points of light. Chest, spine, mask. Burning red against dead tissue, exactly like the files said. He had his targets. Now he needed his sequence. Jason moved fast for the space. He crossed the first row of stasis tanks in 2 strides. A backhand, sending a full metal rack spinning into the wall like it weighed nothing. Leon went the other direction, putting a lab bench between them, keeping his angle on the chest core. He needed distance for the shot to matter. Close range on a shotgun spreads the payload too wide and risks missing the cluster entirely. He needed maybe 15 feet of separation and a half second of stillness. He got 12 feet in a quarter second, and he took it. The shot connected with the sternum cluster dead center. The thermal scope flared white on impact, then dropped to nothing. 1 down. Jason's forward momentum actually stopped. He stood.
Okay, so now we got Jason with about, if we're going off what he said earlier, there's a 40-second window. This should be Leon's bag. And look, Chris is the powerhouse. Chris is the strong dude. Chris is also the marksman. He's the better shot between the two. That's Chris's specialty. He's a marksman. Leon's got the quick draw. Shotgun thrown. He threw the shotgun. Yeah. But Leon, lore-wise, Leon's got the speed and the quick draw over Chris with the precision.
There for a full 2 seconds, head tilted, and Leon could see the biology working in real time. The remaining 2 clusters pushing output into overload, compensating, flooding the tissue with repair signals. The muscle mass across Jason's back and shoulders expanded visibly, the necrotic skin splitting and resealing as the parasites went into defensive mode. He was bigger now than he was 30 seconds ago. Leon was already moving. He came around the back of the lab bench hard, trying to get an angle on the spinal cluster before the compensation cycle completed. Jason spun faster than his size had any right to allow. The machete came across in a wide horizontal arc, and Leon got his combat knife up in a 2-handed parry, angling the—
God damn it. Piplup was joking when he said, can't you just parry the machete? No, they're actually having Leon parry this fucking machete. I hate this. Is Chris Marine or Army? He was Air Force. Chris was dishonorably discharged from the Air Force after getting into a fight with one of his superiors.
The blade to redirect rather than absorb. The machete skidded off the knife and hit the concrete wall, throwing sparks. Leon's arms took the transferred force hard, both shoulders screaming, but he was already driving forward underneath the swing, pressing the shotgun barrel to the small.
He beat the fuck out of one of his superior officers. Like, that's the in-lore reason. He beat the fuck out of one of his superior officers.
Jason's back and pulling the trigger. The spinal cluster detonated. Jason lurched forward, one knee hitting the floor. And the sound he made...
The Leon looking like he was from the RE4 remake, not OG RE4. Because of being done with AI, you could tell this dude pulled reference images from both. There's been several times where he's looked like original Leon, and several times where he looks like RE4 remake Leon.
Was something between a mechanical grind and a breath. Not pain exactly, a system fault. Leon racked the pump and nothing came out.
Ever done any sword training? The specific thing they describe every you pause would actually be possible. I get it's possible. And actually, I did take about 3 months of fencing when I was in 9th grade. So very, very minimal sword training. But no, I whether it's possible or not, I hate the fact that parrying is a thing. I hate the fact that parrying in Resident Evil is a thing. So I don't like that it's being acknowledged here.
Again, empty. 8 shells, 2 encounters. He was out. Jason was already getting back up. Leon scanned the lab. The ceiling conduit along the back wall had taken damage when Jason came through the door. A thick power cable was hanging loose, frayed at the end, sparking.
Well, if we're going off of Friday the 13th logic, this will just bring Jason back to life.
Intermittently against the metal floor grating. High voltage. He could see it from here, and he had about 4 seconds before Jason was fully upright. He grabbed the cable with both hands and threw the live end directly onto the grating between Jason's feet. The current spiked through the metal floor and...
I agree. Resident Evil should have been... Yeah, I hate the remakes. Resident Evil 2 remake is okay at best. I loathe 3 and 4 with a passion.
Up through Jason's body in a full system discharge. Jason seized, every muscle locked simultaneously.
No. I don't hate parrying in games in general. I just think that parrying has its place in certain games, and Resident Evil is not a game where parrying has its place. The last node is behind his mask in his head.
Remaining parasite cluster behind the mask, overloading on the current. The regenerative signal scrambling as the electrical interference cut through the neural network. He wasn't going to stay down, but he was down right now. Leon drew his silver ghost, looked through the thermal scope one more time, and found the third core glowing white hot through the eye hole of the mask. He fired once. The cluster ruptured. The regenerative network collapsed. Jason's body went rigid from the top down. A slow crystallization, necrotic tissue locking into dead matter. The biology shutting off node by node until 7 feet of engineered bioweapon folded to the lab floor and didn't move again. Survival tier, final phase, tier S, perfect execution, 0 wasted motion, 1 bullet left in the magazine. Then the quarantine alarm started screaming. Leon hit the surface with the hockey mask in one hand and 30 seconds to spare before the underground facility collapsed into the lake bed in a dull, muffled boom. It
even gives the final fight a self-destruct mechanism, like true classic real Resident Evil. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. The silver ghost and the red 9 are my go-to handguns in the OG and the remake. Red 9 always. Red 9 always.
Ripples across the water. He stood at the edge of Crystal Lake and looked at the cracked mask. Umbrella turned a local legend into a tyrant and let him run for decades. So what do you think's buried?
It was good. Mine is the and y'all know that I don't have any issues with the AI. There's the link. Check it out, and make sure you give it a like and whatnot. Y'all know that I don't have any issues with AI. But if you're gonna use AI, especially like this, up your ante. It was way better than the Batman Wesker one. This one was real weak from a visual perspective, but I really enjoyed how they're able to take the lore of Jason Voorhees. And again, I'm not a huge Friday the 13th guy. I don't dislike it by any means, but I know there's like lore experts out there. I'm not. I'm a lore expert on Resident Evil. So if any of that was incorrect to Jason, you need to let me know. But being able to take the existing lore and work it into Resident Evil, I thought was done in a really clever way. I think that they more or less got Leon, unlike Wesker, who I think they completely fucked up in the Batman vs. Wesker one. I thought they nailed Leon and his character, what he's good at, what he isn't good at, things like that. So all in all, I quite enjoyed that. Leon versus Michael Myers win. That would be too easy. Leon can take Michael Myers easy. Batman would beat Wesker hands down, give Batman time and find a way to take him down. Go back and watch the episode I did on. In fact, I clipped that stream, that section of the stream, just into a video on my gaming channel. So you will be able to see why you are wrong. You will absolutely be able to see why, with the scenario they set up in that episode, you're wrong. Wesker would have destroyed Batman. Camp Crystal Lake's a good spot for violent outbreak. I agree. Would love to see Slasher Killer and Resident Evil like Jason. I more prefer like pursuer characters like Nemesis when they're done right. They didn't do it right in the remake, but I prefer to see the pursuer characters when they're done right. Yeah, Batman only wins because Wesker didn't outright kill him when he clearly had the upper hand, which is completely out of character for Wesker. Not killing Batman is not something that Wesker would do. Batman wins because Wesker was written to not act like Wesker. Exactly. You are dead accurate. Realm of Gods doing Kazuya versus Wesker hype when that comes out. I don't know what Realm of Gods is. I've never heard of Realm of Gods. All right, we are an hour and a half into the show. I'm almost out of tea. I think it's time we break out the vodka. Also, usually another hero comes to save Batman in those cases. Yeah, this was just a straight 1v1, but yes. Just started Hell's Paradise. I've heard Hell's Paradise is good. I've never seen Hell's Paradise, but I've heard Hell's Paradise is good. Cheers, crew. Feel free to have a drink with me. Love the glass. Yeah, I love the... Sevi got this for me. She's got a matching one. Yeah. A literal shot glass. Yeah, everybody give props to Sevi. This is one fucking cool gift. Have I read any of the Resident Evil manga? I read the... So there, Resident Evil 6 got a prequel manga that like introduces Piers and his relationship with Chris and whatnot. I read that. And I'm pretty sure Resident Evil 5 got a prequel manga as well. I think I read that. I'm almost positive I read the Resident Evil 5 one. I know I read the Resident Evil 6 one. I don't remember if I read I'm almost positive I read the Resident Evil 5 one. Recommend Hell's Paradise. Does it leak? No, because the glass, I don't know if you can tell. The glass is molded around the bullet. Nice glass, give it Leon. Yeah, like I said, she's got a matching one. It's cool. Excellent gift. Batman needs prep time to beat Wesker. Realm of Gods, the fan-made style series, did Junko versus Springtrap and confirmed someone Kazuya. Kazuya is a pretty common name in anime, so I don't know which Kazuya that is. Versus Wesker. I'll just, if you're in the Discord, maybe put some in the react request section. Because I've never heard of this, but that sounds like it'd be fun to react to. But I also know I'm not gonna remember it. You used to have a weed stash jar that had a mustache on it because it's a stash jar. That's good. Cheers, Mr. Woods. U.S. presidency itchy tasty. Are you new here? I don't think I've ever seen you until today. If you're new here, I'm quite curious about what you would think of my content because I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. It is my favorite video game franchise of all time. Just fucking shout out. I'm actually in the next like couple of weeks. Sevi drew this awesome art of Sonic the Hedgehog wearing an RPD outfit with Leon's Requiem from Resident Evil 9. So I'm going to be getting Sonic the Hedgehog in Leon's garb with Leon's gun from Resident Evil 9 right here. Yeah, huge Resident Evil fan, but I'm also very, very opinionated. So I'm curious what you think about my other Resident Evil content. I have Discord number new. Discord is members only, so I didn't realize you weren't a member. You had to become a member. But yeah, I can give the link afterwards. Discord is members only because we don't want people, of a certain like game journalist ilk and whatnot trying to infiltrate. Yeah, you're new, sort of. Yeah, I'd be curious what your thoughts are on my Resident Evil content. I've done reviews for Resident Evil 4 Remake, which looking back on, I'm actually too charitable towards. I did a review of Resident Evil 9. I've covered a bunch of just news around Resident Evil when it drops. So yeah. Yeah, glad I'm getting it. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Here, I'll show what it looks like. I posted it on X and on my Instagram, but I will never hesitate to show off Sevi's art. Hold on a sec. Let's. So yeah, I'm going to be getting a tattoo of this right here. It's gonna be awesome. Can't wait. Draconic, give the Words of Paradise membership. Shout out. Thank you so much, Draconic. Let me play you a clip real quick. This is for you. I will come anywhere you want me to come.
All over his backside, run! I want to fuck you in the ass right now. Thank you. It's nice to get some appreciation around here.
And with that membership, Draconic hit U.S. President Itchy Tasty. Nice. Well done. Yes, it's got the new guy. Nice. Love Resident Evil. Played 1 and 2 on the PlayStation. Yep, same here. And Code Veronica on the Dreamcast years ago. I played Code Veronica on the Dreamcast. I played it on the PS2. Played Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 on the PS1. Resident Evil 3 is my favorite of the original trilogy. Played Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube with the remake of 1 and 0 on the GameCube. I've played every single Resident Evil game as they've come out, with the exception of the very first. I didn't get into the first Resident Evil until Resident Evil 2 came out. Resident Evil 2 was the beginning for me. Well, sort of. Resident Evil 1 was the beginning. That was the first one I played, but I didn't play it until 98 when Resident Evil 2 came out. So, I guess technically I've been there since the beginning, just not right at 96 when the first one came out. When I snap my fingers, you'll forget you were ever gay. Holy shit. Why don't I like cock anymore? Do you read the leaked script for Krager Resident Evil movie? It's, yeah, me and Sev did a reaction to the Krager Resident Evil trailer on Tuesday. I'm not seeing it. Unless I do like a massive grift stream, I'm talking like I would need to get like 500 donos to see that movie. I would need to get like 500 donos to see that movie. Marvel vs. Capcom since Resident Evil are in the game. First of all, yeah, I love the Marvel vs. Capcom games. So my 3 favorite genres of video game. Survival horror, platformers, and technical fighters. Marvel vs. Capcom is probably the best technical fighter franchise, period. Not including that Infinite shit. But Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and 3, especially 3. 3 is probably the best fighting game ever made. 2 is obviously my favorite. Jill is my favorite Resident Evil character, and it's got Jill in it. But 3 is just the better overall game. And Wesker is part of my main team in 3. My main team in 3 is Wesker, Dante, and Akuma. Resident Evil 2 on Nintendo 64 is goated. I've never played the Nintendo 64 version because I never owned a Nintendo 64 growing up. Yeah, Wesker was good. Yeah, Wesker's a top tier character in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Sent my husband the horsecock song at work. That's awesome, Raza. I not like Resident Evil when it came out. Resident 2 was life-changing. I liked Resident Evil 1. That being said, unless I'm really feeling nostalgic, I won't go back to it because this is one of the very, very rare times where I think the remake eclipses the original. Like, the remake is the only game I can think of where the remake eclipses the original, because as much as I love the Spyro Reignited trilogy, if given the choice between the two, I would still go back and play the PS1 versions, even though they're nearly shot-for-shot identical. It's really hard to make. Yeah, is it really hard to make? Even the movie In a Mansion, Welcome to Raccoon City, fucked up. It is insane to me how of all video games, how did we get a good Sonic the Hedgehog movie? How did we get a good movie about anthropomorphized talking fucking animals fighting an evil scientist? How did we get a good version of that before cops in mansion killing zombies? It is insane. My buddy had the little control monitor back in the thing with the... Oh, you're talking about the VMUs, the memory cards for the Dreamcast. Resident Evil used to scare me back then. Dating myself here, this is back when 3 came out. Nemesis gave me panic attacks. So, you're not dating yourself. Because I played Resident Evil 3 when it came out. The cops got called on us for it. Me and my little brother were playing, or maybe it was my little sister. Yeah, it was Resident Evil 3. My brother wouldn't have been born yet. So it was my little sister. I think every time I tell this story, I've said little brother, but looking back on it, he wasn't born. It was my little sister. Anyway, me and my little sister were playing Resident Evil 3, and that scene in the police station when Nemesis breaks through the window, we screamed so loud, and it was like midnight. Our neighbors called the cops because they thought that our parents were abusing us. Yeah. Still got my copy of Code Veronica for Dreamcast. I have my copy for PS2. I don't think I have my copy for Dreamcast. If I do, it's at my grandma's house. All my Dreamcast games, except... Actually, all my Dreamcast games... Yeah, all my Dreamcast games are at my grandma's house. Resident Evil is horror, so biased to change it for whatever reason directors have. Yeah, I agree completely. The abuse came after the cops left. Now, the abuse didn't happen until it was my biological father many years later when I lived with him. But that did, in fact, eventually happen. Alrighty. Let's move on. Since we're talking about video games, since we're talking about classic games, we got to answer an age-old question. Bad graphics make better games, actually. Now, I'm interested in the direction this video could go, because on the one hand, I do prefer quote-unquote bad graphics, because for imaginative purposes, your brain has to make it more... It gives your brain more leeway to come up with details and stuff yourself. It also lends itself way more to unique and creative design choices. That being said, I also don't know that it makes a game better or worse in an objective way. Yeah, bad graphics or old graphics. Exactly. Because you can have old games that have great graphics, but they're old. Yeah, conversely, you can have games that came out on the PS1 when the graphics were, at the time, the most high-tech, and they still have bad graphics for the time. So I'm curious how this video is going to break it down.
I had the privilege of seeing this in real life a couple weeks ago, and yet the most memorable sunset that I've ever seen is this one. But this is just a square. You know that? A square that moves in an extremely predictable pattern, and it's maybe like 3 colors at most. But this square, the Minecraft sunset, has just as many emotions and
Setler's Law? Is that the name of the video? No, this is Juniper Dev. I've never heard of this channel. But yeah, nose ring theory. I definitely get what you mean. Nose ring theory is a thing.
Memories tied to it, as even the prettiest of sunsets that I've seen in real life, or the most realistic sunsets that I've seen in video games. That alone, as well as every other graphically simple or low poly game that I've played and loved, makes me wonder just how much good graphics really matter. Because there's been this obsession lately in the gaming world and the movie worlds and the movie adaptations of games world, because that's a thing now, with just making things look as accurate and true to life as possible.
Correct. She is and this is what I was talking about on Saturday Night Hypnosis and on Niat's show and on Badger's show. Pretty much any show where the new Star Fox designs have come up, this has been my argument, which is, look, if we had never had Star Fox prior to this game, all right, it'd be one thing. But we clearly see them moving away from the classic, unique character design and moving towards photorealism, which takes away all of the imagination. It's something that I loathe. So far, I think that she is spot on.
Realistic textures, you feel like you can just reach out and touch. Insanely accurate reflections and lighting.
And I need to address this comment. Shenlong, first of all, good name. I appreciate the Dragon Ball Z reference. Gameplay is always king. Wrong. Gameplay is not always king. gameplay, games are an interactive medium. However, there is so much more to a game than just gameplay. I don't give a fuck how great the gameplay is. It can mechanically be the greatest game in the world. If it's dog shit to look at, and I'm going to be using my eyes, because humans are visual creatures, the whole time to play the game, why would I care about how good the gameplay is? If it's dog shit to look at, then why would I care about how good the gameplay is if I don't want to see what I'm interacting with? So no, gameplay is not necessarily king. They have to work in tandem.
It's stunning. It's great. I mean, I love being able to be in a game world and see every single follicle of hair in someone's beard or like their head. But I can't help but wonder how many Minecraft sunsets we're missing out on in the pursuit of just mimicking real life. I think about this stuff a lot when new AAA games get announced, because over the last 20 years in particular, good graphics have become such a massive selling point. Like a reason that you should buy a game is because of the graphics. For a long time, that made sense because it was very noticeable. Crysis in 2007 was a massive leap. And then in 2015, we got The Witcher 3. That was just a graphical marvel for its time. You could throw Skyrim in there, or you could look...
Well, you say it has to be fun. Yes and no. Fun is subjective. Like, some people don't have fun playing horror games. I do. I like being, or at least attempted to be scared. Some people don't have fun playing technical fighters. I have fun memorizing frame data. So the idea of it has to be fun. There's not going to be something that's universally fun. I find replaying the same levels in Sonic the Hedgehog over and over to try and find new routes and get the ultimate speed run, I find that fun. Not everybody does. So the whole it has to be fun argument, like, not really. It has to be competently made.
Look at the progression of GTA games over time. The release of every single one of those games just made you go, wow. It was shocking to see how good things continued to get and how much more realistic graphics were getting year by year. There was always that thought of, okay, it can't get better than this. And then it always would. Nowadays, graphics are improving.
Except it didn't. Like, oh, okay, sure. Technically speaking, it did. Like, the PS3 to PS4 is a graphical leap. But it's not near as impressive as the leap from PS2 to PS3. There's 100% diminishing returns. Do you think pixel graphics will die off in games, or is it here to say? No, pixel graphics will always be around because there will always be people that pine for that nostalgia. Like when Shovel Knight came out. When Shovel Knight came out and it had that 16-bit vibe and it took the world by storm, it mostly took people who grew up with that 16-bit era of gaming that play on the Genesis, like your boy, by storm, and then it caught on with everybody else afterwards. So people might make the argument, well, yeah, once those people that the 16-bit stuff are gone, who's it for? Well, but the people that started playing Shovel Knight in 20 years, they'll be nostalgic for Shovel Knight. So yeah, they're nostalgic for something once removed from the original inception. The people that play Shovel Knight now are nostalgic for the 16-bit Genesis era. The people that in 20 years, going to be buying the new Pixel games, they're going to be nostalgic for Shovel Knight, which was made. So the point is, they'll never go away because as long as they stay within the zeitgeist, people will keep loving that art style.
In such small increments that it's not really even noticeable because there's a ceiling and we've hit it. Realism can only get so realistic. I actually feel kind of stupid when a game...
I also agree with Raza on this. PS2 was the last, like, that generation, not just PS2, but that generation of PS2, GameCube, Xbox was the last. Wow. Of those three, PS2 was actually the weakest graphically. Xbox was the strongest, GameCube was second, and PS2 was third. But that era, yes, was the last, like, holy shit.
Games advertising how amazing the graphics are on a new console or something, and then they put them side by side. They got the little moving screen to show the difference, and you just look at it and it looks literally the exact same, like identical.
Agreed.
A big way that games used to stand out was just by looking better than everything else, but that doesn't really work anymore. So that begs...
Well, it's not... Games didn't stick out by looking better than everything else. They looked distinct from everything else. Like, I don't think Tomb Raider looks necessarily better than Resident Evil 2. They've got about the same level of graphical capabilities, but they look distinct from one another.
Begs the question, what does that next step really look like? Well, I'm so glad you asked. There's two parts of the word video game, right? There's video.
This is I'm so glad she's going into this. This is what I was saying earlier when Shinlong said gameplay is king, and I disagreed. She's probably about to go into the exact same thing I did. And yeah, I'm here for it. Let's go.
And there's game. For years, we have focused on the video part of making things look as good as possible. But now that we're at the point where improvements barely register, and over time they're just gonna matter less, we have to focus more on the game part. The less that studios can rely on good graphics as a reason for players to buy a game, the more they'll have to make genuinely good games.
It never should have been a reason for players to buy a game to begin with. Now, it should have been a reason for players to buy consoles. Hey, you went from PS1, now PS2. You need to buy the PS2 because it does things so much more graphically intense. These games aren't going to run on the PS1. You need the PS2 to play the PS2 games that are far more technically intensive. But the reason to buy a game should always be story, characters, gameplay. Yes, visuals, but visuals aren't the same as graphics. Catch you later, Yuzon Bong.
We are entering what I think of as the romantic era of gaming. There was a time from the Renaissance era to neoclassicism where artists cared a lot about technical perfection. Overall accuracy, anatomy, proportions, just making things look correct. But eventually, the same as every art movement, there was a reactionary movement, and the focus shifted towards art that made you feel. Art about emotions rather than perfection. That was the romantic era, and that is what I think video games are starting to feel like now, because we're so used to seeing good-looking games.
Was she enough born when some of these games came out? She has this Aeneas Sarkeesian fake gamer aura about her. Maybe it's just the nose ring, but I think she's full of crap. I think this is just, and granted, look, I'm king misogynist. I hate women, but I do think this is an unfair assessment. You see a gal with a nose ring. So far, what has she said that's wrong? She has not said anything I've rolled my eyes that she's been wrong about. And frankly, whether she was born when the games came out or not, that's fucking irrelevant. We're bitching about the games kids are playing now because they're dumbass games like Roblox or these modern day slop games. We want kids to go back. When Resident Evil 9 came out, how many of us Resident Evil fans were bitching and moaning and lamenting that all they're doing is playing the remakes and the new games? Well, I saw this influx of people going back and playing the classics, and it was incredible. You'd love to see it. So whether she was old enough when these games came out or not, to me, is irrelevant. Did she go back and play them and enjoy them? If so, then yeah, that's what should matter. I think your comment is honestly way off base, and that's coming from chief misogynist woman hater here.
We're not abandoning good graphics and nice-looking games, but those aren't the things that stand out anymore. Now it's the personality behind games, the way it feels to explore, the way that a unique aesthetic brings you to what feels like a different universe, or the things that have just never been done before. It's really the same thing that we're starting to see with animated shows and movies now. Animation quality over the last 20 years has absolutely skyrocketed, and you are able to see an insane amount of detail on anything. I noticed this when I watched—
It's not animation quality that is skyrocketed, it's visual fidelity that is skyrocketed. This is a really common mistake that people make. People don't know the difference between visual fidelity and animation quality. You can go back to some, like the animation quality of, let's say, Akira or Ghost in the Shell, to this day, are some of the most technically beautifully animated things of all time. The visual fidelity wasn't there because TVs weren't like 480p and shit. So she's wrong on a technical level. Catch you later, Draconic. But I get what she's trying to say. She's using the wrong terminology.
The Secret Life of Pets. The fur on these creatures is abundant. There is a lot. You can see every little follicle. And that's cool. That's fun to see. But do we need that? Compare it for a second to the more recent movie, Hoppers. The animals in this movie have fur, but it's not necessarily realistic to the textures of those animals. The beavers look like they're made of felt, and lizards look more like they're made of clay than scales.
And this is a perfect example of, this doesn't mean the animation is bad. They're going for a specific character design, a specific art direction. The animation to this could be just as good as that Secret Life of Pets, or the fuck she called it. I've never seen it. I don't know. They could be just as good in terms of their graphical fidelity, their fluidity, but they're going for, but this is just a different art direction. People don't know the difference between art direction and graphics. They're not the same.
It still feels modern and high quality, but it's so much more different and fun to look at. For the record, that does not apply to the humans in this movie, because they've got that, the Grubhub art style going on. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, I also noticed the same thing though with the fur texture. It's not like Hopper's, but it's also not like Secret Life of Pets. When you
Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is the visual style that Spider-Verse wishes it was. This movie is incredible from a visual standpoint. It does the whole same drop frames thing that Spider-Verse does, but it does it to such a better technical degree. This movie is a visual masterpiece.
look at the character of Death in this movie, who's a wolf, and you look at his snout, you'll notice that it's like a painted-on texture. It looks really good, and that's of course coupled with the frame rate variation that this movie has,
Bingo,
and its
bango,
use of
bongo.
pop color. Pure realism in this case wouldn't just be unnecessary, but it would take away from what this movie's about and all the themes of life and death. It is inherently very abstract. Just because you can render every piece of hair in a movie doesn't mean you have to, because it's not real life. It's animation, it's art, or it's a game. The hair that's on Mario.
Guys, I want to stop. Tiger King, of all people, saying not just visuals, it's an incredible movie. Now, mind you, I agree with him. It's got a great story. The acting is great. The overall message is a good message. Again, there's the visuals. But I just want to point out that Tiger, I Despise Everything, King Rex Carter, I say this half as a joke, saying it's an incredible movie. That should tell y'all something.
In the last Super Mario Odyssey movie, specifically like the promotional posters, they spark quite a debate, because if you zoom in, you can see every strand of Mario's hair. And last time I was at the movie theater and I saw the Super Mario Galaxy promotional posters, I noticed the exact same thing. Oh, he's smooth.
The scales.
Oh, you literally can see the scales. Peach's hair is also so meticulously rendered. That one is just really weird when you see it.
Tiger King, I understand. We may have differences of opinion on what we think are good things, but I like to think the same thing. I only like good things. Or, actually, that's not true. I like bad things, but I will acknowledge they're bad. I like Sonic 06. I acknowledge it's a bad game. I like the movie Basket Case from 1987 or whatever, but I acknowledge it's a bad movie. So that's the difference.
In real life. The art director of Super Mario Odyssey talked about this, and he described how they just kind of decided to see Mario through this more realistic and
I feel like I should check TK and Leon's temps. They're both acting weird. Leon not being misogynistic, TK liking something. What timeline are we in? It's wild. It's almost like that when dumb broads say shit that's not dumb broadish, we all of a sudden don't hate women anymore. It's fucking crazy.
filtered lens. When he was reflecting on how much effort it took to get this level of realism, the art director said, and I quote, "There were so many new issues we had to tackle when attempting this updated design." Issues. None of these things had to be issues, especially if this level of detail is delaying the game in the end or making
hold on. Don't you put that on me, Sev. I didn't say that I don't hate women anymore. No, I never said that I don't hate women anymore. What happened to my boyfriend? Let me tell you, I still hate women, but there's 8 billion people in the world. There's bound to be the occasional exception to the rule.
more expensive to make, which, I mean, I would bet it definitely probably is. Mario 64 Mario is just as Mario Odyssey Mario, and he is just a little hexagon with
Correct. And this is the difference between Mario 64 into Mario Odyssey Mario compared to Star Fox 64 and this new remake. The character design has stayed the same. Now, the graphics have gotten better, but the overall design philosophy has not changed. Whereas with Star Fox, yeah, the graphics got better, but we saw these same good graphics with Smash Bros. Ultimate. You know, like Star Fox, just Fox McCloud and Falco just looked like more graphically updated, but still the same design philosophy as back in the N64 days. With the Star Fox remake, they completely altered the design philosophy behind the characters. So she's cooking. She is fucking cooking.
legs. This game didn't just give Mario a unique characterization that would carry on into all the later games, but it felt immersive and fun, and it didn't need good graphics for any of it. In fact, the bad graphics actually accentuated what this game was. It isn't serious, it's Mario, it's fun.
Again, these are not bad graphics. She is wrong here, unequivocally. She's wrong. These are not bad graphics. At the time they came out, these were top of the fucking line graphics, honestly. Now, again, there is bad visual fidelity because visual fidelity wasn't what it is now. There are games from this time with bad graphics. Bubsy 3D, around the same time, has actual bad graphics. These are, you could call them dated graphics at best. I don't even like using that term, but that's as generous as I'm willing to go with it.
It's whimsical. You bounce multiple feet in the air every time you jump, and you yell at every little opportunity. The bad graphics here were, of course, because this game came out in 1996. This was the best that they could do. But I really feel like if this game came out with the same hyper-realistic, perfectly smooth graphics that modern Mario games have, it just wouldn't hit the same. There's a sense of personality and fun that comes from seeing imperfections and seeing the limitations holding something back from realism. Seeing all the stretched textures.
See, now here I'm going to disagree with her. Here I'm absolutely going to disagree with her because there is no realism in Mario Odyssey. Oh, okay, sort of. There's realism in the New Donk City level, but that's the level's gimmick. The entire gimmick of the level is, oh, look, we're realistic. Every other level, you got like upside down pyramids and like frozen ice caves and shit like that. Realism is the wrong way, is the wrong phrase. She should be saying graphical fidelity or something to that effect because it's not realism. At no point, say for New Donk City, in Mario Odyssey, are you experiencing realism.
From so many of the games in this era. At least they let your brain actually fill in the gaps of what you're looking at. Hyper-realistic textures like the grass in Mario Odyssey, you don't really get that fun.
See, no, this isn't hyper-realistic. Notice how the grass is all smushed down. Notice how there's no wind effects blowing it back and forth. This is not hyper-realistic. This is still very stylized.
You don't get to feel like you're escaping to a fantasy world that is truly nothing like the real world. And the more that we move towards realism, the more I am gonna miss that. To any aspiring developer, that is inspiring beyond belief. To know that even a game without insane models can still be loved 20 years later when those good models become the standard. But you know what really makes
20? I'm pretty sure it's 30 years, love. Let's see. Super Mario 64. 1996. Sorry. She means 30 years later. Fuck, we're all old.
Games better, especially for developers? Learning how to code with BootDev, today's sponsor. BootDev is a place.
All right, y'all know the drill. If we're gonna be stealing people's content, we're gonna let the sponsor ads read out. Let's see what she does.
That you can learn to code, except it feels like a game instead of a class. So instead of watching tutorials, you're progressing through this whole RPG style system. You're leveling up, getting XP, completing challenges, and unlocking things. It scratches that same itch that games do, which is great for low attention spans like myself. I do a lot of coding in my own time, obviously, but BootDev still just keeps things fresh and gives me a place to learn new things that I might have never explored otherwise. There are so many unique activities and courses on all sorts of fun stuff. So whether you're an absolute coding beginner or not, you will find something. Also, they've got this guy named Boots. He's basically your built-in guide, and the cool part is that he won't just give you the answer if you get stuck. He actually helps you figure it out so you don't just copy and paste your way through everything. You can try pretty.
And guess what? I bet he's done with AI. I bet that little bear's done with AI for all you fucking AI haters.
Pretty much everything for free on BootDev and see if you like it. And then if you do, you can use code JuniperDev to get 25% off the first year of your annual plan. But either way, check out the link in the description, check out BootDev, see if it's your thing, and use code JuniperDev. Thank you so much, BootDev, for sponsoring, and let's get back to the video. Now, in terms of visual imperfections making a game better, I felt that firsthand pretty recently when I did the last Bracky's Game Jam. I was gonna do a whole video on it, and I might still, but I basically made this construction simulation game. You controlled two arms of a crane to try and create the pictures shown to you. The theme of this jam was strange places. So, this is Strange, like that's his name. And as you can see, he's placing. Yep. I can't
tell if I respect that level of bullshittery or not. The theme was strange places. His name is Mr. Strange, and he's placing things. That is a level of like don't give a fuckery that I do kind of admire.
I've done this with my friend Ari, and we have a tendency to interpret the prompts as literally as possible. But anyway, the art that I made for this game is a very wobbly, doodly style because we didn't have a lot of time. But originally, there was no animation to anything. It was very static. It wasn't horrible, but I wasn't super proud of it, and I wanted to make it. I
ain't got any to react to another clip from Ranting for Vengeance on my stream. I don't like Ranting for Vengeance. I'll be real. I don't like Ranting for Vengeance. I feel like Ranting for Vengeance is completely fake. I think that Ranting for Vengeance is an actual grifter. I don't got anything to back it up aside from I've seen like 2 videos from him. But in both videos, it seems so try-hard, so fake, so like, oh, all the cool kids are bitching about fucking woke stuff in video games. I'm going to do it too so that I can make money. I don't know. I don't know what it is about the guy, but he does not come off as authentic whatsoever.
Better. That threw us into a bit of a dilemma. I could spend a bunch more time trying to get nice, properly shaded.
I'm sorry, man. You quit making me defend women. She literally is a coder. She's literally a dev. You can't call someone who's a mobile gamer at best when they are an actual. Now, whether you like their games or not, whether you think their games are good games, that's irrelevant. But she's clearly beyond more than just a mobile gamer if she's actually fucking developing games.
Looking pixel art to compete with all the other gorgeous entries in this jam. Or we could just lean into the goofiness of this concept and the whole game and just redraw the same sprites on top of each other to make them wobble. Doing that gave the game a handmade look, and the messy graphics really matched the vibe. I want more games to do that so we get more Mario 64s in 2026. Art style is a tool, it is a weapon, but the blade of that weapon gets a lot duller if we try and make things realistic just for the heck of it and because we feel like we should, instead of choosing a style and wielding that to make a visually timeless game. Like this raccoon game that just came out, I'm seeing it all over my Instagram feed, called Funny Raccoon Game. It takes one look at this game to know what the experience is gonna be like, both narratively and obviously aesthetically.
That is exactly why I wanted Flesh Made Fear. Like that 100%, that's exactly why I wanted Flesh Made Fear. When Flesh Made Fear came out, hold on, let me is it showing on my screen? I can't tell. Flesh Made Fear. No, I've got to share the window because I'm on StreamYard. Hold on a sec. Share screen, window. Bingo, bango, bong. All right. So here's my Steam page. Now, if I go to, where is, all right. If you go Flesh Made Fear, and you go to the store page, guys, this game came out last year. I platinumed this game within like 3 or 4 sittings. It was amazing. No audio doesn't matter. The audio is irrelevant. The point's the visuals. Like when she's talking about how XYZ game, just you see a modern game and it evokes the classics, you know what their inspiration is. That was exactly what got me to buy. It may have been gifted. Actually, I think it was gifted to me. So shout out to who gifted it. Flesh Made Fear. It's like, oh, it looks like Resident Evil, but made today. Like it looks like if they made a classic PS1 Resident Evil game today. And it was awesome. It was incredible. I highly recommend it. Check out Alyssa as the same old Resident Evil Vice. I might have Alyssa. Let me check real quick. No, I don't. But I have several games that are in that old school Resident Evil vibe. Some are good, some are not. Like, I was gifted one. Let me see if I can find it. I felt bad not liking it. But, I mean, they can't all be winners. Where'd it go? Yeah, Fragile Reflection. Fragile Reflection, it's one of those old school PS1 style games. Man, it sucked. It was so fucking boring. I could see the inspiration. I could see you're going for Resident Evil. I could see you're going for Silent Hill. But it was a fucking slog.
It's breaking so many pixel art rules. There's pixels of all different sizes. Those are called mixels. This was so on purpose, and it's
That
so
I agree
funny.
with, Dokemon.
And this doesn't just apply to whimsical, funny games, right? I think about the painterly feel of Grease, or the bloodstained chaos of Ultra Kill,
Hey, thank you for the
or
follow, Emma Steph.
Cuphead. Everything about Cuphead. Cuphead literally hired artists to recreate 1930s animation techniques from scratch, hand-drawn, on paper, and it is one of the most standout games that I've ever seen. Now, putting that
Cuphead will forever be, well, until we pass the 10-year mark, in my top 5, maybe top 10, definitely top 10, maybe top 5 greatest games of the last decade. Greatest games of the last decade.
excitement aside, there's also something really cool that can happen when you combine realism with stylization. I have a lot to say about this, but we're going to start with Mirror's Edge. Okay, look at this one shot. The reflections here are very true to life. You would definitely call
Did I get the Cuphead DLC? I have the Cuphead DLC, but I had already beat the game way before the DLC came out, so I don't know that I ever actually went back and played it. Them and Us. I think I have Them and Us, but I don't think I've played it yet. Hold on. Yeah, I have Them and Us, but I haven't played it yet. Because it was gifted to me when I still had my old PC before I built this new one a couple months ago, and I didn't have the space to download it at the time. Because it was a fucking 30 gig download, and I only had, because my PC was fucking up, I only had like 100 gigs worth of memory to play with. But I do have it. I do plan on playing it.
All this realistic in the way that a lot of AAA games are, but also look at how white everything is, and then there's this one pop of color with the yellow, and now look at the rest of the game. The bold primary colors clashing with the white background creates such a cool futuristic aesthetic that is still gorgeous and realistic, buzzword of the day, but also really recognizable. Recognizable from the graphics, not the world design. Okay, this is an important distinction because when you look at a lot of other AAA games, they do look different, right? Red Dead Redemption 2 looks...
I think she got them backwards. She said it looks recognizable from the graphics, not the world design. It's the opposite. It's recognizable from the world design, not the graphics. I think she's using them backwards.
Nothing like Cyberpunk. You can easily tell them apart at a glance. But that's because of the world itself and the combination of different pieces of art that are telling you a story. Cyberpunk takes place in a very cyber city, and Red Dead...
Okay, so I get what she's saying. She's still wrong, but I get what she's saying now. It's a combination of them. Like, graphically, Red Dead Redemption and Cyberpunk are actually relatively the same. The world design is different. Now, when it comes to Mirror's Edge, it is different from a design philosophy standard, regardless of the world. It's more the art philosophy, it's more the design philosophy of where to use color, where to use shading, things like that, not about the setting.
Sure feels like early 1900s America, but the stylization there comes from something a lot more complex than just looking at one red pressure valve in Mirror's Edge and knowing that it's Mirror's Edge. Breath of the Wild accomplishes a similar thing because it's very soft, ambient, it's very low contrast. There's no strong outlines, there's not a lot of noise to the textures, colors are muted but still very luscious. Those are all decisions that definitely make it less realistic than Mirror's Edge. But when I think of this game, I can picture one tree from this game in my head, and it sure looks like it's from Breath of the Wild. As much as I love Red Dead, I can't do that because a tree just looks like a tree in this game, which could be a myriad of trees in any other realistic game, unless you
Correct.
put it in with the rest of the world, and then it makes sense. You see what I'm saying? We get in the picture now. So I love Breath of the Wild and Mirror's Edge for its creative direction. I love games that take the risk and really pay.
Notice that she said creative direction, not graphics, because this isn't a graphics thing. It is an art design, an art style thing. She keeps mistakenly, at least I assume mistakenly, using them interchangeably when they're not the fucking same.
Visual identity for themselves, because it really is a risk. Going for realism, if you're a AAA studio who has the budget, is just safer. Photorealistic art, for example, looks good to most people. The average, untrained eye can look at this and go, okay, yeah, that looks nice. There's a clear metric, and realism has the most objective assessment out of probably any art style because it's just how close the thing matches real life. So it makes sense why a lot of AAA studios go for it if they can, because it'll probably land. But art that's heavily stylized or not like anything you've seen before is so much more subjective.
And here's why I got into this huge argument with Vex Electronica about this like three days ago, because she kept trying to use Okami as the metric. Okami it does not look the way it does because of graphical limitations. If they made Okami today with the exact same design philosophy in mind, it would look the exact same because it's not too dissimilar from Breath of the Wild. Okami is not limited by its graphics. It went with a distinctive art style. How do we know this? Because at this exact same time, Capcom also made Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4, by the way, when it came out, was won the award, not just Game of the Year, but Game with Best Graphics. It's got an entirely different design philosophy in terms of its visual style. Yes, Okami is an art design choice. Are they making a sequel right now? Is it a sequel or a remake? I know there's another Okami project in the works, but I don't know if it's a sequel or a remake. Maybe someone in chat knows. But yeah, Okami is a design choice, not a graphical thing.
I think that this art from Okami is gorgeous, but I do not like the art from that one, like, Walking Dead game. And I know that some of you guys will disagree with me on that one because that's just the risk that comes with experimenting with style. So the next logical...
But notice it says she didn't like it, not that it was bad. Okay, she's maintaining her objectivity versus subjectivity in a very consistent basis on this.
Question here, not really, but I don't have a better transition, is do good graphics, more realistic graphics, make you more immersed? Immersion is just how believable a world feels to a player and how well it engages your senses to make you...
No, I disagree. Immersion is not how believable a world is. It's can you lose yourself in that world, which maybe you can make an argument is you believe it so you get lost in it. But you run into... When you look at believability, it's not believability compared to the real world. It's believability within the world that it built. It's verisimilitude. It said a sequel to Okami at the Game Awards 2024. Okay, gotcha. Sequel then. Thank you.
Forget that you're sitting in a chair playing a game. That does come from realism, but that doesn't just mean graphics.
No,
the type
it
of
doesn't come from realism. It comes from verisimilitude.
Realism that creates immersion comes from how well a world adheres to its own rules, even if they are...
All right, I jumped the gun. She's getting it right. What she's describing, right? She's not saying the word, but she is describing verisimilitude. Okay, I don't like saying that I was the woman was right, but the woman was right.
Are fictional. Even something like the Harry Potter universe feels more realistic when characters are limited by their own magic, or when the rules of magic are universal and they hold to some logic even if it is fantasy. But of course, good graphics probably help that feeling, right? Well, I put that to the test by playing Clair Obscur recently. An absolutely gorgeous game. I'm not gonna...
I despise Robert Meyer Burnett discussing Shield Liar. He ruined the term verisimilitude. Tiger King Rex Carter, I agree completely. I knew the term well before him. And yes, he did ruin the term. I think look, I love Badger a lot. Badger and him are friends. Fair enough, homie. Fair enough. I won't disparage him on your show. I'll disparage him on mine. I don't like Robert Meyer Burnett. I think he's a hack. I think he's a loser. I completely agree that he's a disgusting shill and liar. Absolutely.
spoil it, of course, but I mean, just look at the lighting and the particles, the composition of every shot that you see from the player's perspective. It's games like this that really do emphasize that video part of video game. Well, when I played this game, I played it on my Steam Deck, so it looked more like this. There's a lot of funny things happening with lighting. All the shadows are like visibly pixelated. At first, I was not too sure about my decision to play on the Steam Deck for this. The graphics were honestly distracting, and I felt like it was ruining my immersion in this grand world. But the more that I played, the more that feeling went away. I stopped noticing the pixelated shadows. I began to see them so much that it just felt normal. If I went an hour uninterrupted, locked in, I felt just as immersed as I did on any other beautifully realistic screen. Now, eventually, I got the chance.
Said locked in. All right, so complete side tangent, but I find this funny. So I'm going to brag about my kid for a sec. I was texting my kid the other day, and I said, we were talking about something. I don't remember what. I think we were talking about Amazing Digital Circus. My kid sent me a video to watch about fan theories for Amazing Digital Circus. And I said, I'm busy. I'm about to stream. I can't watch it right now. I don't want to be distracted. I'll watch it later when I can really lock in. And my fucking child responds in text to, I really was thrown when you said locked in for a moment, and then I remembered you're terminally online. Hey, yo, fuck that kid, bro. Fuck that kid. I didn't like that you said locked in until I remembered you're terminally online. What the fuck?
To switch over to my PC for a little bit. And my first thought, not gonna lie, was, wow, this looks a lot better. My eyes were less strained trying to make out distant pixels on the horizon. Characters that I thought were ugly were actually really hot. It was great.
Did you win?
No. But then there I was, an hour into playing, and the same way that I had stopped constantly noticing the bad graphics on my Steam Deck, I stopped noticing the good graphics on my PC. The sunlight was beautiful, but eventually it became just light. Beautiful textures were something I expected. The shadows on PC weren't pixelated, and that was great, but eventually even they were just shadows. Of course, every now and
this is pretty interesting. I think she's making a case for the Steam Deck that I never really considered because I don't have a Steam Deck. I don't play on Steam Deck. I don't like handheld gaming. The only time my Switch is ever off its dock is if I'm traveling so I can play it on the plane. Like, when I travel, I bring my dock. That way, once I get to wherever I'm traveling to, I can hook it up to the TV and play on the TV in the Airbnb or the hotel room or whatever. So the fact that she's bringing up, like, there's literally a difference between playing on the PC and on the Steam Deck, and I almost prefer the Steam Deck version because it has this more low poly feel. It's something I never even thought about.
and then I would definitely be hit by some incredible view, and I'd pause and really admire it. But between those moments, I was no longer caught up on the video part of the term video game after all. Just the game part. That shows how good a game Clair Obscur is, but it also proved to myself that bad graphics will not affect how much I enjoy an experience. Mario 64 definitely proved that too, but Clair Obscur was not meant to be experienced this way. It was...
Dokument says, all right, maybe she's a gamer. The nose ring made me distrust her. Look, homie. Fair. Nose ring theory is a thing for a reason. I will never judge a motherfucker for judging another motherfucker based on their nose ring. Absolutely trust your first instincts when it comes to nose ring theory. But I had an instinct that maybe that she was a real one. But nah, I ain't gonna fucking negatively judge you for distrusting her based on the nose ring. Totally and completely fair.
Created with powerful orchestras in the background and choruses, because that's what makes sense for a gorgeous game. But the reality is that Clair Obscur on a bad screen still made me feel something. Mario 64's Hexagon of a Man still made me feel something. And that square, that little square across the Minecraft horizon, still makes me feel something. I think we're at an interesting turning point with graphics right now that really is going to push us into that romantic era that I talked about. I'm calling it now, but I think we're going to get a lot more AAA games that follow in...
I think, all right, I'll let her finish, but I think she's half right here.
The artistic footsteps of indie games. That's my prediction.
I think she's wrong. All right, I think she's wrong. I don't think we're going to get this from AAA, or at least not for a minute, not for a while. I think the AAA is going to continue to crash and burn until the industry needs to rise from the ashes like a phoenix. Maybe then we'll get what she's referring to. But I think that's a bit off. I think that's a few years off. We are getting a renaissance of beautiful, amazing, incredible, unique, stylistic art design, art direction. I think that's coming from the indie scene, and the indie scene is carrying that on its back. When you see Nintendo, when you see the company that always did its own thing and never really capitulated to what the rest of the modern AAA space was doing, Sony, Microsoft, the whole nine, when you see even they are going to the realistic route that AAA has been in for a decade and a half, if not more now, I think we're a long ways off from what she's talking about. You say AA. Well, AA is just the same AAA companies putting out smaller games. AA, Capcom, Sony, and Sony, all these companies release AA games. All a AA game is a game that doesn't get the same budget and marketing as a AAA game. So while I appreciate AA games, and while I like AA games, they're still being made by the same yahoos that do the AAA games. Octopath Traveler is a AA game. These are still the same motherfuckers that gave us Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. So I still don't like giving them money if I can avoid it.
I did not predict NVIDIA's new AI thing that just came out. I was going to talk about that in this video, but, I think it's better we focus on all the good things that are going to come from the graphical plateau that we're at. Because it's very interesting, and we haven't really hit that before with a lot of media. I think a lot of cool stuff is going to come from it. But all that said, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye!
Yeah, this was a really cool video. I want to 392,000 subscribers. Let's take a look at some of the stuff. I made a roguelike game about beavers. I made the worst game possible. Skill issue. The number go up addiction. I made a goofy office simulating game in 72 hours. I accidentally made a speedrunning game. Playing Silk Song for the first time 11 hours in. Let's see, hold on. Videos. The psychology of color in video games. Make tiny games. Little white guys. Yo, that's a title, bro. Little white guys. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. She seems like a real gamer to me. The power of font in video games. This shit. Hold on. Save to watch later. We'll do that one on a different Sunday special stream. But you got make sure we hit fucking tier 3 this coming week on Neon Leon, because I want to react to this. I'm gonna be real. I think she's got some bangers. I like games and making them. Doesn't have an X account. Has a blue sky. That's a mark against her. That's definitely a mark against her. But yeah, all in all, that was objectively, that was a good video. Objectively, that was a good video. There's the video link in the chat. Make sure to give it a watch. She studied video games in school and leered. Alrighty, let's check some comments for a bit before we move on to another video. Not bad. Square Enix is The Adventures of Elliot. The Millennium Tales was good. I have not seen that one. It was good. Of course, the nose ring has a blue sky account. Yeah, that checks out. The blue sky account checks out. I wish I could make games, but I suck creating anything with a UI. I understand completely. I'm not a very good coder. I need to go back to making my Words of Paradise website. I got 2 web pages in. Now, they were very good web pages, but I've just been so fucking busy doing other stuff that, yeah, I need to go back to making the website I was making for all of us Vital Isles to hang out in. Yeah, I need to do message boards and forums. A lot of stuff I'm going to have to pay to do as opposed to just doing it through code, and that part's going to suck. Nose ring theory. Yeah, nose ring theory still can hold true. 2 things can be true. She can be correct in that, and still and nose ring theory still be true. Hey, catch you later, Hugo. Have a good rest of your day, brother. Septum's law is true. All right, let's get me another drink here. All righty. I got pizza. Me happy. Oh, that sounds so good. I mean, I'm not particularly hungry. I made teriyaki, sugar-free teriyaki wings before the stream. Yeah, I started thawing the chicken around 3 o'clock. Around 3:40, threw it in a teriyaki marinade, let it marinate for about an hour. Put them bitches in the oven. That was pretty good wings. There was a pretty fucking good wings. I'm gonna be real. All right, give me 1 sec here. Trying to decide what one I want to do next. I got a few videos lined up. Let me check the react requests. Here we go. Y'all put some. I want to make sure we react to your guys' requests. What the hell is this? Nothing will save you from Golden Bat? What the fuck is... Maybe we'll react to that. I haven't decided. I see it. I see it, but I don't know. All right, what about... Okay, I have that one queued up to react to. All right, 1 sec. The uncredited hero that changed Japan forever. Yeah, maybe that will be interesting. Maybe that will be interesting. We'll see. All right, what's everyone saying in chat? Yeah, everybody was Raza. Happy Mother's Day. We don't have that much. We don't have much of a female audience up in this bitch. But anytime you know the woman here got children, make sure to wish them a Happy Mother's Day. Drive for spicy or non-spicy. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing about spicy food in general. Spicy food still needs to have flavor. Still needs to be good, right? Like buffalo wings are good. Buffalo is more hot than spicy. Buffalo is good. It's just hot sauce and butter. Now, butter goes a long way to adding flavor to non-good spicy things. But all in all, like, for example, later on this month, we'll be doing a Griff stream where Cinny and Sevi will be interviewing me while I do the Hot Ones challenge. I'm sure some of those, while hot as fuck, are going to taste good. Others are not at all. I know for a fact they're just not going to taste good. So it's not really about whether or not I prefer spicy versus non-spicy, because I love spicy food. It's about whether or not it is just not objectively, that's the wrong word, but whether or not it tastes good. Picked up 2 New York steaks. Dude, New York strip is my favorite. New York, it's not the greatest cut of steak. New York strip is not the greatest cut of steak. But my God, is it amongst my favorite. I wish I could say it wasn't true, but Leon can do spicy food. Yeah, I can. I absolutely can. Like, a lot of what was wrong with that gummy bear the other night, it not only was it spicy, it didn't have a good taste. It didn't have a good flavor. No pure heat for the sake of heat still needs flavor. Exactly. Yeah, pure heat for the sake of heat. Yeah, still needs flavor. That'll be a fun. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Speaking of a good time, got my beautiful other half here. Hey, Savvy, tell people who you are, what you do.
Hello.
Fine.
I'm Savvy. I game a lot all the time. That's what I was doing. I was just playing Pragmata and trying to get 100% on it. So.
Which is why you haven't beaten it yet, because you're trying to fucking get 100% on it. Because you should have beaten that game by now. I've heard it's short.
It is short, but I keep going back to try and get everything that I can. So, and to make sure that I can. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I got it now, because this is fucking insulting. This is fucking insulting. My heritage is not French. I am an actual, honest-to-God xenophobe against the French. I hate the French. My heritage is Native American and Spanish. These fucking people out here, heritage being the French. Dude, that's so insulting, you owe me a super chat. Super chatter membership to say you're sorry. That was insulting. Anyway,
It's like
continue
talking
what you were
French.
saying about Pragmata, hun.
No, yep. So as I was saying, I need to make sure to get like all the weapons and everything maxed out. So I just keep grinding to make sure I get everything maxed out and make sure I get all the secrets. So that's what I'm doing. It's fun.
But you are enjoying the game.
Oh my god, yeah, the game is so fun. It's so fun.
I keep telling myself I'm going to play it, and then I keep loading up TCG Card Shop Simulator because I'm an easy, simple man to please.
You're not simple.
What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean I'm not simple?
Guys are not easy to understand, period.
Yeah, Tenderloin's good. I've had the bomb. It's just hot for the sake of hot. Some for 100% pain. Yeah, exactly. Like, I hate you. I was reading this and I saw that. Yeah, whatever. Fucking sure. Yeah, the bomb I've heard is hot for the sake of hot and doesn't have any flavor to it. Leon wishes he was French. Where is it? Where's the fucking clip?
Women.
And then with a fucking side of you broke me.
Stop it. Get some help.
Shut up, bitch!
There we go. There we go. Where was I? Torchbearer has the best flavor, spicy ratio, hot sauces. I never heard of Torchbearer. I was born in I was not born in a casino, but I was a professional gambler at one point. I pretty much lived out of a casino. Grab some lemonade. What I miss? Oh, hi, Sevi.
Hi.
Leon's posted pictures of his food. It looks damn good. Will admit. So here's the dealio. At some point during a meetup, whether it be like I do my own meetup or a G&G meetup or a Nerd Robbie, at some point there's gonna be a meetup that Roz is gonna attend, and her and I are having a cook-off. We've already decided because her food looked good too. Your food did look good too, Raza. I'm truly curious.
I'm pretty sure I could be a neutral rater of both
Do you no, you just sent a $20 super chat to insult me. I don't know that you'd be neutral. People will be like, oh no, she's gonna take Leon's side over Raza's. No, I think she'll take Raza's side over mine to fuck with me.
Probably. It's very likely. You're just gonna have to step up your game if you want to rate high.
Step up my game. I'm the fucking ace chef. He's
know.
French, pretending grifting to be American. All right, Dad, don't talk. I'm gonna Grade 8 for a 2-banger. My Erotica account can't super chat. Damn it, YouTube. And then a bunch of bananas. Shout out. Thank you, Grade 8. Wait. Now she can judge.
Yeah.
Cook off. Yeah. Oh, that made my day hearing those words out of his mouth. I hate all of you, dude. I hate all of you. Finally, the hotness arrived. Yes, I do have an incredibly hot girlfriend. You should all be jealous. Alrighty. Hun, did you see the Netflix Devil May Cry show?
No.
No. All right. Well, this video is probably not going to apply to really much for you, but you're going to see me potentially rage. How to ruin your protagonist, Dante. And shout out Dokemon for 6 jewels for the chili. I appreciate it. Yeah, Devil in Red is correct. Good for you. You never saw this. I'm sure you're aware that despite me apparently not being a real gamer, Devil May Cry is amongst my definitely top 10, maybe top 5, but definitely top 10 favorite gaming franchises of all time.
Yes, you said this a couple times.
This show is the worst video game adaptation of all time. It makes the Minecraft movie look like a masterpiece. This is The Last Jedi.
I don't know. Have you seen the Tomb Raider adaptation? Because that was bad.
Yeah, but the Tomb Raider adaptation wasn't 12 episodes. It's only 2 hours.
It's still bad. They destroyed the game I grew up playing when I was a little kid. Completely ripped it apart and made it horrible.
Fought this anime. Stop. It's not an anime. It wasn't made in Japan. Actually, the animation company, if I recall, was French. I prefer the Devil May Cry anime from 2007, which is an actual anime, and it's good. That makes the Uwe Boll look like Chris Nolan. Yes, it makes Uwe Boll. By the way, fun fact, I've taught with Uwe Boll. He's cool as shit. So let's watch this. How to ruin your protagonist.
Okay.
I don't feel bad. I heal extremely fast. Like a superhero. Not that I call myself a superhero.
So about a month ago, I dropped a video talking about how certain writing decisions can ruin a protagonist. And aside from the usual people who didn't watch the video because I dared to put Charlie from Hazbin Hotel on the thumbnail,
He poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague unto our houses!
He did? I had some people bring up...
Lara was a butch lesbian in the new Tomb Raider animation. Did you watch the animation?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Netflix.
I thought you meant the movie from like 5 or 6 years ago.
No, I'm talking about Netflix. That's why I was like, I don't. It was bad. It was horrible.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch that one. Okay, never mind. I retract what I said about calling you wrong and whatnot because I didn't watch that one. I got no frame of reference.
She basically looked like a man wanting to be trans, pretending to be a woman. She had no boobs. It was bad. They changed everybody's race. It was just so bad.
Okay, fair enough.
The fact that when I talked about Dante from Devil May Cry 2, I used the Netflix version of Dante in the thumbnail. And you know what? That's a good point. I should talk about Dante from Netflix and how I feel like he's a ruined protagonist. Especially with, hey, Season 2 coming soon. I might as well talk about...
Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I had this bookmarked. Do you want to see how like there's one image that just is an encapsulation of how much this show doesn't understand Devil May Cry? Like it's just a still frame. I know I've got this bookmarked. Where is it? Please don't tell me I deleted it. Oh my! I'm scrolling through my bookmarks right now. You'll just have to bear with me. I bookmarked so much shit for content. What?
Russell said the writer even admitted that it was a self-insert. Yeah, I can see that. That was so bad.
So you got this image right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the games.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
It should be like it should be that
bad.
Simple. You can't even put the guns the proper way.
Yeah. Looks gay.
It breaks me.
About my issues with the character while I'm still sober, because Sparta knows I'm going to need the booze for Season 2. Spoilers for DMC as a whole, including Netflix adaptation, but not DMC Devil May Cry.
So Netflix also ruined something. Maybe the problem is Netflix.
Well, so the problem with Devil May Cry is specifically Adi Shankar. Now, he didn't do the Tomb Raider one, but Adi Shankar has ruined... He is the same guy. Did you watch the Castlevania animation?
I did not.
Okay, well, he's the same guy that ruined Devil May Cry, or that ruined Castlevania. DMC3 is the best of the series. You were correct. Devil May Cry 3 is the best.
I need you guys to understand that before we actually talk about Netflix Dante, we need to talk about the original Dante from the games. And to make things clear and at the least fair and, not so time-consuming, we'll be focusing on Devil May Cry 3 Dante. Why? Because when you look at both versions of Dante, logically speaking, DMC3 is the prologue to the story of the entirety of Devil May Cry series.
Yeah, this is important to know for Devil May Cry 3 is the first game chronologically. It's the earliest, it's the youngest Dante. We see Dante become the Dante he is. So Season 2 of the show is going to supposedly be adapting Devil May Cry 3. Supposedly.
With both versions of Dante coming to terms with his demon half, accepting it, and becoming a badass because of the events of the story. Throw in the fact we also get when Dante meets Lady in both iterations, and you essentially...
4 was more than okay. There's only one bad Devil May Cry game, and it's 2. 1, 3, 4, and 5 are all amazing. Even DMC is all right. From a gameplay perspective, it's actually great. But no, 4 was more than okay. 4 is really good. In terms of the order of games, it goes 3, 5, 4, 1. And then we pretend 2 doesn't exist.
Have the groundwork for the characters set in both pieces of media. So, who is Dante in Devil May Cry 3? Dante is a young demon hunter living in the city. He recently opened up his new shop that he's still trying to figure a name for.
You guys totally wrecked my shop. and I haven't even named it yet.
Of course, after a burn victim comes into a shop, tossing his desk with one hand and almost spilling his pizza, Dante is on an adventure to stop his brother from opening the...
All right.
No, he got the pizza back.
Wait. So this opening cinematic, it doesn't matter how much I love Resident Evil. This opening cinematic is the greatest cinematic in video game history. Let me show you this sequence in its entirety. It is a thing of beauty.
The pizza looks really good, though.
All right, here we go. This is the opening cinematic for Devil May Cry 3. The video games peaked right here. We're going to skip through the Virgil fight stuff. Hold on. We're just going to get to where he's at his shop. Here we go.
I know, now we're all hungry for pizza. Oh, that looks cool.
Sorry, not open for business yet. I haven't even picked a name for this joint, and I'm already getting calls. You a customer too? Well, if you want to use the bathroom, help yourself. The toilet's in the back.
Is your name Dante, son of Sparta?
Where did you hear that?
From your brother. He sent this invitation for you. Please accept it.
Oh, okay then.
Invitation, huh?
It's pizza time, baby.
Oh my god. What happened to the pizza?
Just wait.
Oh my god.
Still got all their weapons in him.
Jesus fucking Christ. And you can see the sword just stuck to his leg.
This party's getting crazy. Let's rock.
Oh no. The jukebox! That makes sense. Okay, this is way too cool. The full
Don't bet on it.
And then, you know.
Oh no. Time to remodel. Okay, I totally have to play this game.
Oh my god. Yeah, start with this one. Devil May Cry 3.
Which one is that one?
Devil May Cry 3.
Alright, let me me put it in my wish list. Hold on.
Steam has the trilogy as a bundle, so you can do that one.
I can already tell. Looks like this is gonna be one hell of a party.
So
that looks awesome.
You're a D or you're not a DM. You're a D&D player.
Yes.
Dante's entire character is just like, what if we make a character whose only power is he constantly rolls nat 20s on everything? Like he is. Someone said in chat earlier, and they were correct. He is rule of cool, the character. So that being said, let's keep going with this.
The gates to the demon world. Why? Because Dante is the son of the Dark Knight. Wrong Dark Knight. I'm talking about Sparta.
But somebody from the underworld woke up to justice and stood up against this legion alone. His name was Sparta. Later, he quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death. He became a legend. The legendary Dark Knight, Sparta.
Basically, Dante's the son of a demon. His father one day disappeared, leaving Dante, his mom, and his brother Virgil all alone, which basically made them prime targets for demons who want to get revenge on Sparta for basically sealing the demon world. Dante, for a long time, thought that he was only a survivor of that incident and spent a few years under the alias Tony Redgrave, at least until the
Now, none of this, by the way, is in the season 1 of the show. While it's all in the games, none of what they mentioned about his character, except maybe the Sparta stuff, I could be misremembering, except maybe the Sparta, him being the son of Sparta, is listed in the show, because Dante is not the main character of his own show. In true Netflix fashion, they made Lady, who, to be fair, she is a cool character in her own right, the star of the fucking show.
DMC manga and novels took place, and his brothers were reunited. That's basically the plot for the game that you need to know. If you need more details, then wait for me to post my next part of the DMC retrospective, which I know it's been months since I've did that, but trust me, I'm still working on it.
Give me what I want. Give me what I want.
What you need to know is that Dante, up to this point, until you fight his brother Virgil in the first part of this game, in the first point, Dante refused to acknowledge the demon blood that courses through his veins, even to the point where he jokes about his heritage, even denying that he has a father.
Why do you refuse to gain power? The power of our father, Sparta.
Father? I don't have a father. I just don't like you. That's all.
I want to explain why that line goes so hard, but you haven't played the game and now you're actually going to, and so I need to hold off. But he is so fucking cool, Sev. You don't understand.
Meanwhile, Dante
No, I put it in my wish list.
be a part of him as his weakness and embraces his demonic heritage, which is why, well, yeah, that happens. A common occurrence in the series, really. Of course, after a loss like this, Dante begins to accept his demon side, accessing his demonic powers, and challenges his brother once more. Granted, Dante still has his goofy attitude, and both of them fight until the end in a draw for their second fight. And finally, Dante fully acknowledges his demon heritage and his father, and he finally gets serious.
No matter how hard you try, you're never gonna be like father.
We're wasting time.
Wow.
We are the sons of Sparta. Within each of us flows his blood, but more importantly, his soul. And now, my soul.
Oh, yeah. Drunken Ferris is demons equal immigrants type retarded shit. Yeah, in the season 1 show, the demons, the things you fight throughout the entire franchise, they're not really demons. They are refugees from another dimension.
Oh.
Like they're that's not like us anti-wokers reading into it. This show tells you they are literally just underprivileged refugees that we should be letting into Earth.
Oh, okay.
So tell me, do you still think that just based on that alone? Oh, and the series ends, by the way, with America invading the demon realm, set to Green Day's American Idiot.
Wow.
It's probably worse than Tomb Raider, babe.
It's saying it wants to stop you!
What we have is a story about accepting your past, your bloodlines, and realizing that even if you hate your heritage, the people tied to it, and you can't escape it, it's how you use the situation you were born in, and not so much the situation. It's a theme of legacy. And throughout the story, Dante, despite him disregarding his demon half until the first fight against Virgil, is well aware of his demonic blood that flows in his veins. At some point, Dante viewed himself as a heartless monster. It's why Dante is this wise, cracking, cool demon who is also a demon hunter. It's how he sees himself and how he ties into the namesake of the series, Devil May Cry.
Are you crying?
It's only the rain.
The rain already stopped.
Now, I will say, and I'm sorry you Devil May Cry fans in the chat might get upset at me for this, Full Metal Alchemist did do that line better. Full Metal Alchemist did the whole "It's raining today" line better.
The devils never cry.
I see. Maybe somewhere out there, even a devil may cry when he loses a loved
So
one.
is this the lady that they based the Netflix thing on?
Yes,
chick?
except for,
Okay.
again, in the game, she's awesome. Lady kicks ass because this was the early 2000s. They made bitches be cool in games.
Yeah.
She's not wearing her like undone schoolgirl outfit and shit in the anime. She's wearing full mecha body armor.
Mm-hmm.
It is so we'll go on. I can't. I'm reliving my trauma right now. I'm just gonna trauma dump live
Oh
to you.
no. Okay.
Don't you think?
Alright. This sounds good.
Maybe.
It's a core theme that's beaten over the player's head throughout the series, that humanity is earned, and that it's symbolized by one's tears to showcase that humanity is capable of love and compassion. Dante proved himself that after he defeated his brother that he is human because of the tears he shed for the loss of his family. And it's also that humanity has to be earned. A good chunk of the villains in the games are humans who cast away their humanity. You only need to look towards Arkham and Devil May Cry 3, who actually is the main antagonist of the game. A man who was willing to kill his wife to obtain demonic power, and was willing to manipulate his daughter just to gain more of that ability to become a god. Obviously, he threw away his humanity and was justly ended.
Mary died a long time ago. My name is Lady. Goodbye, Father.
Oh my god, his face, that was awesome.
Now,
When she said
obviously, there's a lie
goodbye.
put on the table here.
What?
His face was hilarious when she shot him. And she said goodbye, father. His face. That was great.
And there's a reason why I did that, to explain that there's a lot you can do with this kind of character, and there's a clear idea of what Dante is. You have a deeply scarred, white-haired demon hunter who masks his pain and traumatic past with joking around,
Ooh, I love a fast woman.
Shut up!
and pizza, lots of pizza.
Invitation, huh?
That's the basis for the character. So, Netflix.
Yeah, the Netflix version. Look, I like Limp Bizkit. I do. But using Limp Bizkit as the opening credits for Devil May Cry is fucking stupid.
Man, I would have used something else.
How about the music from the games?
Yep.
I feel like I'll never understand why people think that music fits Devil May Cry. I'm not saying it's a bad song, but it doesn't really scream DMC to me, especially since it's clashing with the style, guitar, orchestral swagger that Devil May Cry has in its soundtracks. I don't know. To me, new metal feels off when most of the music in the actual Netflix series doesn't feature a lot of the music from the games, and this just doesn't fit it to me. But we're not here to talk about how inane the music choices are. We're here to talk about...
Bang!
That
Man,
was bad.
Skeletor
Looks
did not
gay.
hold up since the 80s.
Look.
Skeletor?
I want you to listen to this line delivery, obviously because it's a different voice actor than the guy doing. By the way, so the voice actor they got for Dante in this show is in the games already. This voice actor plays Dante's nephew, one of the other main characters. So like, why would you get the guy that plays the nephew to play Dante in the show? But this line delivery is so bad.
Talk about how inane the music choices are.
have an
We're here
idea.
to talk about...
Bang! Man, Skeletor did not hold up since the 80s.
Look, I was one of the first people to make a review on the controversial Netflix adaptation of Devil May Cry, and I'll admit, I was looking to do more speed than anything else, because sometimes that's the game you play on YouTube. I don't think I disagree with my complaints in the video, but my thoughts on the series could have been a lot more expanded upon and concise, especially with Dante being one of them. Because Netflix Dante, well, he's not a terror protagonist, he's not the Dante I fell in love with from the games. I mean, it's weird to put it, but this version of Dante delivers jokes. He does have moments of coolness. And hey, he also loves strawberry sundaes. And he's got the white hair.
Not in a million years.
So, on paper, this character has all the elements that Devil May Cry 3 Dante has. A brash and cocky demon hunter who doesn't touch a cigarette while looking cool at the same time. Plus, I would say at the very least he's not like Dante, which, hey, I can appreciate that, showing there was some attention to what Dante was from the games. But there's just something about the characterization of the character that feels off. And I think the best way to make this point is to bring up the ship of Theseus. Yeah, if you're not familiar with this thought...
I'm sorry, how are you gonna... Oh, is this?
Oh my god.
Like,
Okay.
How many times can you replace the wood paneling on a ship before it becomes a different ship? Is that what that theory is? Ship of Theseus?
So by the way, I found out why the voice actor that played Dante did not play Dante in the Netflix series.
Now, there's this widely reported thing on the internet, but it's not true, is that the actor Ruben Langdon criticized COVID lockdown, so Capcom didn't bring him back. Is that what you're about to say?
Oh, but that they have quotes from him. You're saying that was not
right? Yeah, Ruben Langdon himself said that wasn't true.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
yeah, the internet ran with that, and it became this huge story because when COVID happened, and Ruben Langdon was very critical of the COVID lockdowns and whatnot. Obviously, the lefties on the internet ate him alive. But no, that's at least according to him, he still actually does do work with Capcom, and he will be coming back at some point or another. That wasn't true.
Concept, the ship of Theseus is a thought experiment that basically goes into the ideas of identity, change, and what makes something the quote-unquote same thing over time. The idea is that over time, a wooden ship will begin to decay and have its parts break down. Then, those parts eventually get replaced. Soon, every part of the original ship gets replaced, and the question is this the same ship you started off with? What I'm getting at here is how I feel with Dante in the Netflix adaptation, that you still have the iconic design, the personality of a cocky demon slayer, and even his actual weapons, and even elements from the games like the inclusion of Lady and Virgil. But a lot of things are replaced, like, take for example, Dante's humor.
Dang! Man, Skeletor did not hold up since the 80s.
While it's not as prevalent as people would make you believe, Dante's humor is a bit more juvenile or something you'd see in an MCU movie.
This has got to be the second worst job you ever gave me.
Oh, you mean after the Raccoon City job?
During the making of this video, I saw...
That line pissed me off so much. trying to like. So do you know how Devil May Cry as a series, as a franchise, got created?
No, how?
It was originally going to be a Resident Evil game.
Oh, okay.
They wanted to take Resident Evil into this more hack and slash supernatural direction. And the further they got into the development for what would have been Resident Evil 4, greatest game ever made, the more they realized this doesn't actually fit Resident Evil. But because they'd done so much work, they're like, let's just turn this into its own game. Let's turn Leon into this new character, Devil May Cry, Dante, and they made Devil May Cry. And then they restarted Resident Evil 4 from scratch.
Oh, wow.
So when you hear that
cool.
joke, oh, since the Raccoon City days, it's like, I get what you're doing. You're acknowledging that it originally started out as a Resident Evil game, but it breaks the fucking lore. And I hate it. It's not a good joke.
Someone say the following. Netflix Dante is OG Dante's goofiness if he never had some of his more defining stories take place. Honestly, I don't really agree with that. You only need to look at Dante's origin in Devil May Cry 3 to get lines like this.
You have to think of the leader of the father's image.
It's like staring into a backed up toilet. Why do you always stick your nose in other families' business? Come on, dude. Don't you have any hobbies?
And I don't see people point to this scene and think it's kind of the same thing as in the Netflix version when it removes the context of the entirety of DMC3, where Arkham was basically manipulating all three of the other characters in the game, even going so far as to take the form of Dante's father afterwards, when Dante has seen exactly what kind of father Arkham is. Yes, it is a funny line, but it has more weight to it that takes more in line with the context of the game's story, making it much more entertaining and fits with the theming. The original Dante in the games, particularly 3, we see a duality of the character. Dante was goofy, but it wasn't a stupidity or being young. It was a coping mechanism because he was dealing with his identity.
Who knows? I'm not even sure myself.
And in the manga, Dante does have a few moments showcasing that younger Dante has self-hatred in his soul, and it's covered up.
Here's the thing, the manga, which is what this animation, because I will not call it an anime because it's not an anime, the animation borrows from, is considered non-canon by Capcom. Like, why they would choose to adapt a manga that Capcom themselves has stated is non-canon will never make fucking sense to me.
Up by his
what
humor.
Did they say it's was non-canon?
Years ago. The manga's been rendered non-canon for well before the show. I don't remember when they said it, but it was well before the show.
Shit really goes down, Dante knew when to tone it down for the most part.
I'll take care of him.
Why do you care so much?
This whole business started with my father sealing the entrance between the two worlds. And now, my brother's trying to break that spell and turn everything into Demonville. This is my family matter, too. Quite frankly, at first, I didn't give a damn.
Now, if you look at this outfit right here, she's wearing her old schoolgirl outfit from when she was a kid. The creators of the show put her in a completely different outfit because they said that it was creepy and over-sexual to have her wearing what is basically children's clothing.
She's wearing a skirt and a button-up shirt.
Yup.
Try
and work through it. I'll give you time.
No, I mean, I don't understand why they would say this is like over-sexualized. What?
It's not. And what's crazy is that, hold on. Let me show you the character from some other games. You got my girl Trish right here. Look at what Trish dresses like.
Yeah.
By the way, Trish, equally awesome. Trish is Devil May Cry has got a slew of dope ass female characters. Dude, in Devil May Cry 5, you got Nico. Hold on, let's open image in new tab. This is Nico. Get rid of all this here. Continue without supporting. Showing midriff. She got the short shorts. She's doing the whole fucking tattoos and cigarette thing. Like,
Yeah, I don't see anything bad with what with what she was wearing before. There's just absolutely nothing wrong with it.
They're all, yeah, dude, yeah, Nico. Nico is fucking awesome. Nico might be my favorite female in the entire franchise.
But because of you, I know what's important now. I know what I need to do.
With the Netflix version, there's just something that feels not quite right. It's not the same kind of thing that's being used as a means to cover things up. And I know some people are going to bring up that line that lady brings up in the Netflix version, I see you when no one is looking, which, you know, that's fine and all, but the characters barely spent any time together outside trying to kill demons or each other. And it just feels like this was just crammed in there in an attempt to try to have the two actually gain a connection. It's hollow to me. And that's why I bring up the ship of Theseus here, because on the surface, the Netflix version of Dante has similar elements to the OG one, but it feels like instead of using actual wood to replace the parts, we got empty, cheap plastic. Sure, it gets the work done.
You're not gonna shoot me then? What about burn me alive? Inject a bomb in me somewhere. Trick me into holding a grenade that blows up in my hand.
But it doesn't have the same original feel, and that can be an issue. Netflix's Dante, when delivering quips, feel like more forced and tone deaf, almost like we're watching Deadpool wearing a silver wig. It's so boring!
But this is the perfect comparison, because when I was watching the show, that's what it felt like. And it's funny because Deadpool and Dante have been in a game together.
Oh.
They were in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 together, and they've got like interacting lines and stuff like that. Watching this show felt more like Deadpool. I remember actively saying that either in my own stream or I was talking with Vex or something like that. It's so, because that also goes to show that these people don't understand what makes Deadpool funny. It's kind of amazing that Ryan Reynolds continues to be able to do it right, because even the comics have forgotten what makes Deadpool funny.
And I think what makes it all harder for me to actually enjoy this version of Dante has to be that aside from the fact he doesn't hit the same marks as OG Dante, there's inconsistency and a lack of focus in the show. When the show first came out, you had a lot of people arguing about Netflix Dante being weaker than in the games, that he was nerfed. Honestly speaking, I didn't think that. The guy's pulling off feats that the OG Dante would do, but my bigger issue is the inconsistency. Like how Dante keeps getting outdone by Lady, but still does feats that make me wonder how in the world did he allow her to get the best of him? We're told and shown that Dante is an expert in melee combat, shown that he's fast and powerful, enough to react to a flying fuel tanker. But then he gets his tail handed by a human in power armor and then by multiple demons. And the struggling against the demons is a bit off-putting too. Even a younger Dante in Devil May Cry 3 toys with the demons and shows clear superiority from the start.
They did the DMC bosses here all wrong. So yeah, these boss characters are from the first game, if I remember correctly. The other ones kind of blur together. I'm pretty sure they're from the first game. The music they have playing when this happens is from the 5th game, and it's a completely different character's theme song. They have the music for Devil Trigger playing because, oh, Dante awakened his Devil Trigger. Devil Trigger is Nero's theme for his Devil Trigger. Why are you giving it to Dante? If you want to watch the DMC show, I will look the 2007 show, which by the way is canon. It is, funnily enough, it is a prequel to Devil May Cry 3, which is a prequel in and of itself. So it's a prequel to a prequel, but it is canon. Lurda and Raji. Oh, it's DMC 3. Okay. The even ruin there. Look, because those two are held less and they were over. All right. Yeah. There's a lot of spelling mistakes there, but okay. They're from Devil May Cry 3. Thank you. The problem is not, there's a lot of problems, but yes, consistency is a major one of them.
Here, the feats suggest competence, until the plot needs him to lose. You can feel the writers forcing balance instead of letting the character's skill drive the story. I don't know, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I wouldn't say he's nerfed from the games, because Dante in the original context, he already has like his moments where he gets stabbed in the chest almost every game. I feel like it's contractually obligated right now, but it feels like you can just see the puppet strings from the writers and how they wanted the story to go into a certain way and couldn't have a good justification for it. That, leads to my next point, the focus, which
You're the white rabbit.
I am absolutely the white rabbit.
Look, let it be known that, yes, the focus of the story did have a bit of a hand in my enjoyment of Dante as a character from the Netflix series. I won't be going too deep into the whole thing since my video is still out there in public, but Netflix DMC tries to make the story more modern? Not helped by the political metaphors that
What a woke adaptation for getting canon and lore that's not happened before, and it's always worked out so well too. Here's the thing, Ron Smith. While I don't disagree with what you're saying, this show goes so far beyond woke because like woke is modernity. It's neo-Marxism. It is postmodernism. Woke is a lot of post 2012. This show decided to make the main bad guy not a Donald Trump allegory like most shows nowadays would. They went with a Dick Cheney and Bush administration allegory. I don't even know if we can call that woke as much as we can call it just I don't know what we would call it. We're 20, this came out in 2024, 2025, I think 2024. And they said, let's base our political allegory not on Trump, like so many other things we're doing, but George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. It's kind of impressive how fucking bad they go.
Wow.
Like,
Oh,
for real.
God,
Yeah,
it's
it goes so far beyond woke. Sorry, what were you saying, hun?
Well, that was just bad.
Yeah, they one up themselves trying to get woker. More or less, yeah.
act like a sword sticking out of someone's chest. The writer's hand-fisting analogies of refugees, the war on terror, and frickin' Green Day's American Idiot playing in one of these scenes. It fails to realize the tone of the games. The games had a fine line with its gothic storytelling and mixture of over-the-top action, all laced together beautifully because of the fact that
I'll agree with this. It is anti-American propaganda, which makes sense when you look at what the creator looks like. This is the creator of the show.
Oh my God. Why
Would you
is he
believe that
wearing
this
all that?
Pajit was making anti-American propaganda?
Yes.
Yeah, it's bad.
it was done sincerely. And it's not even the fact that it's politics that I have an issue with. It's that it's a misunderstanding of the original themes of the game and throwing them to the side. They didn't just add metaphors to the show. They swapped out the game themes of identity, family, trauma, and legacy were heavy-handed analogies about refugees, the war on terror, and how the American government just sucks.
Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
I mean, I agree, the American government does suck, but that doesn't really apply to Devil May Cry. The gothic, operatic sincerity that made Devil May Cry special gets replaced by messaging that feels like it belongs in a different story. That's why even the cool action moments feel off to me, style without the soul underneath it. And a lot of this will be waved away. Faithfulness is often considered to be a copy-paste of the original. At least that's how the people on the internet now believe nowadays. A ton of people back when the show first aired made it seem like fans who had an issue with the adaptation were upset because someone directly tied to the games, or was
no. And so I was attached to my video for this as well, because frankly, my video covering this actually did pretty well for my videos. For a long time, it was one of my highest view videos on the channel. I've had some videos knocking out that box so far, but for a while, it did really good view-wise. And my comment section was inundated with people calling me a tourist, saying I didn't understand Devil May Cry, I didn't understand Dante, this, that, and the other. And it's like, man, imagine. All right, you're a Tomb Raider fan.
Yeah.
Imagine if the Tomb Raider adaptation, because I know you already said it wasn't good. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to it. We already said the Tomb Raider adaptation wasn't good. But imagine if the Tomb Raider adaptation that came out in 2025 or whatever year it was a piece of anti-Vietnam War propaganda in 2025. That's not just bad. That is legendarily bad. Sorry, go on, hun.
That makes no sense. Why would they do that? Oh my God.
But that's the route he went.
Is there a reason for it? Did he explain
Capcom
why?
was okay with it. Capcom signed off on this and said we approve.
Wow.
a one-for-one adaptation. Frankly, a lot of people who didn't like the adaptation were actually glad for that. But no, faithfulness to the source material is keeping to the heart and soul of the characters and world, regardless of the story. That means the duality, the coping humor, the unapologetic demonic gothic flair, not surface designs and quips. The Netflix adaptation basically takes a surface-level...
Well, Tiger King says Capcom is the problem. They're the source of it. I agree. Capcom is 100% the problem. If you, like, just in the same way that George Lucas is the problem when it comes to Star Wars. Star Wars was your baby. You sold it to Disney. None of this that we're in now would have happened if not for you. Same with Capcom.
Well, I would imagine too, like Capcom had to approve of some of this stuff too. So
they did.
I mean,
they did.
They knew what they were doing at this point, like, or they signed up on whatever anti-American propaganda they were trying to push.
Well, yeah, because Capcom is one, like, everyone's like, hey, the East will save us. Oh, they're so anti-woke in Japan. Oh, they're based. No. Well, some of them are, but most of the major video game companies in Japan, Capcom, Konami, Square Enix, they are all in on the identity politics of America. So, yeah, they signed off on this. They promoted it. When the game came out, the official Capcom Twitter account, not Capcom USA, the Japanese one, made a positive, oh, we can't wait for you guys to watch it. We love it so much post.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have pissed me off. Yeah. That's
elements of the games, especially the characters, and just puts it out there. Like, I didn't even talk about Virgil in this script, and oh boy, depending on how the second season goes, you probably will see a storm brewing there for me. The Netflix version basically twists the characters until they're recognizable, regardless of how close the designs are, or regardless of how cool they are. And the same can be said for the themes of the entire series. Yeah, we see Dante flying through the air and using rebellion, but it just feels cool for the sake of cool, which is a part of Devil May Cry, but it lacks the soul that the original games had. And I'm sorry, but when you have Mr. Adi Shankar himself saying this, where I play things straight, honoring the source material's core message, Devil May Cry falls under Adi Shankar animation, where fidelity to the original spirit of the IP guides every creative decision. I'm gonna hold him to the standard he himself sets up. And by his own standard, this plastic ship doesn't measure up.
The end? Don't bet on it.
That is hilarious. Oh,
ultimately,
no. That wasn't just like AI. That was an actual photo shoot. That was
Are
a
you
photo
serious?
shoot. Dude, did you never see? This is a dumb question. Of course you never did. Hold on a sec.
Oh my God, if that was an actual photo shoot, that's horrible. That's so bad. Oh my God.
I wonder if this is on YouTube. Hold on a sec. Oh, why can't I find it? Okay, here we go. So he went to.
Is that desperate for attention?
Here's how desperate for attention he is. So Adi Shankar, now you know that I'm a big WWE fan. You know I love wrestling.
Yeah. He
went to, I believe it was either the Royal Rumble or WrestleMania. Was it? It was either the Royal Rumble, basically one of the massive events, and he went there dressed in full Devil May Cry Dante cosplay. The WWE called him out to give him a moment, and he like did this whole big slow-mo raise his hand to the sky thing to no fanfare, no applause. Like the crowd was just silent when he was trying to promote this show. Yeah, I think it was WrestleMania at Drunken Fair because I was watching it live when it happened because I'm a huge WWE guy. So let me see if I can. Is this it?
If not, I can help you find. Oh my God, dude. Is he fucking crying?
Yes, he is crying.
He just lost his man card. Just saying. I'm sorry. If you're a man, you shouldn't be crying like that.
Dude, imagine showing up to WWE trying to get this whole fanfare moment and nobody cares. Like, I know it looks like there's people cheering and whatnot, but if you were listening live, this is an arena with like 60,000+ people, and it was crickets.
Why is he crying?
It's so bad. I'm trying to find the actual moment that it happened.
This is so embarrassing.
Let me see if I can Google it. Adi Shankar, WWE, Devil May
WrestleMania,
Cry.
yeah. Just add maybe a raise his hand or something.
Here we go. Here's a 12-second clip on Instagram. So this will probably do enough. Come on, load.
Adi Shankar, the creator of the new Netflix series Devil May Cry, streaming now. He's dressed up as the main character Dante, a half-human, half-demon. Or not.
Do you see? There's
Adi
no
Shankar,
cheering
the
or
creator of the new
anything.
Netflix.
This is a crowd of over 60,000 people, and they're just like silent while they're announcing this.
Series Devil May Cry, streaming now. He's dressed up as the main character Dante, a half-human, half-demon. Or not.
At what point does he start crying?
I think it was later on when the so the whole one is like We Are the Ones, which is a thing for a wrestling group called the Bloodline, and they lost, if I recall. But yeah, not one cheer. Exactly, Murdoch. Not one cheer. Everyone hates it. Y'all want to know the crazy thing? He's the producer of one of the greatest comic movies of all time.
Which is?
He was one of the producers on the 2012 Carl Urban Dread film.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy that he went from 2012's Dread with Carl Urban to this.
When it comes to this show, you kind of need to talk about Adi Shankar, mainly because he's inserted himself so much into the show to the point where the guy cosplays as bootleg Dante at wrestling matches. And to be fair, he did get some more stuff right. Dante starts with the white hair, so he's already a head above DMC Devil May Cry's Dante in some regard. The childhood attack on the family with Eva protecting the twins lines up with the deep cuts from DMC5, the manga, and Dante's past. And I even believe he said he read the unreleased third DMC3 manga that was said to be focused on Lady. On a personal note, he actually wished me well when my dog passed away last year. No, I am not kidding. I have it on screen. And that's all you're going to.
Hey, hope you and your dog are doing better this week. Wow, well, I do appreciate reaching out, Adi. I had to say goodbye to her last week. I still appreciate you reaching out and checking on me. It honestly surprises me. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Losing a pet's heartbreaking, but I feel their souls stay with us. They do. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I hope season 2 of DMC goes well.
Oh, that's pretty
I will
nice.
say that's a nice gesture, because when he
That
and
is
I
very
interacted
nice.
on X, it was for him to call me a fucking asshole for talking shit on his show. So...
Going to see, because we actually had a good conversation in the Twitter DMs. It was weird, but nice. But I think the issue is that I have with Adi and how it ultimately affects not only Dante as a character, but the adaptation as a whole, is that is an injection of Adi himself into it. I played this clip earlier.
You're the white rabbit.
I am absolutely the white rabbit.
Now, obviously, whenever you have...
Golden Apples were a 5-banger. I have exciting news. Aside from a few things that still need to be addressed, my game Lithium is finally finished. It's been an insane journey. Hell yeah! You'll be able to find it on Steam. I'm pretty sure it's already available to be wishlisted. I'm pretty sure I've...
Is it really? Let me look. Hold
Yeah.
on.
So yeah,
where's my
everybody in the
Steam?
Vital Idols, we need to make sure that we support our homies fucking game when it finally drops. That's awesome, Golden Apples. Way to go, dude. Super
Lithium?
proud of it.
I'm
Like,
looking.
it
It
funny.
just says coming soon. It doesn't have a price.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
anything, but
it's not ready for set. Well, I'm saying, I just know it's on Steam, so you can wishlist it. It'll eventually, he
Okay.
says finish, so it'll probably eventually go live. Let us know what happens, and I will end up spending all the money that you super chatted me over the course of the last few years to put back into buying your game. Circular, cyclical, circle of life.
There we
But
go.
that's awesome, dude.
I just put in my wish list.
Excellent.
Someone writing something, even if it's an adaptation of another work, you will have parts to yourself in the writing, even subconsciously. That's a no-brainer. Granted, in this video interview, we do directly learn that Adi transplanted his experiences of his youth in India into the show, and it had an influence on not only episode 6, but also the series as a whole. And because of that, the Netflix DMC has a clear focus on what Adi wanted to do. And hey, he's the producer and creator of this show.
This, by the way, right here, hun, this is
Yeah.
why I make fun of you for owning pop figures. Because the fake nerds like this are the ones that love pop figures.
I just like them because they're cute. See,
I know it's a little bit different when it's a girl.
This one, it's so cute. It's a Tomb Raider one. Oh my god, the glare.
Show people your Pikachu one. That one's way cooler.
Oh, sure. Hold on. I have a sparkly Pikachu one, and then I have a Cthulhu Pikachu.
Yeah, the sparkly Pikachu. I guess you can't really tell from the camera that it's sparkly, but you can tell when it's in person. You can tell when it's in person how sparkly it is.
You can see
Well,
it's
you
kind
can
of
kinda
sparkly.
tell. Yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, you can see sparkly. You can
And then
see
your
sparkly.
Cthulhu Chew is so great. Or Pikathulu. Cthulhu Chew
Yeah,
or
hold on.
Pikathulu? I don't know. Either way, it's super cool as well.
Pikathulu one?
Yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot. I think that's way cooler than a pop figure.
Rawr. I have a lot of shit.
I only have one, so my wife gave it to me as Super Saiyan Goku. So here's the dealio, Mr. Big. I'm not going to judge you. While I don't like pop figures, in fact, while I kind of hate pop figures, I'm trying to go for the world record of largest Dragon Ball Z collection. So I have dozens of Resident Evil pop figures. So I am kind of a hypocrite.
That's his prerogative, but that doesn't mean I have to like it or think he did a good job. In an interview on Polygon, Addy brought this up. I put all myself into this. I created the story, the framework, the entire architecture of this DMC universe on Netflix, so in that sense, every frame is me with the major help of Alex Larson, but it's not autobiographical. My process is about merging with each character, no matter who they are, to understand them. Great art is the pursuit of truth. I have to find plenty of empathy for everyone.
What a pretentious fucking thing to say. Great art is the pursuit of truth. Motherfucker, no it ain't. Great art is just like, hey, I'm gonna do some shit that inspires me and hopefully it resonates with some other motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Great
I mean,
art.
I think in my perspective, this is a thing. This is the problem with modern gaming right now. Is that they think that because they can make something look pretty, that it's gonna excuse bad writing, bad storyline, bad characters, and they're not gonna flush them out. And it's really not. So if you're just putting all of your eggs in one basket, which is just art, it's still going to fail. Just because something looks pretty doesn't mean that it's a game that people are gonna want to play.
Or a show that people are gonna watch, or a comic,
Yeah.
or like people want to talk about how dog shit Marvel comics are nowadays. And they are, but a lot of people will point to like the art. Actually, there's a lot of Marvel comics nowadays that from an artistic standpoint look, like you say, pretty. But then you read it and you realize they cut Spider-Man. You're like, oh, well, I didn't want to see Peter Parker have to deal with the fact that his girl MJ is getting railed by a fucking Indian dude in front of him. That sucks, no matter how good the art is.
Yeah. I mean, you go to comics or a video game for the story and for the characters, not just because it looks good. Because if that was the case, people wouldn't play retro games still, and they do. So
shout out to my boy Sammy Threepeat. I hope you're doing all right, homie. It's been a minute since I've heard from you because I've been so busy with traveling and whatnot. But I love you, dude. Sammy is one of my favorite people on this entire goddamn platform and in real life. I love him. So shout out Sammy.
One, because in my view, every character is the hero of their own story, even the villains, especially the villains. To some degree, I can...
Okay. We need to dispel some of this bullshit. Yes, every character is the hero to their own story. The bad guys are the heroes in their heads. But there's such a thing as good and evil. And the point of writing a character should be like, it doesn't matter if this guy thinks he's the hero. He's the fucking villain. The idea that like good and bad and evil and all being subjective is such fucking faggotry, bro.
See the logic of this. You want to be able to understand the characters that you're adapting and find out what makes them tick so you can make an effective character for everyone to find entertaining. But I feel like what Addy did in this degree is insert too much of himself in not only Dante, but the series himself. It's his interpretation of the series, it's his view on the characters, and it's what ultimately he wanted with them. The music choices that clash with DMC's swagger, the juvenile quips that feel more like MCU.
Have you seen the soundtrack for Devil May Cry Season 2?
No.
Hold on.
Am I gonna cringe?
Oh, baby.
While you're looking at it, I do want to say something about villains.
Go for it.
I think that I think that generally people misunderstand villains because the perspective nowadays is that they have to make villains relatable to people. Yeah, they're relatable. They have to be likable. They don't. Villains are villains for a reason. That's why, you have really good villains because they're just downright evil. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be likable. They have to have a reason to be evil. They can just be downright evil and we like them for it. So one thing that I generally just don't like that they have been changing nowadays with games and TV shows and movies is like, oh, we're going to give an edge to the villain so you like the villain. It's like, I don't need to empathize or like the villain to say, hey, this villain is pretty cool.
Well, think about what Disney did with like Scar, for example, or Hades.
Mm-hmm.
People love Scar and Hades, not because like, oh, they're villains, they're the bad guys. They're really well-written characters. People like them.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
So here's the season 2 soundtrack. See You in Hell by Papa Roach. Bazooka by Casey Edwards and Amira Elfke. Now, to be fair, Casey Edwards did work on the games, so maybe that'll be fine. Freak on a Leash from Korn, but being done by Power Glove. Now, I like Power Glove. I'm interested in hearing this song. Not from Devil May Cry. My Immortal, Evanescence. Skater Boy, Avril Lavigne.
What?
Bodies by Drowning Pool.
Oh,
Meet Me in the Afterlife, Power Glove Remix, Amy Lee. Getting Away with Murder, Power Glove Remix, Papa Roach. Again, love this song. Love Power Glove. Interested in it. Not for Devil May Cry. Shall Never Surrender, Power Glove featuring Gunship. The Gates of Disorder, Power Glove Remix, Gunship. Dante's Office, Seven Hells Battle, Capcom. So they might actually use the music that was being done in Devil May Cry 3 for that scene. Street Punks on a Freight Train, Bryce Vine. Don't even know who this is. Point is, we've got Avril Lavigne, Papa Roach, Evanescence, Power Glove. This is the who's who of fucking 2003 radio rock.
Jesus.
Like,
wow, that's crazy. I mean, like,
Devil May Cry, because you've never played the game, so I know you don't know this, is renowned for their own original music. Because they actually do use, like, vocal tracks and stuff you would hear, like, in the hardcore sections of your, like, local CD warehouse or something. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, I like Korn because I know we've listened to Korn because I like.
I like Korn too.
Yeah, but it's I just don't think you need to take pop music and put it into a video game.
I agree. This is not
hot take.
When you hear the music in the game and you play it, hun, you will understand why this is so. And I hate Evanescence. I didn't use to hate Evanescence, but I worked with Amy Lee, and she's a fucking bitch. So.
Oh, guess we're just listening to Evanescence after this stream, babe.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm not.
To be fair,
I don't.
No amount of how much of a bitch she is will ever ruin Bring Me to Life. I do love that.
That's
song.
the only song I like that she has made, but I don't want to subject myself to the.
Yeah, no. They had other songs that were good until I worked with her and she was a bitch. Like.
The heavy political metaphors, they all carry Addie's personal lens more than the game's sincere gothic soul. The white hair, the backstory, some of the weapon choices, the demon's designs referencing the manga. That stuff is in there, but it's more surface level than anything else that gets covered with Addie's own interpretation. And then there's clips.
I know exactly what you want me to go back to. This right here.
What? Like, you actually have somebody take a video of him in this really badass cosplay. This is the thing. If you're gonna do cosplay, at least get a good wig. Like, that wig looks like it was $40 fucking at the gas station. It just looks so fucking bad. It looks synthetic, and the whole thing looks absolutely ridiculous. If you're gonna cosplay, please do it right. Please, like, get a good wig. Get, like,
it's
better
so
quality.
try hard, babe. This is so try hard.
I am dying. Okay, like, I love cosplay. I may not, like, put pictures out there of my cosplays for obvious reasons, but, like, dude, this hurts my soul. This is bad.
Get an outfit tailored. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at that bargain bin Spirit Halloween.
Like, dude, or like, I mean, like, all he did is get this, like, I don't know. Like I don't like it, that jacket. It doesn't feel like it felt right. It looks like it's bad quality. The wig is absolutely horrible. I mean, come on. It's like he's not even trying. Like at least fucking try, or at least like fucking make your own type of cosplay. Like my mom was a fashion designer, so I know how to sew. I know how to do my own fucking shit. This looks bad. This looks so fucking bad. This looks bad.
D-Stock says it would look more authentic without the t-shirt. Dante doesn't wear anything under his duster. Small correction. He doesn't wear anything under his duster in Devil May Cry 3. In every single other game, he does. Devil May Cry 3 is the only one where he's shirtless with the duster. But I get what you're saying.
More surface level than anything else that gets covered with Addy's own interpretation. Yeah. And then there's clips like this.
Absolutely right. Numbers-wise, eclipses everything else.
Yep.
But I'm passionate about Devil May Cry. Like, I love this thing.
Yeah.
And I love this niche thing.
That's the most important.
Yeah. Oh, in this interview, so when he said numbers-wise, it eclipses everything else. The context cut off. What he's saying here is that there's a million other video game IPs that he could have done that they were willing to let him do that would have done better numbers. And I'm pretty sure he name drops Resident Evil. He says, yeah, all these other video game series are more famous and more popular, so they would have done better numbers. But I'm passionate about Devil May Cry, so that's the one I'm doing.
Okay.
Or now I can take it and hopefully blow it up to a point where I can expand it and there'll be more of it.
Yep.
Right. So
wait,
I didn't know that
I
there
have
was a Devil May Cry 5.
Is he talking about doing the TV show and that's why he's expanding to try and get more of a population? And he
basically wants to bring in tourists by his own admission. Yes.
Okay. And then are you telling me that he's saying that Resident Evil is not popular enough, or he's just saying I just want to make more money?
No, he's saying all those shows are so popular, or all those games are so popular, and he could have done those. He had the green light to do anything he wanted. He could have done Resident Evil, could have done Spyro, could have done Crash Bandicoot, but those would have already done numbers on their own. He wants to take Devil May Cry and make it mainstream.
Oh, he just killed it, dude. He killed it.
It's so he really believes he is saving Devil May Cry. That's why he got so pissed. Devil May Cry 5 did so well. He did, by the way. He got so pissed off Devil May Cry because Devil May Cry 5 came out like a year or two before his show, because his show had been greenlit before Devil May Cry 5 was announced. His show got greenlit all the way back in like 2017 or something. But he took so long to bring it out. By the time Devil May Cry 5 came out, it did banger numbers, sold the best of any Devil May Cry 5 in the series up to that point. And when that happened, he actually got pissed. He's like, well, now this game's on such great numbers, I don't get to be the one to save the franchise. Like, he said
Oh my god, this is so bad. The level of egotism and just, it's just so horribly bad. Now I'm starting to understand why he was going around with that cosplay, that cheap ass cosplay. It just looks bad. Because I think like if he really cared about the character, he would make sure to stay true to what the character is. And that just looked bad.
Raza makes a good point. He might be saying that means the lore is too well known, so I can't lie about it.
Yeah. That's oh wow, that's hilarious. I love it. I love it
coming
already.
out?
This is hilarious.
You didn't know?
No.
Wow.
I got actually unhappy when they so I signed the deal and I'm like, yeah, great, I'm doing it. And then they're like, good news, we have Devil May Cry 5 coming out.
Were you hoping to play it before doing your adaptation? Is that what you're saying? Or just...
No, I actually thought the franchise was dead.
Oh, I got you.
What? Oh god. What a fucking retard. It's like franchise is fucking dead. I want to be the one to resurrect it. Sevi's looking like a Viking elf with those braids. Can we get Leon to do a Viking braid? I have braided Leon's hair.
Yeah, I can probably pull a picture up of while this is playing, let me source one of the braid pictures I have.
This is my thing. Like I like Dino Crisis. I see. And I thought I was bringing this thing back, and I'm like, oh, this is like a modern fucking thing. Like this is ongoing. Then I should have done Street Fighter.
Or if you're into like those types of things, I could see doing a great Rival Schools as well.
Yes. Now I get what he's saying here. He wants to take a dead franchise and make it relevant again, and that's perfectly fine. There are plenty of franchises out there. I like Darkstalkers, and apparently that was That's dead. There are two problems with it, though. The first with him
This
being
is the
upset with
thing,
Devil May
though.
Cry 5 coming out.
I don't agree with the fact that a game is old. You know, I don't think it necessarily means that the game is dead.
Well, when they say dead, I think what they mean is like it's not generating any new revenue because it's not getting any new entries.
Okay, now, that makes more sense. I guess it's just a term of the word. When you say something is dead, it means that people are no longer interested in and they no longer play it, and that's what I'm disagreeing with.
Yeah, in that regard, I agree. Here we go. This is the braid job. This is the braid job that Sevi did on me. Whoa, that's.
Oh yeah, that was in Boston. That was at the Airbnb we were at.
Yeah. And frankly, this braid stayed in from when you did this on Friday night in Boston until I washed my hair this past Friday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, this shit looks sick as hell. Yeah. Any of the pictures you guys saw of me in Boston, my hair was in a braid. It just looked like it was probably back in a regular ponytail. But yeah, I can't wait for you to braid my hair again. I love the way my hair looks when it's braided.
Oh, I want to do a fishtail braid next. Those look really cool.
I don't know what a fishtail braid is, but yeah, I love the way my hair looks when you braid it. You do a great job.
I showed you a picture. Remember, I tried it for the first time a couple weeks ago, and like the first attempts didn't look good.
Oh,
so
that's right. I forgot.
I spent the entire fucking day braiding my hair, learning how to braid my hair, and then afterwards, I was like, "Oh, this is really pretty," and that's the one I posted on Instagram.
Who are you going to see in concert, Raza?
Oh, that is so cool.
Such a cute lesbian couple. Fuck off, dude. Vikings have had braided hair for ages, for millennia. What are you talking about? Leon got a leash for when Sevi was out. Hey, fuck, nah, ain't none of that shit happening. None of that happening.
No, maybe Atreus would be into that, but Leon would not.
Hold up, Leon. I wash my hair every Friday, Demon Carol. I wash my hair every Friday before Niat or Badger stream.
Mm-hmm. But I do love braiding my hair. I know how to. I love braiding my hair. I was asking Leon, like, well, what type of braid do you want? You can have all this type of braids, and then he's like, I have no idea what it even means. So I just chose.
Sorry, go on, hon. My bad.
No, I was just talking about how you didn't know the different type of braids, so I just did a very simple one that would look good.
Raza, I saw Bloodywood last summer. They kicked ass. I saw them with Ginger and Baby Metal. Dude, Bloodywood was fucking awesome live. Like, you will get in. I know you're like, oh, I'm almost 39 because like women be caring about shit like that. Get in the fucking pit, bitch. Bloodywood puts on a sick show.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, they're awesome. So do we. So you saw that same. Baby Metal and Black Veil Brides. All right, so that was a different tour than the one I went to. I've seen Baby Metal 3 times. So, but yeah, if this is your first time seeing Bloodywood, they are incredible.
Put in the clip, it came off as if the game was stealing his thunder, and it leads to the point that I've been getting at here. That would have been his version that would have been the one to revive the series. Before I continue, I should bring up that Addy has addressed this clip in a tweet.
Hold on.
This clip in a tweet.
At the time, the DMC franchise had been dominant for years. DMC 4 was 2008, then DMC 5 was announced. Suddenly, people were congratulating me, assuming the value of the IP I'd acquired had skyrocketed. I barely had to pitch DMC. Every studio in town wanted it. But I didn't come into this as a business move. This wasn't about flipping a hot property. It felt like buying a house on a quiet street because you love the view, then shopping mall opens across the road. Sure, it raises the value, but also changes the entire vibe. I'm an OG DMC 1 fan. I don't love the sudden change. At that moment in 2017, I wasn't even sure I'd like DMC 5. Why? It's Devil May Cry is never DMC 2 sucked, but 1, 3, and 4 were all great. I ended up loving it. The Resident Evil engine, the Reach for the Moon engine look initially threw me, but the game was excellent. So I said I was unhappy. I wasn't criticizing the game. I was reflecting on the shift in what I thought I had signed on to do. I thought I was helping bring something beloved back from the dead. Instead, I realized Capcom was already revitalizing it as a full-blown AAA franchise. As a DMC fan, it's a win. Yeah, this sounds like a lot of cope to me. This sounds like a lot of fucking cope to me.
Mm-hmm.
And this leads into the second problem I have, and there's this particular line in that tweet I think is interesting how to convey that. Sure, It raises the value, but also changes the entire vibe. I'm an OG DMC1 fan. I don't love sudden change, and in that moment in 2017, I wasn't even sure I'd like DMC5. I ended up loving it. The RE Engine look initially threw me, but the game was excellent. There's that phrase, I don't love sudden change. That doesn't really measure up to what I'm seeing, especially when it comes to Dante and the Netflix as a whole, where it suddenly changes from the themes of the games and modernizes it with an Addy lens. For a guy who says he doesn't love sudden change, that's exactly what he did with the name of Devil May Cry. Recently, you had a sneak peek of Dante in the second season receiving his iconic ebony and ivory guns, which I'm not saying isn't cool, but there's just something off that doesn't really blend well with me. And it's a direct reference to Courier Digital's Tactical Cool Reloads. And one of the top comments I saw in that video is
joining the FBI once.
Yes, you did. Isn't that like prior to going to law school? That was your initial thought process?
Yeah.
So Dante watched a YouTube.
I'm so glad you didn't, by the way. Feds are the devil.
Tutorial. It feels superficial to me that Dante would do that. And it doesn't really feel like Dante.
And to be fair, I've worked for the government before. And I'm not proud of it, but I have. Sammy, if he's still watching, is a full-on libertarian, unlike me, and he works for the government. So he has to reconcile that every day. But, you know.
When I see him outright copy moves from a YouTube video, I have no doubt in my mind Dante wouldn't do sick tricks with his guns. Hell, one of the first scenes I have melded into my mind is Dante fighting the demons in his office, using one of his guns to deflect a scythe in Devil May Cry 3. But it feels off that Dante would steal moves from a YouTube video, and before anyone twists my words, no, I'm not saying Adi Shankar ripped off Corridor Digital. Apparently, he actually knows the guys, and they gave him a blessing for it. To me, it feels a lot like less something Dante would do, and more like
Veldrain with a 5-banger, saving a dead IP in 2026. Dig it up, kick it, de-ball it, and throw it into the even deeper grave. Fucking facts. Agree.
Call it whatever, but if I made $1 for each time I made a racist joke, I would actually have $0. 'Cause I'm not joking.
Based? Based? Hello?
Raza says, Hot Fuzz, why is my mouse not working?
What?
I don't know, my mouse is not working. Hold on, let me turn it off and turn it back on.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, well, he does that.
Hot Fuzz did those scenes better than this cartoon. Honey, have you seen Hot Fuzz?
I was just about to ask, what is Hot Fuzz? Does that sound
Alrighty,
like,
chat. Here's the dealio. Tomorrow, Sevi streams at 7 o'clock. No, yeah, 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, because tomorrow's Monday. We're gonna be running a grip stream on her channel. $100 in donos, and I'll show her Hot Fuzz. She's never seen it. $100 in donos, and I'll show her Hot Fuzz. What do you think?
Should I be concerned? I mean, like, I already agreed to do a hot tub stream. If you guys don't know, we'll figure it out exactly when we do it. But if Leon hits his goal, then we'll do a hot tub stream, and I'll be in a bikini.
And you say should you do it? It is unironically. You know what a buddy cop movie is, I assume.
No.
A buddy cop movie is when two cops who are polar opposites are paired together and they have to learn to be friends while solving a case. I'm sure you've seen movies like that.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah.
Those are called buddy cop
I've seen movies like that. Yeah.
This is the best buddy cop movie ever made.
Oh my God. What?
I meant 100 on Sevi's stream because I want to make sure she gets the credit for it, but I will absolutely take a hundo. Fuck it. Watch all 3 movies. We do have to watch. Okay, so do you know what an anthology is?
Anthology?
Yeah, an anthology. So an anthology is when you've got like stories or a movie or a series or whatnot done where technically they're connected, but every story is totally different. So like True Detective season 1, 2, and 3 are all True Detective, but it's a different story for each season. Robot Carnival is 3 different, not Robot Carnival, Memories isn't it? So what I'm getting at, technically it's part of a trilogy, but all 3 movies is called the Cornetto trilogy. All 3 movies are a completely different genre. So you got the first movie, Shaun of the Dead, which is a horror comedy about zombies. The Cornettos are an ice cream treat, by the way, in the UK. That are color-coded in 3 different ways. They're color-coded red, blue, and green. So you got the first movie, the Cornetto trilogy, Shaun of the Dead. It's a zombie comedy film. Amazing. The second movie, Hot Fuzz, is blue for police, and it's the buddy cop film. And the third movie, At World's End, is an alien invasion movie, so green. So all three are part of a trilogy, but they're only tangentially related.
I've never seen any of those.
We will watch all of them. The third one, At World's End, is the weakest, but it's still good. Shaun of the Dead is a solid 8 out of 10 movie. It's a fucking 9 out of 10 for zombie movies. But Hot Fuzz is genuinely it is the best buddy cop movie ever made, and it's one of the best comedies ever made. Demon Carol says watch all three. We'll watch 2 of the 3 for that, but 70s hit 100 tomorrow for Hot Fuzz. 70s hit 100 tomorrow for Hot Fuzz. You need to pimp that on your show. 32 Flavors and Nick Weiser. Shaun is good. I love Shaun of the Dead. I remember the very first time I saw Shaun of the Dead. Real quick, I gotta play a couple clips for a fucking Red Boy. Demon Carol coming to the Red Boy. He needs some clips.
Horse semen's great. I'm digging horsecock.
Is your cock a horse cock? You will never hear me say it. Nay. Ooh, as I make more.
My favorite stallion I keep in my top drawer kinda goes hard though.
'Cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock and eat horse.
I don't know how we're going to ever top horsecock.
Shout out for the Red Boy there, and then I will also give you some peak racism.
You racist motherfuckers! I didn't know how to bring you back!
Look at this nigga's face! Look at his face! Look at his fucking face!
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. And Rebel Overlord, Paul is not part of the Cornetto trilogy. Paul's made by the same, the same, Nick Frost and I'm playing on Simon Pegg, but Paul is a side thing. It's not part of the Cornetto trilogy. World's End is the third entry in the Cornetto trilogy. And then Veldrain came in with a 5-banger. Change isn't always bad. At 57, Jennifer Aniston should wear some top support. Don't know if you agree with that or not.
Top supporting what?
I assume
mean,
he means she needs to wear a push-up bra.
I haven't seen what she looks like, but just generally I can understand that. I'm not a big person on bras generally.
I've noticed.
Oh, shut up, you, as if you have complained.
I have no complaints. I was just saying I've noticed. I have no complaints.
Generally, I don't wear bras, as you can tell, as I'm covering myself. But there are times I wear bras. But I can understand though. If I was 57, around that time, I will wear a bra. But right now, I don't have to.
Says we all notice.
But right now, I don't have to. So why do I have to wear a bra right now? Maybe down the line when I'm older.
Yes, YouTube censored the word bra. Really? They censored
hilarious.
Bra?
Well, when I was trying to send you that super chat the other day, I spent like fucking 25 minutes trying to just send the super chat. I was getting so mad. I think I said like YouTube censored everything I was fucking trying to say. So then I just wrote it in normal chat because I couldn't super chat it.
That's insane.
I can understand that. Yeah, I was so mad. I was so pissed off. I was like, dude, this shouldn't. Like, I was just trying to say you were gay. That's all I was trying to say, and it wouldn't let me say gay. And then I wrote it in so many different ways, and because it censored it, it would just go through the little spinny wheel.
Homoeroticism in a super chat. Someone should test if YouTube censors homoeroticism in a super chat. And yeah, no, it's not Paul's. Paul's made by the same people. It's not actually part of the Cornetto trilogy. All right, let's finish this up. We got just 4 minutes left.
What someone's fan fiction of Dante would do because
I could not send it. It was censored.
That's just a cool thing to do. Of course, I can already see people bringing up Dr. Faust as a counter to my complaint, though I would argue there's a difference between referencing one of the most iconic people in the world of music and a random comedic YouTube video. Regardless of how you feel about the subjects, one is going to be more iconic and—
Shout out to 5 months of membership for Butterframe and Gold. I hate super chat censorship. You're telling me, homie.
Memorable as well as lasting longer in culture. And even then, the Dante scene was supposed to be played for more pizzazz. Meanwhile, the technical cool one is meant to be more cool and comedic.
Hold on. We need to play this scene with the music because Dante doing the Michael Jackson shit is amazing. This scene is the best scene in all of Devil May Cry 5. It is ridiculous in all the right ways. I wish games would do this more. Butterframed in Gold gifted a Words of Paradise membership. Who did he hit? Let's see. Hit Jules. Shout out. This is for you, homie. Appreciate you absolute legend.
Y'all can clip me all you want. I think Alyssa Mercante has a nice ass, but I guarantee you she doesn't shave her armpits. So I'm good.
Tell me you wouldn't play this game, hun.
Okay.
Consider it a gift in honor of us finally meeting. Meeting.
I like her tattoos, dude.
Nico is just so great.
Okay, Leon, when are you dancing like that?
I'll dance like that for you. I don't know how to moonwalk.
It'll be a private show, folks.
Whoa!
That looks really cool.
Yeah!
I'll take that.
That looks really cool.
It is the best moment of the entire game. You'll have to make it for a 2-banger. Gay Leon is. Shout out. Thank you. Yeah, the is the best part.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
I'm not going to pretend I know the guy personally. For all I know, he puts on a confusing front in the vein of any publicity is good publicity. But with that said, it makes me question the authenticity of his words, and even more so the authenticity of his characters, especially Dante. Addy puts himself into the characters, and that's what makes it feel like this isn't really Dante, but a Dante that came out of someone's desire or what makes them think is cool. And that's the thing. He's got some of the surface level stuff right.
What? What are you laughing at? I missed it. Were you just laughing at him in the costume again?
The fucking dude in the bed! Just go back! Just go back! This is so fucking
I didn't see
gay!
this. I was reading chat. Holy
so
shit.
Fucking gay! Just like look at the guy, look at his posture. He looks so fucking bad. You know, of course you have like the art of like I don't know what the fuck that is, but it looks so fucking gay. And the dog and the sword, and then just go back a little bit so you can like slow mo it.
And that's what makes it feel like this isn't really Dante, but a Dante that came out of someone's desire or what makes them think is cool. And that's the thing.
Did you see? Did you see how I was laughing? Fucking gay ass dude, man. That's so fucking gay. I am so sorry. No straight person should ever be doing this. Unless you're a girl, because girls do stupid shit. But guys,
girls get away with dumb shit with he had a salt lamp. Yeah. Devil made Jeet.
It looks so bad. It's so cringe. I agree. T-Song, it looks so bad. Oh my god. That's why I was laughing. It's like I can't even the level of gayness of this guy. He just lost his man card. Well, I mean, no, let's face it. He lost it a long time ago.
He did not have the fucking man card.
Yeah, like at this point, I'm convinced he's a woman.
He's got some of the surface level stuff right, but everything got covered in his own interpretation, his own lens, his own experiences. And I don't know, it just feels off to me in that regard. And looking at a good portion of people who are actually commenting on the trailer and the videos, they seem to accept that. It's actually funny to me. The inclusion of rolling is emblematic of this issue to me. To some people, this fits Devil May Cry to a T, but to me, it'll never make sense, no matter how many people scream at me that it does. And the same goes for this interpretation of Dante. Yeah, the red jacket's
really
there,
what
there's high-flying
Indian
action.
males are like?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Anything to make fun of Indians, I'm okay with.
But I don't know any
there's
people, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, I couldn't tell you any
because
Indian person by
Veldrin says
name.
Veldrin says that's actually peak Indian masculinity, and I don't know any Indian people.
Yeah, I'm a proud racist. I only interact with whites, some Asians, and a few Latinos, and then like the couple of fucking blacks. That
Some Latinos are basically just Hypno and me. That's
it's Hypno and you, and then like I'm obligated to hang out with the filthy monkeys, Atreus, Kata. I actually do like a couple of blacks. I like Mugen Lord. I like LG. Atreus and Kata are fine, like
something off. So when someone tells
so earlier, was it earlier today or was it was yesterday before SNH. So my grandmother smokes cigarettes called Marlboro Blacks. Yeah. And she asked, she's like, hey, before your stream, will you go to the gas station, pick me up a couple of blacks? I was like, yeah, I'll do it in a little bit. And so as I'm walking out the door, I was like, hey, go and grab you a couple of slaves. And she goes, all right, make sure they're young and hot. And I come back and I give her a cigarette. And she's like, by the way, what did you mean when you said you were getting me a couple of slaves? It's like, you told me you'll pick you up a couple of blacks. And she started like, she's like, oh my God, I didn't even realize what I said. It was so great.
I love it.
This is a good adaptation of Dante from the games. I'll outright say no, he's not. I won't see him as the Dante that captured my heart. He's just a sheep.
No, here's the reason I didn't mention Sheep. Whether Sheep wants to admit or not, Sheep is an honorary white. Sheep is always on time. Sheep has good opinion. Sheep doesn't leech off the government. Whether Sheep likes it or not, Sheep is an honorary white.
Well, Sheep also just behaves like a white person. He doesn't interrupt. He's not loud. He's pretty respectful. He's pretty quiet. He stays in his corner. He behaves like a white woman that is not woke.
Yeah, agreed.
That failed to capture the magic that the games initially had. And much like the tactical clip, it doesn't feel like Dante, but something a fanfiction writer would put in just because they liked that YouTube video and thought it'd be good to get views on it. I understand there are plenty of people who actually do like this version of Dante, and that's fine. You can like him. Hell, you can like the Netflix adaptation of Devil May Cry. I'm only a single guy in the internet giving his perspective and opinion on
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, you can't.
That fucking dude saying like you can like the Netflix adaptation is so fucking gay. Like, just stick to your like guns. At this point, just say you're a retard.
So let me see if I can find it. It was somewhere around here, I think. No, I'm going back too far. This is when we were in Boston. When did this get posted? Because I was actually, called out by a Devil May Cry fanboy on.
Retard?
Yeah, on
you say retard. You say fanboy. I say retard. Savvy just described a well-beaten slave. Well, you're not wrong. There's no such thing as a good Netflix adaptation. I agree with that. Netflix sucks. No real fan will watch this dog shit. I also agree with that. I knew there was a reason I like Sheep, because he's white. I am so glad you said that, Randall. I'm really proud of you. Congratulations. Like, you just earned.
Oh my God, he deleted the post. That's why I can't see it. No fucking way.
I mean, I don't know what post you're saying, but people delete posts all the time.
So he posted this. That's it. I'm going to start Devil May Cry. Literally, this is the best soundtrack I've ever seen for any anime ever. They're going full Western culture. I'm so fucking happy for DMC fans. I want you guys to realize that they are going full Western culture. Like, this is the best I've ever seen for any anime ever. They're going full Western culture. So this faggot says this. I responded with, for the love of Christ, do not play Devil May Cry. We don't want you. This isn't an anime. So he quote tweeted me In a now deleted post, where'd it go? Hold on. It was right in this general area. What?
Sheep. I told him you're not white, bro.
Is Sheep in the chat?
No, but I just sent it to him. UA of Mega sent the $2 super chat. I wait for you to read it, but I sent it to Sheep and I told him you're not white, bro.
All right, hold on. Let me hop back over to the. All right, where's Sheep isn't black. He fell asleep in a tanning bed. Holy fuck.
I agree with you.
Where the fuck is it? I literally just had it up. Where'd it go?
Okay, what are you trying to find? Maybe I'll have a better look.
The deleted post. Oh, right here. So he quote tweeted my post saying, "Stay the fuck away from Devil May Cry." He quote tweeted it saying, "I just found out that Devil May Cry fans are worse than Boruto fans." I said, "No, we just gatekeep tourists who don't actually understand the franchise." The post didn't even blow up. I only got 2 likes. Is English your first language? Twitter auto translation isn't perfect. If you read my first sentence, you wouldn't be slinging elitist terminology. But he deleted the post saying Devil May Cry fans, which he was quote tweeting me when he posted this. No, we just gatekeep tourists don't actually understand the franchise. He deleted that.
Oh my
Because
god.
He quote tweeted my response here when if I go to the view quotes on this,
oh my
activity,
god,
reposts, quotes, no quotes yet. Yeah, he deleted it.
Oh my god, did you know that Toonie Boy got hacked?
No, I did not. I didn't know that Toonie Boy like all your posts like that.
Yeah, he got hacked. So just guys, don't fucking click on links, okay? Unless it's a link I sent you, then just click on it. Otherwise, no.
Yes, she is correct. I was waiting for Leon to say, yeah, that was funny. That was very funny. I agree. Capcom went full Western culture. That's why the game's agreed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Devil May Cry watching a sunset. Shout out, Meldrain. Appreciate you. We didn't gatekeep hard enough. I mean,
we should. We need to gatekeep harder.
We're on the right track if motherfuckers are deleting tweets, though. We're on the right track if motherfuckers are deleting tweets.
Raz, not your credit card info. Just everybody else's. You're safe. You're good. You're cool. You're good.
Matter. Sure, I'm trying to convince people of my grievances, but my ultimate goal with these videos is just to express my opinion. I don't have a bigger goal of convincing people to hate on a series I dislike, despite what some people may believe with their tinfoil. I
do. If you're watching my videos, Atreus is always like, I'm trying to tell people. I'm not trying to tell people how to spend their money. I'm not. Fuck Atreus and that faggot ass weakness. I am absolutely trying to tell you guys how to spend your money. Without a fucking doubt, I am. Now, you could choose to listen to me or not, but that's 100% what I'm trying to do, is tell you guys.
Well,
Go on.
No, I mean, that's definitely what I do. If you look at my videos, I give you my very, very clear opinion about what I think you should do with a lot of these companies, which is basically fuck them assholes. Because what they do and what they think they're doing, again, is they're taking advantage of you and they're selling your data. That's the only thing that they care about is that.
Oh, is that a slight self-promo right there?
Rule number 1 is scamming. Act like the thing you want is the last thing you ever want. Okay, all right. Hey guys, I don't want you to look at my DMs. So if you get a DM from me, don't open it, okay? Just don't open it. If you see a link that I might send you, do not open that link because it's kind of sus.
She would
you never
also
know what the link
hate it.
says.
She would also hate it if tomorrow when her new video comes out at 4:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, if you guys clicked on it, she would hate for you guys to click the link to tomorrow's 5:00 p.m. Central Standard Time video.
Yeah, I would hate it so much. So please click it, please. Thank you.
Fedora's on a bit too tight. To me, the Dante from the adaptation may have similar parts that the original Dante has, but how they're executed and combined ultimately do not capture the same feeling I had with Dante when I played DMC3 for the first time all those years ago. And this isn't me saying that if you believe this Dante is a good Dante, that I think you're...
Did you play Dustborn?
Me?
It says Sevi played Dustborn to save us all money. Did you play Dustborn?
I did not. I talk shit about it, but I did not. But I'll tell you what, guys. If you guys give me money, I will play Dustborn. Is it still up? If
Not me. I didn't even do. I didn't even grift for a Dustborn playthrough. I wasn't willing to do it.
I would fucking grift for a Dustborn game. You guys know it.
Terrible person.
Although,
Grant, I'm gonna look at you like you grew a second head, but
what?
I was gonna say I'm not gonna play what's it called mixtape, but then I did because it was gifted to me. I'll stream it if you
played
guys
2
grift.
hours of mixtape.
I know. If you guys send me money, I'll stream it live and replay it. I'll give you money to play it. Yes, please. Thank you.
Sucks. I'll give you money to not play it.
Just go to my YouTube channel. My Streamlabs is in there. You can give me money there. Thank you.
But that's about it. And if Addy believes he's doing a service to the franchise, well, I'll disagree with that, but he's welcome to think that. It's his version of Dante, and I guess for a lot of people, that's fine.
That's like me trying to cook. Yes.
She's even wearing the fucking hand that I put for you in the AI video I did.
That's what I was thinking too. I am so glad Leon can cook because otherwise our children would never be fed. Just putting it out there.
Thank God I can cook.
Yeah, but he's welcome to think that. It's his version of Dante, and I guess for a lot of people, that's fine. And if this was how you got introduced to the Devil May Cry series, that's great. But I would suggest you not allow the show to color your expectations of the games that have touched the hearts, souls, and blistered thumbs of countless players over the course of the last few decades.
You have no idea. I
on
burnt 3 fucking kitchens. They were not mine. They were my friends. They invited me over and they invited me to go cook, and I burnt their kitchens down.
When we eventually live together, you are not even allowed in the kitchen. It's be like, you be walking towards the fridge, like, nope, stop. What do you need? I'll open it. Somehow you set the fucking fridge on fire.
That's what my dad does. If I'm ever coming to the kitchen, he will fucking stop me and he'll be like, no, not you. Stay the fuck away. Stay the fuck away.
He will yell at me. It says, Pet Sevi trying to boil some water.
You're not wrong. I melted a kettle trying to boil water for some tea. My dad banned me from the kitchen. Every time I walk by the kitchen, I'm like, I just want ice. He yells at me. So, Leon, I guess all the cooking is up to you now.
The entire kitchen is my domain, hun. D-Stock says, Jesus Christ, Savvy. It's Sevi, not Savvy. Sevi. But no, so I'll tell you guys. I'm not going to share DMs because I'm not that deal, but I will tell you what the DM said. So Katie from Hold My DualShock, because I know me and my boys over at Hold My DualShock are my friends because, Katie being a girl and that. Katie sent me a message. It was Madam Savvy talking about how she was having morning sickness. And Katie didn't know the difference between Madam Savvy and Sevi here. So Katie sent me an image, a picture of Madam Savvy's image saying she was having morning sickness. And it was like, Leon, are you an expecting father? Not knowing the difference between Sevi and Savvy?
Man, if I was having a baby, I wouldn't announce it on Twitter.
Not Sevi being banned from the kitchen. No, I'm banning this bitch from the kitchen. 100%. My Hispanic parents don't mess around either. Yikes. Shout out for the 2-banger flip-flop.
Yeah, you're not wrong. My mom made everybody in the neighborhood think she set a bomb on fire when she was trying to microwave an egg in the kitchen. So, just putting it out there. You're good, D-Stock. You're good.
All right, here's the deal.
We got a raid. I'm Hypno. Hey, Hypno.
Oh, we got Hypno.
Thank you for the
awesome.
raid.
Shout out to Hypno from the raid. I appreciate you, absolute legend. Was tonight the first night of the tournament? If tonight was the first night of the tournament, let me know how it went. Real quick, I'm going to post this video in the chat for you guys to give a like to. And then I'm going to let my lovely, beautiful, blushing girlfriend here interact with you guys while I go to the bathroom. So entertain the chat.
All right. All right. Hello. Welcome, Bigot Army. Hey, Hypno. How are you? Hola. ¿Cómo estás? I hope you're doing good. Princess Zelda won. Oh. I can see that. Who was she going up against? I don't understand who she was going up against. But hello, Raiders, and thank you, Hypno, for the raid. Much appreciated. We were talking about how bad my cooking is. So I've said 3 kitchens on fire. I can't cook. It's just a surprise for everybody. I melted a teapot trying to boil water so I can make some tea because I got bored. And I decided that watching hockey was more important than the fuck was going on with boiling water. Hello, John. How are you? That's a plat level trophy. Sevi makes burnt water. Well, I'll tell you what. I had this beautiful tea kettle that I got at Williams and Sonoma. It was a beautiful sea green color. When I bought it, I thought, okay, this will be absolutely amazing. This will be a tea kettle that will last me forever and ever and ever. So I got this tea kettle and I was like, it seems the right time to make tea. So I went ahead and went to the kitchen to try and make some tea. I left the tea running. I forgot about it. And then around the second period, around close to the second period of the wild game, I got a phone call from one of my friends. It was like, hey, how is that tea coming? Was the tea good? Because I was trying this new tea. And I was like, oh, fucking shit. So I ran to the kitchen. And I noticed that a couple of things I noticed. One was that there was no water left in the tea kettle. Because I looked, there was no water left. And then 2, when I tried to, I turned it off the stove. And when I tried to get the tea kettle off the stove, it wouldn't come off because the paint of my tea kettle had melted. It had melted into the stove and I could not get it off. So basically I got no tea and I ruined the kitchen of the place I was renting. So yeah,
okay. Real quick, I gotta hit this 2-banger. Well, we got that one. Veldrain, and that's a plat level trophy. Sevi makes burn water. How do you not know your tea kettle's going off? Tea kettles whistle when the water's boiling.
No, because apparently you have to install the whistle, and nobody told me I had to install the whistle.
You don't have to install the whistle, honey. When the tea is boiling, when the water's boiling, there's such a tight air hole that the steam coming out makes a natural whistling sound.
No, did not hear it. I was watching a hockey game. Who the fuck cares about the fucking kitchen? Just saying. Just saying.
I got super drunk once. Fell asleep with a pizza in the oven. Woke up. So I could do you one better than this, D-Stock, because this happened when I wasn't drunk.
Thanks for D-Stock. Let's go. Thank you for making me feel better.
Me and my granny wanted pizza, but we didn't have the money to order pizza, but we had some frozen pizzas. So we put the frozen pizza in the oven. Didn't realize the frozen pizza was sitting on a thing of cardboard. So we put the cardboard in the oven with the pizza. And so when it cooked, the pizza just sort of morphed to the cardboard and we couldn't eat it.
How drunk were you? How fucking drunk were you? That you
no, I was only like 13 or 14 years old. I was not drinking in front of adults yet.
In front of adults. Operative word.
And I'm glad you caught that.
No, I know. As somebody that drank a whole lot of fucking alcohol when I was a kid, I get it.
Once again, Sadie burns water. She explodes eggs, burns toast. Yeah, I don't even trust you to make me cereal if I wanted it.
Dude, did I tell you? Okay, so reason number 1 I got this tattoo was because I got really badly burnt by oil when I tried to cook eggs. So I had like this.
Why were you cooking? Hold on.
Over here.
Why were you cooking eggs in oil? You don't cook eggs in oil.
Because I generally don't have shit to fucking cook.
Right, but why were you trying to cook eggs in oil? You cook eggs in butter, not oil.
Because I had no fucking butter. Again, like you're just assuming I have all this fucking stuff in my house. I don't. I had oil that was left over from who knows when. So I was like, you know what? I really want some fucking eggs. So I was like, I put oil in the pan and I was like, I'm so fucking hungry. I want this to be done right now. So I put it in super high heat because I was so fucking hungry. I just wanted it done then. And I put the egg and then it all splashed. And then I got an insane scar, which which you can't see anymore because I have a tattoo that covers it. You can't see it anymore. But I had a really bad scar because of that, and I got a tattoo over it. So now nobody will know. It'll be my secret. Nobody will know.
Now, okay, Raza says my mom's Italian. She would fry eggs. Olive oil. Okay, I'm not saying you can't, that it's physically impossible to make eggs with oil, but you shouldn't. A, because butter is better for the cooking process, and B, because butter adds a better flavor to the eggs. Like, if you've got oil and you've got butter and you want to make eggs, you always go butter. Always.
Yeah.
Now,
I do need
so
them.
D-Stock is mostly correct. You don't cook eggs on high heat no matter what, with an exception. I like to put a fried egg on my burgers. You can do a quick egg fry on high heat to use as a burger topping, but beyond that, he is correct.
Like what I was saying, I was really hungry. I wanted it done really quick, and I figured if I put it in high temperature, it will work better. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this story, Leon. Don't freak out, okay? So
I'm not gonna freak out because I'm not allowing you in the kitchen.
Okay, all right. So I tried to make pasta once. I was told pasta is the easiest way to make food, and I was so fucking hungry. I was like, all right, we'll do this. So I put water in a pot. I put the pasta in, and then I was told, oh, like you have to wait 10 minutes. So of course I go and then start playing Tomb Raider because of course that's what I do.
Oh
And
my
then lo and
fucking
behold,
god!
I'm
What?
like,
And you just got caught up playing the game, and you ruined your. Keep going.
no, yeah. So by the time I was like, why isn't this fucking done? I was like, oh wait, I probably should check on it. So I run to the fucking kitchen. I lived at this time in a 1-bedroom studio apartment. Right. So I run to the fucking kitchen and I go to the kitchen and the fucking pasta is basically fucking melted. It's so mushy. There's no fucking way I can eat it. There's basically no water there. I was like, oh shit, I am so fucking hungry. What is that easiest and quickest way that I can make this back into what pasta is supposed to look like? So I grab it. I put it in a Tupperware container and I put it in the freezer because I think this is the fastest way.
If you're trying to re-solidify the noodles,
yes. So I put it in the freezer. Keep in mind the pasta by this time is so mushy. It's like basically almost water. I've never seen pasta this mushy. It's just like elastic at this point. And I try to grab it and it's just like breaking apart. The pasta was fucking breaking apart. Okay, I was freaking out and I was so fucking hungry. So I was like, I'm just gonna put it in the freezer for just a little bit, just for a tiny, tiny little bit to just make sure I can eat it. So I put it in the freezer and I was like, you know what? It sounds like half an hour would do. So I put it in the freezer for half an hour. Of course, I forget because, of course, I start playing Tomb Raider again. Okay. And by the time I'm like, okay, this should be good enough, I go back to the freezer. And it's just a block of turd. That's what it was. I was so depressed. I didn't eat that day.
I need y'all to understand. I need y'all to understand how much this pains me because, like, this is the shit that I can do with food, right? Like, I can take pork tenderloin, wrap it in bacon, and make a dune sandworm. Like, this is I did this shit for fun. Pork tenderloin as a fucking dune sandworm, right? Like, what are some other things we got going on? Like, look at this crown roast. Look at this crown roast with a cheese ball center. And this bitch out here can't even fucking make pasta.
I tried, babe. I tried so hard. I was just really hungry and I need somebody that knows how to cook to make me food because I'm apparently incapable.
I will definitely make you food because, yeah, incapable that's some EMT shit. Yeah, incapable is the right word. You tried to put boiled beyond acknowledgement pasta in the freezer.
I did tell you not to freak out by this story. It's so
I'm not
bad.
freaked out. I am flabbergasted.
That's not even the worst thing that has happened in the kitchen to me.
Oh, he meant epic mealtime. I was thinking EMT, like we need to call a fucking ambulance because she burned the fucking house down.
I have burned kitchens down, and those friends don't talk to me anymore. In my defense, it was not my fault. If you have an open flame, then maybe you shouldn't let me anywhere near the open flame. So really, this is their fault. It's not my fault.
I'm just chain smoking and chain drinking because you like
Chat understands me, right? Wait, that says Sevi's banned from Walmart's cooking appliances section due to fear of her exploding them.
you
I will
scare the
just
hell
say
out of me every time she
this.
tried to cut something up. I'm amazed she does her fingers by the time. Oh wait, who's that in reference to? I had to teach my wife how to cook. Okay.
I'll say this. It's not. That's a valid concern of me blowing things up and things exploding. Maybe because it has happened before.
Go on.
Oh, maybe that's the
what
story
did you make
for off the street.
explode?
A microwave.
How the fuck did you make a microwave explode? Did you put metal in the microwave?
Didn't know. How was
I knew by the time I was like 9 not to put metal in the microwave.
Okay, but like you, okay. Let's go back a little bit into my life.
We've gotten 2 different ellipses: lithium lexiternia and Saixon. We're just like,
okay, just think about this for a while. Okay, my mom doesn't cook. She had a microwave explode with an egg that people thought the paramilitary was bombing the neighborhood. Okay, that's my mom.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Your mom had a microwave and she thought the paramilitary was
No, she had it. Okay, all right. Let me just.
I was watching Sesame Street. I also witnessed a rape down the block. How are those things related?
Okay, so this is what happened. I'm just explaining. My mom doesn't cook, okay?
I can tell.
My mom tried to microwave an egg, and it exploded so bad that everybody in the neighborhood thought the paramilitary was attacking.
My mom tried to cook a microwave.
No, they tried to cook an egg in the microwave.
Oh, an egg. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Fireworks in a box. And she said the entire kitchen was just filled with like black smoke and it was really bad and everybody thought it was a bomb. So they called the cops and everything. The military got involved, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Normal stuff. You know, it happens to everybody. Anyway, that's my mom. My dad is not around to teach me how to fucking cook. Who the fuck do you think is going to tell me not to put fucking metal in the fucking microwave?
Google.
Apparently not, babe.
Anjuna Main gifted 1 word to Paradise membership. Shout out Anjuna Main. This is for you, buddy.
Like, I don't think humans were meant to see sissy hypno inflation compilations.
But hey, by the way, did you know that I suck dick as a man? I lick the ass of other men. But really quick, I lick the balls of a man.
Veldream with a 2-banger. Microwave canned meats. Ignore step 1. I put metal in the microwave 1 time, immediately fixed the problem. So I had a block of cream cheese. As you know, cream cheese comes in a... By the way, thank you for the 2-banger if I didn't say that. Comes in like little tiny thin metal wrapping. So I unwrapped the cream cheese and I put it in the microwave to soften it for the recipe. I hit like 30 seconds. I just want it softened. And within like 5 seconds, it starts to spark. It's like, oh shit, that's metal. And like, it occurred to me, oh wait, that's metal. I need to. So I took it out, put it on a plate, and put it back in for the additional 25 seconds. Just a little tiny bit of aluminum foil made that shit start to spark. Shout out to Randall Zana. I remember for 4 months. I'd like to put metal in the microwave for fun. You are retarded. Did you ever see the 4chan duct tape spoons hot water thing?
No.
Oh
No,
my
no.
god. Okay.
But I agree with Randall. Sometimes you have to try shit out just for kicks, right?
I have to show you this. This was evil. They were basically tricking people into making homemade grenades. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, tell me more.
Let's see. 4chan.
Oh, did you, Jack? That's insane.
Spoon.
You
Hot
and me
water.
now with a $2 super chat. I melted my mom's microwave when I was a kid. I'm so proud of you. So it's not just me. That's amazing.
How do I find this?
With Google.
Oh, hold on. Is this it? Is this it? All right, here it is. Dude, this is some evil shit. Again, there's a reason I don't go to 4chan anymore.
The spoon experiment.
Yeah, this is quick.
We all know 4chan to be quite the internet's Wild West. Its anonymous nature lets anyone post, and sometimes that anonymity leads to a lack of empathy towards their fellow posters. This post here details a horrific experiment that no one should ever attempt, and a couple of people who fell for it. Just as a reminder, do not try this at home. But please, please don't. I know this is not video related, but you have to try this. Go to your kitchen and find a nice metal spoon. Teaspoons work too, but normal ones are better. Grab yourself a lighter,
Okay.
the bigger flame, the better. Get some
I
duct
don't
tape,
have a lighter.
handle, about 4 to 6 layers.
I don't have duct tape.
Start heating up the spoon with the lighter. Make it really, really hot. Holding it just above the flame for about 2 minutes should work. Go to a faucet and
2
turn on
minutes.
cold water at full force. Hold the spoon directly under the faucet. Shit massive bricks. Post results.
Oh.
Holy
Thank
you
you,
insane
this.
asshole. I thought, hey, what could go wrong? And tried that shit. At first it steamed in my face like crazy, and then the spoon started ticking and split into 3 parts. One shooting through a plate, one through a cut,
Oh my
and the
God.
last you barely missed me. OP, why? I covered my face expecting steam. My hands are bleeding so much it fucking hurts.
Oh my God.
You OP. No one can do this. Extreme cooling causes metal to burst.
Of course, I'm not able to show the aftermath, but the pictures shown are terrifying. A man with a bandage over his eye and pictures of hands that were sliced open as a result of this quote-unquote experiment. This reminds me a lot of the time in OP.
Like, this dude convinced these dumbasses on 4chan. To anyone that doesn't know, if you superheat metal and then super cool it, it explodes. So you got something thin, like a spoon, it literally turns into like grenade shrapnel.
Interesting. New idea for nothing.
I'm sorry, go on.
No, I can't. It's YouTube.
If you're this stupid, you deserve it. But the thing is, I don't. Maybe it's obvious. I don't know. Like, I knew this would. Like, when I read this, it's like, no way. I guess this is not obvious at Darwin at play. Like, don't play
Okay,
with
let's
tipping.
be honest.
Don't play with tempering if you don't know metallurgy.
This would be something I would ask other people to do. You know, just for reasons.
You are evil.
Am I?
I might be a misogynist, but you are evil.
I don't think I'm evil. I'm just curious. Okay, I'm just curious.
Was that Emperor Palpatine's excuse? I'm not evil. I'm just curious.
Well, maybe. I mean, did he ask for videos? Because that's what I would have. What I would have asked. I would have asked, like, please put a video on so I can see what it looks like. Like, I had this like weird ass idea of like, I wonder if you end up eating a grenade, like a smoke grenade, would it come out of your eyeballs? And the answer is yes, it would. But I didn't know at the time.
Okay, I feel like there's a story here. Please go on.
It came up on TNT. I was just really curious. Apparently there was an experiment that happened with it, and I got my question answered. So I killed the entire party because I was curious about what would happen.
You TPK'd because you're a sadist?
Yeah. Okay, are you really that surprised? After you said I will never DM a game that you're a player in?
You know what? This is true. I have told this to her. Like I've heard some horror stories of Sevi as a player. Because I'm a DM. I've said I will never DM a game if Sevi is involved in it. Like 100%.
Wow.
Every time I see blacksmithing in a movie and they water quench it, I'm like, what the fuck? That will ruin it. You know what? Game on. I'll DM a game for Sevi. Raza, you're a woman. I don't believe you're a woman to be a good
DM. The more
well,
chaos,
shit,
the better.
Then grins. Palpatine.
Hey, I'll say this. Palpatine sometimes had it right. He was not wrong.
Elaborate. Go on. I feel like we should make Leon's nightmare come true for the lulz. What? Like me DMing a game for fucking Sev and her idiot friend?
Or me cooking for you, babe. I'll cook a real meal.
I would rather DM a game.
Oh my god, that was way too fast.
If my options are you cooking for me or me DMing a fictional game, I'm DMing the game.
Okay, let's put it up to chat. Chat, what would you guys rather see? Me cooking for Leon?
I'll run a poll.
Or Leon DMing a game that I'm playing with, which I can be extremely chaotic. I drive all my DMs crazy because of all the shit I do. Oh, that said DM 100%. I think he's making a poll.
I am.
You do realize that my cooking might lead you...
options. This is like, yo, what would you rather eat? A shit sandwich or a smegma fucking steak? Like,
I'll have you know that the one time I did cook mac and cheese, people got diarrhea from it.
Randall Azana gifted awards of Paradise membership and hit Veldrain. Yay, I appreciate you.
There's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, you touch them back.
Why was the poll 50-50 for too long? Thankfully, it's better 50-50. Fuck.
It's still 50-50. Well, you know, it's not gonna be my stomach on the line. If somebody gets sick, it's not gonna be me. So I'm good.
I love you, but I hate you.
I'm smart enough to know not to eat my fucking cooking. Unlike
Let it be known, I voted DM because I was being kind. I want to watch Sevi cook. Hey, what's up, Vagabond? I'm dying here.
Oh my god.
Heavy cooking for me is currently winning at 52%.
There we go. That's not right. When I was trying to cook mac and cheese, I decided, you know what would be fun? To add coffee grounds to it.
Oh shit. Is there a way to do polls and kick? I didn't even think about the kicks because I did it from OBS. Hold on. How do you do...
see Leon's final stream? I don't know. I usually have my mods do it. You want me to DM one of my mods to ask him how to do it?
I'll figure this out. I'm a big kid now.
Are you though? Are you? Yeah, you're right, D-Stock. If Leon really loved me, he would eat my cooking. Leon, you don't
you son of a bitch. That is such a low blow.
My God, Leon. Wait, Leon. Does that mean you don't love me?
I hate every single one of you in chat who just made this a fucking thing. Shout out Demon Girl or 5-banger. Sevi could cosplay Shion from that time. I got reincarnated as slime. She already got the body and the cooking skills. I don't know what Shion looks like. Hold on a sec.
I better not be offended by what she looks like, because I work really
Oh
hard.
no, this would be great. This is a very good cosplay. Yeah, he's right.
Okay, show me.
I'm pulling up right now. Yeah, you could totally rock this.
I could do that.
Big titties, horny. Like, yeah, you could absolutely do this.
Wait, did you just call me out on chat?
No, I'm saying that there's a giant horn right here on her head.
Okay. All right. I was like, dude.
I don't know how to do a pole and kick over on the kick side. Sorry, guys. I don't. I
Let me
don't
look.
see the
Hold on.
option.
All right. I think there's some. It's like you do hashtag something.
Oh,
but hold on,
slash
let me-
pole.
Yeah. Slash something.
All right. Let me see if I can.
Her cooking gave a goblin poison immunity. Hey, that means that you could like suddenly out of nowhere have a magical power. That would be amazing. So you're welcome preemptively. And yeah, that's exactly what it means. Somehow I can feel Leon dying in the inside. I'm sure Leon will be happy to have my cooking. I think the biggest question, if cooking wins, is what should I cook? And if I should have supervision, that's going to be the question.
Yeah, that's
because
awesome.
The mac and cheese I cooked, I had 5 people supervise me, and people still got diarrhea.
5? They still got. You had 5 people supervising you, and they still got diarrhea.
Yeah. They stopped me from adding the coffee stuff I wanted to add, because I was gonna ground some coffee and add coffee to it.
Why?
Shellfish. What is shellfish?
Shellfish is like shrimp and oysters. Okay, wait. Why coffee to mac and cheese? Are you the quartering? Get my coffee brand mac and cheese. Like,
why? Because I wanted to make it interesting. I didn't want it to be like some super fucking ass mac and cheese. I wanted it to be special. But you know what? It ended up being special.
Why is the kick pole 50-50?
Coffee grounds are not edible. Well, these suck. I don't know that. I have no way of knowing if they're edible or not. I was just doing it for kicks because I wanted to do it for my own amusement, so I could laugh at people who ate it. And let me tell you what, about 15 people fucking ate the mac and cheese. So sucks to be them. Just saying.
UAF Omega for a 2-banger. I'd say make it a toast stream, but implications. Yeah, the implication is my fucking colon. Gets leveled up again. I didn't think it gets to Shauna level, but she gets legit good. Include presentation later on. Cook for him while he DMs. Oh my god, no. Oh my god. That could be a lot of fun though. Imagine a cooking stream where you have to roll for ingredient use.
Ah, I like that.
You know, we like, 1 to 5 is this, 6 through 10. Like you have to roll D20. It's like, all right, and I'll roll for salt usage. You get like a fucking 11. So you add like, plenty of salt.
Yeah.
That
I like that
kind
idea.
of be fun.
We could do
Shit, I
something
may
like
just came up
that.
with a really good idea by accident.
Yeah. Now Savi's gonna get ideas. You're right. You're right. I have ideas. Is it really 50-50? Oh my god.
Yes, it is sitting at 50-50 over on Kick right now. Yes. Which is not an invitation for you to go over and pick one.
I was just about to do that.
I know you were. Because you were all like, oh, is it a 50-50? I know you, bitch.
Oh my god. You need to stop reading my mind, Leon.
That's wrong. You live to eat, not eat to live. Well, it depends. Like, I live to eat. Sevi eats to live, because attractive women are like, no, I do this because I need sustenance and nutrients. Whereas people like me who are chefs are like, no, I need to maintain life and I do this for the art.
Well, that's accurate. I want to make sure that I stay in shape. So, yes.
Leon will roll in that one, so it becomes poison soup, and give Andy and give it to Andy from my dual shock.
That would be
I
hilarious.
wouldn't do that to Andy. I like Andy too much. It's like the only reason I would ever kill Andy is so that Katie has to live her life alone.
Why would you ever do that to Katie?
Fuck Katie. No, I love Katie. I just also love fucking with Katie. Like, it's difficult to fuck with Andy because Andy is so good at rolling with jokes. Like, you could say the most insane, obscene shit, and Andy will find a way to roll with it. Katie will get horrified and not know how to respond.
Oh my god, that is so funny. That's why women go for men who can cook. Yes, you're right. That's one of my requirements. Whoever I'm dating has to know how to cook, because otherwise I'm screwed.
Did you know that I knew how to cook? Or was it just like, oh, good, this is a nice little cherry on top?
Yeah, because otherwise you will be dead and I will be dead.
You need basic skills. You die at the start of the apocalypse. No, so here's the dealio. The apocalypse, everyone has different skills. Like, you've got to have people that know how to do medical stuff. You got to have people that know survivalism. Now, me personally, I've got 2 skills. And this is what I've been told. I want to prep it. Yeah, I've got 2 main skills. And this is what I've been told. This is not I'm going to go ahead and end the poll now. Sevi cooking for me is the obvious winner with 42 votes. This is what I've had 2 different people tell me this. So this is not me being like, what's the term? Self-aggrandizing. So I've had 2 different people say that my natural charisma would be like, I'll be the dude that leads the survivor group. Plus, I've also got the cooking aspect. So I can cook, and I've just got the natural, leader charisma sort of thing. Those are my only 2 skills. I don't know shit about the medical field. I would be terrible at that. I'm a pretty, depends on the type of apocalypse. It was like a zombie apocalypse. I was the second in my class in the police academy when it comes to marksmanship. There was one dude, fuck you, Peebles, who was better than me, but I was second in my class for marksmanship skills, so I can shoot. I'm pretty good with guns. But if it's not like a zombie apocalypse or something, that doesn't matter. But yeah, those are my 2. 57% rip Leon. Next time we're together in person, you may need to cook for me, hun.
There you go. Perfect.
Well, I say I have no medical skills. I can do basic first aid, and I mean basic. I'm terrified of medical shit, so that is like I'm scared of doctors, scared of medical stuff, scared of hospitals, the whole 9. I can obviously apply pressure, wrap gauze, can do basic tourniquets, things like that. I can clean wounds, I can sew wounds. But I would rather pass the job off to somebody who has the stomach for it. Veldrain for a 2-banger. Gobda, you're still alive? I don't know what that means.
Hey, we got a raid.
Oh, Timp Kitsmit. Shout out Timp. Timp and I interact a lot on X. We've never actually had the fortune of talking aside from X. So shout out Timp. Thank you for the raid, homie. Appreciate
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, okay?
Sounds good, hun. I'll just do this for the time being, so there's not that ugly black box there. Dog raid, dog wave raid. Yeah, no, shout out to Timp here. Like, again, guys, if you're not following Timp on X, follow him. Timp is awesome. So I do know CPR, but CPR is kind of bullshit. CPR is one of those things that they teach you in school in the CPR academies. But when I was in the police academy, they even straight up said it was dog shit. It's got like a 30% or less success rate. Shout out to Nerdy Texan, Dog Raid. Like CPR is, I don't know. While I do know it, and while it's something they teach you in schools and classes, if even the police academy told me that it was most of the time bullshit, I'm just rolling with that. There's not a whole lot that CPR will really do. I need to dig out my vintage DBZ shirts from the 90s. Hell yeah, you do. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I have a DBZ shirt for every day of the month for a 31-day month. I have minimum 31 Dragon Ball shirts just in not Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball as a franchise. I've 31 minimum Dragon Ball shirts because I wanted to see if I could go a whole month wearing nothing but Dragon Ball apparel. Yeah, you can get a CPR shirt online. You can get one in person too. And it is. Oh yeah, you didn't know that I was an ex-cop? Yeah. I did not last very long as a cop. I was really, really bad at it. Yeah. I was a terrible. I only lasted for like 3 months. I was not a good cop. But yeah, I'm an ex-cop. Military sent a recruitment letter. They heard of her cooking explosion. They're sending her to Russia, China, North Korea as a chef based. My Dragon Ball dedication is extensive. If you walk into my apartment's basically a shrine to Dragon Ball, and that's maybe only 30% of my collection. So much of it's in storage units. Like I think I have over 530 unique pieces of Dragon Ball merch. And when I say unique pieces, I count all the trading cards as just one. And even counting my like thick stack of trading cards as one, I have like 536 or something like that unique pieces of Dragon Ball merch. You're right. It's meant to keep the patient alive long enough. Okay. Thank you, Antonio. Appreciate that. Nope. Did not know. Yeah. I feel like I talk about it often enough on the channel, not to flex or anything, but like, I don't know if it's a flex per se, but like not to try and sound like an expert because I'm clearly not. I was not a cop for very long, but yeah, I'm an ex-cop. I got CPR certified as a preemie mom. I now no longer am. Were you Motormouth Jones or Mahoney? Ha ha, fucking funny. I've heard better. Good try. I thought you were a wrestler. No, I like wrestling. The wrestler is 8-Bit Eric. 8-Bit Eric is a professional wrestler. Leon only chased the black folks. That explains a lot. No, see, I live in the Midwest. We don't have a whole lot of darkies here. So I didn't. Now, I will say.
You're not wrong.
There was this time I was driving around my police cruiser, right? And I look over at this car. What?
You were just driving around your police car looking for black guys.
No. So I used to work as a supervisor for the company CenturyLink, the internet company. Okay, and there was this dude, I'm blanking on his name. He had a stereotypically black name, Drez, the whole nine. I remember his brother's name was Cody. But he had a stereotypical black name like DeAndre or something. Super nice, super chill guy. He was awesome. But he was always high. Like he was always just ripped out of his fucking gourd, dude. And so I'm driving around, I'm in a police cruiser, and I stop at a red light. And I look over, and he's staring at me terrified. This is this guy that I used to work with. He's staring at me terrified because there's a cop next to him and he's high as shit. And then he sees me, and in his fucking, like, stone-gourded out mind, he's like, he saw it was me and just started like, I know I'm good. It was so fucking funny.
Oh my god.
I still need to get my shit out of storage in Cali. Yeah, I've got so much nerd shit in storage. So much. Only the original Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. You can stop there. You need to. I thought it was like every 3 years. Maybe it's state dependent. Depends where you live in the Midwest. I live in Missouri. Missouri does not have a massive black population. Runaway Vagabonds is why you ask me like that. It's funny, Vagabond, because your dreads are way longer, but he actually did look remarkably similar to you. I'm not saying all black people look the same. They do. I'm not saying it. They do. But he looked remarkably similar to you. What was that, hun?
I'm just saying Vagabond. That's what you said.
One more time. Maybe I'm drunk.
I'm telling Vagabond that's what you said, that he looks like just any other black person.
And yes, I did eat the gummy. I did it on Neon Leon this past Friday with Sevi 2 days ago. Yeah. Do I have any Gundams? So I don't have any Gundams. I will never kind of be a Gundam fan. I've only ever seen Gundam Wing. I like Gundam Wing, and I would like to get into Gundam. But yeah, no, I only have seen Gundam Wing, so I can't call myself a Gundam fan. Roman Reigns, we the number ones. Acknowledge me. Shout out Roman Reigns. I love Roman Reigns. I think he's the perfect casting for Akuma in the Street Fighter film. I think Roman Reigns is the perfect casting for Akuma in the Street Fighter film. Look up Pikachu on their channel for the Detective Pikachu skits. I don't know what that's in reference to. I unfortunately live in St. Louis. We're a little more. I don't live far from St. Louis. I don't want to say where I am, but I don't live far from St. Louis. I travel to St. Louis probably 4 or 5 times a year, just if I want a quick weekend getaway. Like St. Louis is close enough where I'm like, I want to take the weekend off. Let's go have some fun. St. Louis is my go-to. Yes.
I have some fun time during the weekend with the blacks. That's what he's doing.
Well, so the thing about St. Louis is, yeah, St. Louis is super fucking dark, but there's enough white people shit there to justify it. Like I can drive, like hour and a half, 2 hours to St. Louis and get me a nice hotel right off the arch. And I mean, like, I'm talking like, one of them like Hyatt Regency bullshit sort of hotels right off the arch. And I could be safe for my duration stay there. But that being said, I'll be walking around, just exploring the area, and it's just nothing but darkies sleeping on the sidewalk. Just nothing but darkies sleeping on the sidewalk. Leon is Pikachu from Flashkiss. Detective Pikachu, that's why he didn't last. I get away in St. Louis. What's wrong with that? I also live in Illinois. It mostly sucks. Thank God I live in the boonies. Yeah, Illinois fucking sucks.
Illinois does suck.
What?
Yeah, I've been to Illinois a lot because my sister used to live there, and Illinois just sucks. That's where my sister told me I was racist, apparently.
Oh, you told me that story. I don't know if you want to repeat it here on the show or not, but like you told me that story. That was hilarious.
Do you think, question, it's your channel.
I don't give a fuck. We're 5 hours deep into this live stream. I think the story's hilarious, so you should go for it.
Okay, sure. No, so keep in mind, I lived in Minnesota most of my life. Well, not most. Yeah, most of my life, half of my life. And she's living in Chicago, and I go visit her, and I point out, like, because a lot of people in Minnesota are just usually white, and I go to Chicago and I say, wow, there's really a lot of black people here. And I just make this as a factual comment. Factually, I'm correct. There's a lot of fucking black people in Chicago. And she looks at me and she's like, oh my God, you're so racist. And it ruined her mood so far. Like we were going, like walking to get like breakfast. It ruined her mood so far because apparently I was such a bigot that she was like, fuck breakfast. And didn't go get breakfast anymore.
Icing on the cake. Why don't you tell people where your hot take liberal sister lives now?
Oh, she lives in San Francisco. Fuck that bitch. Let me tell you what. She deserved the fucking haircut I gave her when I was like 4 years old. That's what I say. She deserved it. It was well put.
So last night, I assume it's okay to tell the story, and if not, you can just cut me off. Last night, me and Sev were playing Escape the Backrooms together. We were doing like a Truth or Dare version where if someone dies, you have to ask them Truth or Dare. And so Sev died. I asked her Truth or Dare. She goes, Truth. And I say, if you had to gun to your head, kill a member of your immediate family, which one would it be? Without even hesitating, she goes, oh, my sister. Like, no hesitation. Like, if you, dude, I thought it'd be a difficult question. It's like, gun to your head. You have to kill one of your immediate family members. Who would you kill? Without missing a beat, she goes, oh, my sister. God damn, woman.
Dude. I'm not fucking wrong, dude. California is full of fucking people like just doing math and whatnot in the fucking streets, dude. And like when I went to visit her in California, and I was like, you have a problem here with homelessness and people shooting up in front of your house. She got offended by it because I was offending the fucking people that were shooting up in the street.
Drunken Ferret came in and was like, oh no, my oldest brother, easy. All right, is this the thing? Yo, chat, if you had to kill a member of your immediate family, which one would it be? I really hope someone says one of their own kids. I really hope someone's like, I fucked up, we need to start over. Darwin, I will kill my son. Like,
yeah.
You can choose friends, but you can't choose family. Apparently so. Dragon versus all of them. Don't ask. Not on this day. Oh, because it's Mother's Day and she chooses mother. Raza, if it's any consolation, where we are right now, it's after midnight. It's no longer Mother's Day, so you can say your mom.
My lawyer has advised me not to answer this question. That's fair.
Oh my god, that's fucking amazing. I'm trying to remember. It's 1 a.m. Okay, fair. Yeah, exactly. And my sister too. She's a lib. Dude, what is it with sisters being libtards? Like, yeah, it's 12:08 in the real world. Exactly. Oh, God only cares about Central Time. God only cares about Central Time. My little sister. It's so funny because like my little brother, you would think he'd be based, and I don't know if he is or isn't. And I wonder how much of it's because he recently started dating this gal. Because my little brother, he's like fucking jacked, muscles, he's in all the sports and shit like that. He works for like the energy company, so fossil fuels and whatnot. Me and my sister's going to college for psychology. And so this past Thanksgiving, a few months ago, her and I got into an argument about trans people. And when I say argument, we weren't doing like the whole knock down, drag out, conservative versus Republican, this, that, and the other. Like her and I were healthily debating. Because my little sister is my favorite of my siblings. I have 4 siblings. I'm the oldest of 5. So the third oldest is my sister, and she's my favorite sibling. And so we were having this debate about trans people and whether trans is a mental illness or not. She says it's not. I say it is. Whatever. So her and I are debating this, and we're having a good time doing it. It's getting a little heated, but I can tell. I know my sister. I know when to back off, the whole 9. We're having a good time debating it. And at one point, my youngest brother, the youngest of all of us, he's like 25, 26. He's like, why does it fucking matter? You guys are ruining Thanksgiving. You're arguing this, that, and the other. He like storms off, takes his fucking plate of cranberries with him, the whole 9. And me and my sisters kind of both look at each other like, yeah, we're debating, we disagree, but we aren't like being hateful or anything. And so I step out on the back deck to go smoke. And my little sister comes out and she's all like, hey, just so you know, I wasn't feeling any type of negative way or animosity. We were just debating and whatnot. And I was like, I wasn't either. And then my little sister, who I don't know if she is or isn't a liberal, because like she lives in California, much like yours, but she's mostly at least got some sense of common sense. She's like, I know people don't like having these conversations and whatnot because they're afraid of getting canceled. That makes total sense. I'm like, bingo, bango. So even if we disagree, she understands at least the social implications of it. So why my little brother who lives in Texas freaked out about the conversation was beyond me.
Wow, that's crazy.
My little sister's a tattoo artist and covered head to toe with body tattoos. She isn't liberal or anything. I know a lot of people who cover head to toe in tattoos. Dude, my tattoo artist, I don't know if he's liberal or not. I know he doesn't
21 tattoos. I have 21 tattoos total, so some of them I count as just one.
You say you have 21?
Mm-hmm.
I've counted your tattoos. I thought it was like 16 or 17.
Count again, babe.
Austin or Houston? So he lives in Austin, but he was raised in Missouri his whole life. But he does live in Austin now. So I have like 13. Yeah, some have bled into. What the fuck does this word mean, babe?
I don't know.
If your brother lives in Austin, that explains a lot. I wonder if it's because he's got himself a nice, cute, fucking Taiwanese girlfriend or whatever. Now, to be fair, she's a nice gal. I actually like it. Oh, they bleed into one another. Okay. I think it might be because he's got himself like a nice, cute, young girlfriend and whatnot, and that might be part of it. My sister and I have always had similar rivalry since she learned to walk. So have me and my sister, but in the best way. Like me and my sister have a very healthy sibling rivalry. I live in Texas, Austin full of weirdos. That's what I've heard. I think AJ lives in Austin, but I could be wrong.
Maybe.
You saw you're getting tired. You want to start wrapping up?
Yes.
All righty, let's do it. Let's start wrapping up. All righty. 152 watching, 180 on YouTube, 1,200 views almost. Oh, shit. we do gotta do one more thing. We gotta get through one more video because I promised this as part of the stream. You down for one more? It's a less than 3-minute video.
Yeah,
because this was put in the react request by Mad Hatter. Shoe on Head versus Hassan's song. Shoe on Head versus Hassan. I promised Mad Hatter we react to this, so we'll react to this.
Oh, did you do the movie Spin?
Good call. I was supposed to do that today. What would I do without you? You're a fucking legend, honey. Alrighty. Let's check this out.
No one is shocked, except for Kaya. He's a fully grown child. To having kids, he can't even be trusted to have a dog. What a normal...
Funny it says that, don't rage Bayman having kids. This is only a maybe. There's so many topics blown up this weekend. I don't know what me and Cindy are covering for Countercast tomorrow, but there is a video going around out there that makes it seem like Hassan's girlfriend wants to have kids.
Oh.
And
wow.
He obviously doesn't want to. So...
Measured reaction from an intelligent, emotionally stable individual. This is dude threatens to delete himself with a gun while calling Shuimo. She absolutely obliterated him. And he's hurling early 2000s insults. Hassan saying what happened to shame is just about the most hypocritical thing he's ever said. You're telling me the guy that abuses his dog can't handle slight criticism. I'm shocked like Kaya, a guy who elected.
If you're into like epic metal, like Camelot and shit, Camelot the band, not the YouTuber, although Camelot is awesome. This is a banger.
Executed his dog for moving an inch. Can't understand why people wanna have
Wait, she's been saying ex-boyfriend? No. Valkyrie and Hassan may have broken up. I don't like getting into like celebrity like thought drama and shit unless it's to roast it. But if they broke up, that's fucking hilarious. And yes, Camelot's a great band. I love Camelot. What's they look like in real life? I would not say for all the money in the world. You can give me $100 super chat right now, and I will not tell you what Cindy looks like in real life. That is her privacy.
She cooked so hard she fed the whole internet. Shoe and Head made Hassan's mind break. Well then Shoo doesn't even need to say anything. Hassan humiliates himself on a daily basis. Hassan's comforted by something he does not have in his bubble. An intelligent woman. I really don't think there's many chunks of brain left to blow out.
I really don't think there's many chunks of brain left to blow out. That is fucking wild, dude.
I don't think they're wrong.
And yes, Hassan is now an incel. Oh, it's an actual... Yeah. Check out... Hold on. I'm not going to play any of it because, YouTube and whatnot, but, hold on a sec. It's because it's spelled a K. Camelot albums, several of these are good albums, but their best album, where is it? Come on now. Right here. Ghost Opera. Listen to this album. Ghost Opera, The Second Coming by Camelot. Dude. This album is fucking insane. This is like the best epic metal album ever recorded. Highly recommend. Anyway.
Very cool.
Did you see his chat when he talks about the shotgun? I do not think Hassan can lose any more of his brain. He's balding! Baby, what?
Did you see his response on X about balding?
No, I mean, he got all bitter about it like an old woman.
No, he's all right, hold on. Let's see if I can find Hassan Abi. This was fucking hilarious. All right, let's go to replies. Because it was today, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Right here. So someone posted this. We need to have this conversation. It's AI of him like shaving his head. He says, ew. He also Hassan suit. Yeah. Hassan was why he's been wearing a suit recently. Moms and dads are watching. Makes my head look bigger. So like people saying he has a tiny head is absolutely getting to him.
Why are you always in a suit? I'm a suit guy now. This is it. I'm in my suit era. I think we already established that. Part of the reason why I'm in a suit all the time is because, you know, moms and dads are watching. 2 reasons. What? Makes my head look bigger.
What?
I don't know how much you follow the Hassan stuff, but one of the biggest jokes amongst the communities of those that hate Hassan is how he's got a tiny head.
Oh my God.
And people have been roasting him for like the last year for his tiny head. So when he says it makes my head look bigger, it's because the jokes are, his autism kicked in.
Number 2. A lot of conservatives come in here to watch lately to see what's going on. And as a chatter correctly pointed to, wearing a suit, basically like lingerie for old conservative ladies.
What?
Yeah, they love that shit. Gets them.
So he is going after the old grannies. That's what he's doing. He's like, old grannies.
Bro,
like,
he's
if you're
guilt hunting.
over 80 fucking years old, please come watch me. Cause hey,
guilt
baby.
hunting. You heard of hags maxing? He's hag ultimoing, bro. He hag ultimoing.
Oh my fucking God, what a retard, dude.
Horny.
Okay, so he couldn't cut it with his girlfriend, so he's going for the grannies now. Got it.
Dude, Valkyrie broke up with him because he wouldn't give her children. He literally just said it makes him horny.
Yeah, they love that shit. Gets them horny.
Going for the fucking grannies,
bro. He's got a level 20 character in hag maxing.
So he's going for the fucking grannies because they can't get pregnant. Got it.
Yep.
They have no more ovaries. Got it.
And in their horny moment, they just are a lot more receptive to what I have to say.
Receptive, or they give him money?
The revolution, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, with horny grandmothers, they send him super chats. Okay, then. All right. What a fucking retard. Go die in hell. Cheers.
He's trying to find something a bit for sex. Glad I have kids. My ovaries just shriveled at that. Something else is small too. Probably one of those mini hot dogs. He also has a tiny head down there as well.
You're probably not wrong, dude. If he's going for the desperate grannies, that means he has no sex game.
Or it means he's trying to test himself, because the desperate grannies, they've seen it all, bro. The desperate grannies, they were there when the Kama Sutra was written. They know every position.
No.
Hold on, let me explain. Maybe Hassan is the true anime protag. He needs to sexually challenge himself. So he needs to go after the women that have seen it all to prove his sexual prowess and might.
No, they're desperate for a fucking reason. They just want any dick. They don't have fucking
they're gonna be
standards.
So out of luck with him.
They have no fucking standards anymore. They're so fucking old. All they see, I don't know, is some dust.
Just put it in me. I don't care where. Fit it between one of these wrinkles.
I know. Probably what's happening. They're probably like, oh my God, look at that. Dude, it's gross. It gives bad names to women. We
I
don't
want
need.
you
We
to come
already
to
have a
run
bad
down my
name.
wrinkly crevices.
That's so fucking gross, and he's probably getting off to it.
Cease. Would you like me to bake you some cornbread when we're done?
No, this is the thing though. You have to think about it rationally, okay? You are so fucking bad in bed, or your dick is so small that the only people that would agree to ever fuck you are like grandmothers. You have a fucking problem. Just
Are
saying.
you being ageist in my chat right now? Okay, try saying that old women can't get it.
They can only get it from desperate people that have tiny dicks and suck at sex.
Hassan likes him dusty, a good gumming.
I'm not wrong though, because like this is the thing though. If you are a woman, you can get any dick you want, so you're gonna be more particular about what type of dick you get.
Emotional issues, I dare say he's a sociopath. Being gay and Muslim is a hard combination.
It's only a hard combination when the grannies are involved.
Yeah.
I've never seen Hassan in an
It's
outfit
not
that
hard
costs
from
less than...
Hassan's side, just let's be honest.
Granny's out here fucking taking the blue pill, riding the strap on. Like, that's true. Ben Franklin liked him older, and he was one of the fathers of our country. Ben Franklin knew what was up. He was like, yo, I like that old black pussy. Like,
ew.
Oh, wait, or was that Thomas Jefferson? I may have confused Ben Franklin with Thomas Jefferson just then. Maybe they both like black pussy. I don't know.
My monthly salary.
Oh my god.
And he's trying to lecture
Liam
me.
likes in black.
Yo, shoe man.
I was quoting Ben Franklin Jefferson, Ben Thomas Franklin Jefferson.
I'm just teasing you.
Joke about you. I will commit an act of terror if you.
I mean, since you were joking, I'll fucking add to the joke. I'm here for it.
Hey, you should have.
Oh yeah, Leon definitely got jungle fever.
Good dark meat. I like dark meat.
Leon definitely has jungle fever.
Yeah. Yeah, nice dark meat.
40 lashes for the monkey lover.
Wow. Honey, I didn't know you liked in black. You're dating the wrong person, babe.
40 lashes for the monkey lover.
Say that again. Please do not encourage Hazen Piker to procreate. After seeing how he treats his dog, it's a good thing he doesn't have a child. He's balding. He's balding. As usual with these people, every accusation should be seen as a confession. Of course, Hazen wouldn't like it. He couldn't legally shock a kid. Receives a small amount of criticism, breaks down completely. His fans are not handling well. When do they handle things well? Hassan and his fans crashing out. I'm not as shocked as his dog.
Shut his dog.
Shout out to Mad Hatter who wanted us to react to that. I hope it was definitely worth it. We went on a little bit of a to quote Beck in Futurama. That song doesn't only last 3 hours. We got into a real thing there. Then I forgot how it ended. Like, alrighty, let me see who's live. We'll get a fucking raid going both on X and on not on X, on Kick and on YouTube. Fuck, I'm drunk. This stream's been going for 5 hours. I've been drinking since the hour and a half mark, and I've been drinking vodka. I'm so fucked right now.
Oh no.
All right, Stupenzo, we're gonna rate him like we always do, and then let's see who is live.
Oh, movie spin. Movie spin. You gonna do that?
Oh yeah, we gotta do a movie spin. Thank you. Shit, I keep getting. All right, hold on. Okay, let's.
Don't drink vodka; it'll kill your liver. But vodka is delicious.
Vodka's amazing. I exclusively. Yeah, I know Mia is live, but I always raid Stupenzo on Sundays. It's tradition. I always raid Stupenzo. I haven't thought of a choice. Damn it. Well, you're gonna need to think of one. So here's the dealio. Where's the share screen? Here.
I'm gonna go with my cousin Vinny.
Like you, all right. So Hudsucker Proxy and my cousin Vinny. We need 8 more picks. We need 8 more picks. The rules are so these are the movies that will be recommended for the watch party. And I see that we just got UAF Omega, the 5-banger, says it's only a hard conversation being out of hot water and gay when the male goat manages to get his head unstuck from the fence. Shout out, Based. Here's some total chud victory for you. Alrighty. Let's see. All right.
Wait, I was rocking to that song.
What?
I was rocking out to that song. I was just
it was a good song, right?
You take the song away. I'm sad now.
Excalibur. Fourth wall guy. Do you mean a split second? I think I've seen some. Hold on, let me.
Dreamscape. I've never heard of that. Dreamscape.
Oh, Split Second looks awesome. We're totally adding that to the list.
Split Second, the movie?
Yes.
Have you seen Be Cool, Leon? No, he has not, because Leon is not cool.
I can't do Spaceball. I've seen Spaceballs a million times. Space Milkshake we can do, though.
Why is Hypno pissed, John?
Hypno's always pissed. That's just Hypno.
Monkey Bone.
I love Redline. Yeah, no, I can't do Redline. Redline's great. I love Redline. It has to be, for those of you guys that don't know, it has to be movies I've either never seen or not seen in so long, it would be like watching it for the first time again.
Okay, can I make more than one recommendation?
Yes, but I prioritize chat requests just so nobody's excluded.
Right.
Traffic King, New York. But yeah, if you've got another recommendation, lay it on me.
Thin Red Line. I don't know if you've seen that.
Thin Red Line. All right, depending on what chat has to say, we may go from there. Sort of a Stranger.
Okay, chat is saying lesbian vampire killers. They've also said King of New York. Monkey Bone.
New York on already.
Precious. I don't know if that's a movie or not, but I said that.
All right, well, this is 10 right here, so we'll add one more. We'll add yours because I'm a benevolent boyfriend. What was it?
Thin Red Line.
All right. Hudsucker Proxy, My Cousin Vinny, Lady Snowblood, Excalibur, Split Second, Dreamscape, Space Milkshake, King of New York, Sort of a Stranger, Lesbian Vampire Killers. That's kind of what I want to win. And their Thin Red Line. Let's go.
Oh, it's Excalibur.
He has been recommending this movie for like 3 months, and it finally happened.
There you go. It's Excalibur.
Yeah. He's been recommending Excalibur.
Yeah, he says, come on, Excalibur. There you go. Cheers, Excalibur.
He's been recommending Excalibur for like 3 fucking months, so it finally happened. Alrighty. And with that, we're out of like 4 circles. Let me find a kick raid to do, assuming it was live. Yeah, ABF is live. While I'm doing that, while I'm setting up the raid, Sev, tell the people who you are, what you do, what you got coming up, the whole 9. And I know you have something to promote, so don't play like you don't.
Okay, all right. I am Sebi. I am a gamer. I am a lawyer. I will be my video drops tomorrow, so make sure to subscribe to my channel and go watch the video and go hype it up. It will be about Roblox, and they're changing course. It's now they're because they try to say, hey, we're protecting kids. Now they're saying, you know what? Fuck them kids. We want your data. So
they're saying that in more ways than one, but go on.
Yeah. So come and check out my new video. It is dropping tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central Time in my channel, Sebi Love, which is in my tagline right. No. Okay, whatever. There.
Right there.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Sebi Love. Come and check it out. Much appreciated.
Drop a link to Sebi's channel just in case. Do I even have any mods here today? Fuck, I might need to do it. All right, I'll do it. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, there you go. So make sure to check it out. I'm excited. I drop usually one video a week because I have no time to do anything else. But I want to make sure to drop at least one quality video a week. And that is the video for this week. So I hope you guys love it.
Leon's never seen the original. No, I've never seen the original Excalibur. So we will be watching it this coming Thursday as the Thursday watch party. Anything else to promote, hun?
That's it. Usually I stream every day at 7 p.m. Central Time. Come and check me out.
Well, as for me, I've got Countercast tomorrow. May have my video mixtape out tomorrow. It depends if I can get the editing done tonight. It's going to be quite the editing job, but with 6 to 8 hours uninterrupted, I might be able to knock it out because the editing situation, we covered it a little bit on Saturday Night Hypnosis. Me and Sevi spent literal hours digging into the history and the financials of that company. It is quite insane. Thank you so much for the follow, Anjuna Main. Yeah, it is a rabbit hole. So hopefully the mixtape video tomorrow. If not, it will be out very soon. And then we got me and Cindy on Countercast tomorrow. I think that's it. Videos and streams every day. And we will see you guys for the watch party on Thursday. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise. We're going to be rating Stupinzo. So still Stupinzo on YouTube. Vile Idol Raid. On Kick, we'll be rating my boy Alec Baldwin's finger. That being that, have a great rest of your night, crew. And thank you so much for all the donos, super chats, and everything that allows me to continue to literally live my dream doing this show. I could not do this without you. Thank you so much.